live, and welcome back to the show. Thank you for joining me. Shout out to this space. Appreciate you guys over there. Thank you to all the mods. Very much appreciate being included in that coalition. And thank you to the best chat in the entire social media atmosphere right here at Blunt Politics. Make sure you hit that like button. Subscribe to the channel on the way in if you could. It's been a discombobulated morning, let's just say. I know we're probably going to have a little bit of a strange show today, but I've been doing last-minute packing, getting documents ready, purchasing this, that, and the other thing, downloading apps, the whole nine yards, as this is the last show before I head off to Europe. You can see I really didn't think about it. I packed away the American and Ukrainian flag that I had up there, and now that's why there's a big empty space. So didn't really think about it. Could have done that after the show, but you know, it is what it is. Wanted to make sure that I was ready. What's going on, chat? What's happening, everybody? What do you say we say hi to the chat? Make sure you guys get your screen time as always. There you are. What's up, Tiff? Good to see you. Appreciate you as always. What's up, Gamer? What's up, Dame? Appreciate you. What's up, Forever Young? Slightly Mad Mom. How are you? What's up, Jeff? Good to see you, brother. Laurie, Rocks, Dyslexic. How are you? What's up, Twiggy over there on Twitch? Dusty, what's happening, brother? My Dusty, we'll get that shirt situation figured out. Obviously, if not before I take off, but after I get back. So don't do anything just yet with those shirts, and we'll see if we can get you taken care of. Apologize, we haven't been able to coordinate so before I left. But thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you. What's up, Roxanne? What's going on? Yeah, hit that like button on the way and filter in. What's up, Wes? Good to see you, brother. Good to see you. Just do it. What's happening? Yeah, we got a few things to talk about. We'll be talking about mainly the ongoing protests, the frustrations and anger surrounding the second fatal shooting this week by ICE, and I believe the 11th fatal shooting under Donald Trump. Will have some ridiculous and probably the most harebrained, bird brain reaction from people like Greg Kelly. We have a Benny Johnson video. We haven't called out his ass in a while. He's talking about the Strait of Hormuz and how that's a fantastic situation. So obviously there's going to be a lot to talk about there. What else we got to talk about? Oh yeah, Preston Stewart had a video. I think he's doing like I don't know what you'd call it, kind of videos for the Sun now, collaborating with the Sun. So he's got one that he put out with the Sun. We've taken a look at both of those channels' videos, the Sun updates on Ukraine, and obviously Preston Stewart been doing a lot to keep us updated and you know, up to speed on what's going on in Ukraine as well. But yeah, I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. Bry Guy, what's happening? You, Hal, Cliff, man, it's hard to listen to you. I know. It's the one show of the week that I do happen to step on Hal's toes, and I've apologized 25 billion times for that, but that's how it worked out with the coordination between Blunt Politics and this space. So I think everybody, one show during the week, it isn't going to kill anybody. But I appreciate you guys that are bouncing back and forth or choosing one or the other. I apologize putting you in that position, but it is what it is. I think the internet's big enough for the both of us at this point. Yeah, Hal's got Phil on today. I did coordinate with Phil. Luckily, I did manage to get in touch with him and give him a little bit more information on the whereabouts and things that we're going to be doing and the necessity or possibility of, seeing him when I'm in Ukraine. Obviously, I am under the OPSEC confinements as of now, so there's not going to be too much of any specifics or any specifics being giving out whatsoever. Obviously, you guys, I'm sure, understand the necessity for that. So, like I said, I'm going to try to do my best to bring you along and to fill you in as soon as I possibly can. But typically, that's going to be, sometime after we depart these positions, as you guys, I'm sure, will understand. So thank you guys so much for getting us to the goal the other day. Let's see if we can, hit a goal today. I didn't set one up because there's a lot of other things going on, but it would be fantastic if we could continue to see the chat step up and support us the way that you guys have done for quite some time. So thank you guys so much. There's a Venmo up in the corner, quickest and easiest way typically to get your support to the channel. There's a multitude of other ways. You can sign up for a YouTube membership, the backbone of the community, that and the Patreon community as well. You can go to patreon.com/BostonBrian. You can go to bostonbrian.com. That gives you all the links to my social media sites. That gives you all the information to the Patreon Zooms, when they are, who they're for, that type of thing. And then you also get the link for the Blunt Politics merch shop on there, which you can get fantastic merch like this. People of quality don't fear equality, which again, we are just punching way above our weight class as far as designs, themes, as far as merch is concerned. So I appreciate everybody going over there to bostonbrian.com, clicking on the merch site, checking out the merch, sending that out, sharing that out to people that might enjoy it as well. But what do you say we dive into a little bit of the news? Unfortunately, we only got an hour, a little less than an hour, obviously, now to talk about what we got to talk about. But, I think we can squeeze it in. What's going on, Keith? How are you? What's up, Debbie? What's up, Alvin? What's up, Tina? Good to see you guys. What's up, Deb? What's up, Ian? Alyosha, how are you, my friend? Good to see you over there. What's up, JJ? Moms, how are you? Still on the road? Well, drive safe travels. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for being here, as always. Always great to see you. What's up, Eddie? Good to see you, my friend. Good to see you. Much appreciated for being here. Thank you for all your help and assistance behind the scenes as well. Without getting too deep into it and getting myself in trouble, I do very much appreciate your help and everything, coordination behind the scenes. So, all right, let's dive into. I did see this clip. I wanted to this is kind of a random clip that I wanted to bring up, but this is what's going on, and this is what we've been talking about: the creep of the fascist push, the fascist takeover of the media, pushing back against leftists, pushing back against anybody really that is putting up social media posts or going against the administration. I saw this, and take it for what it's worth, take it with a grain of salt. I don't know the exact situation. I know how it's being described here, and I do know how it was handled, and that's what I want to talk about now. It says, wow, this guy owns the FBI who turns up at his house because of a social media post. Look at the shame on their faces. This dude wins the internet today, hands down. And I don't know anything about the person. I don't know if he's, what side of the political aisle he's on, what he may or may not have said on social media. But you can see here just the willingness of the FBI to start showing up at people's doorsteps, knowing that they did nothing illegal, knowing that they have their use of the First Amendment, knowing that they have free speech, knowing that they didn't threaten or intend to harm anybody. They weren't doing anything else that you could actually call out as far as putting online and actually warranting law enforcement showing up at your house. But this is, again, apparently, allegedly, the FBI, they don't really show their documentation. They don't show their name or anything like that. So it's hard to tell. But you can see this altercation here, how it's handled, and how this is like, we've talked about the list of all the lefty creators that Donald Trump and this administration thinks are a threat, or things that need to be looked at or watched or kept track of or shut down entirely, whatever it may be. We've seen how this is, it's gone from the mainstream media, 60 Minutes, ABC, the whole BBC, a lot of them, where Donald Trump's tried to either threaten them, pressure them, sue them into, saying or doing anything that he wants, or not reporting on the bad things that he doesn't want everybody to know about. All of those things. So this is just it's less than 3 minutes, about 2 minutes and 50 seconds of this guy having this altercation, having this interaction with what is reported to be FBI showing up at his door about a social media post. And again, this isn't the UK. Okay, we're not in Britain. This isn't something that is typically seen here. But with the fascist creep, the autocratic creep of this administration, we're starting to see more and more and more of this. So check this out real quick before we dive into a little bit of the ongoing protests and the frustration surrounding the latest ICE fatal shooting in Maine. So let's check this out real quick.
How can I help you?
Hey there, Jeremy?
Yeah.
So they know his name right off the bat. They say, "Are you Jeremy?"
Who are you?
And I believe this is in New Hampshire. I'm not 100% sure about that. I do believe that the plates on the back of the vehicle that they drive off in are New Hampshire plates. As to what state this actually takes place in, it's hard to say. That license plate across the street almost looks like a Massachusetts plate, but then again, could be somebody from out of state, so it's hard to detail.
Can you give your full name, please?
Major O'Donnell, the FBI.
Is that sufficient?
So right off the bat, he asked for his full name, full identification, and he's already being non-compliant, right? I'm just giving my, officer and last name, as opposed to here's my full name, here's my badge number, here are my credentials. You can see right off the bat, and let's have a conversation. They clearly know that they shouldn't be doing this. They clearly know that they look like twats doing this, and they don't want to give their full name. And it continues here. And the guy does a pretty good job behind the camera.
Identify as only one O'Donnell affiliated with the FBI.
In New Hampshire, yes.
Could you please state your full name, sir?
Could you please stop recording?
No. It's First Amendment right.
Okay.
What's your name, sir?
Could you stop recording?
Absolutely not. You can show me your name.
They both ask him to stop recording.
An identification, or I'm going to go back inside my house.
Okay.
I don't really want to broadcast my.
Oh, this is going out right after you guys walk away.
And I love it. He has absolutely no problem. They say, I don't want this broadcast. I don't want this put out. He says, I don't give a fuck what you want. You know what I mean? You're in public. You show up in public on my property and then tell me that I can't record. Like, go fuck yourself. Okay. You don't want to give me your name. You don't want to give me your identification. You say you're working for the FBI and I'm just supposed to what? Believe anybody that shows up to my doorstep with a gun? Like you can't get a fake badge, right? Like they don't make badges out there that look real to people that may not know better, and you can stick it on your hip all you want. And people, not known to be impersonating law enforcement? So, again, well handled here. And he continues to push the issue to the point where they end up just walking away.
So you can show me your name ID. You can walk away.
Which one?
I'm not going to talk to people who claim to be federal agents unless they can show me identification.
You see our badges.
I need to see. Is your full name on that badge?
No.
I'd like to see something with your full name, or I'm not going to talk to
I
you.
prefer you not to broadcast.
This will be going.
And again, third time, I prefer you not to broadcast this. Well, okay, you haven't answered the guy's questions. You haven't given a full name. You haven't given proper identification. You got a gun on your hip, right? And you're telling me that I'm not supposed to have my First Amendment right. I'm not supposed to be able to, record what's in public, what's on my own property. Like, what are we doing here? What country is this again? Where do we live? What year in 1930 is this?
Online as soon as you walk away.
All I want to do is.
And this is a good lead into, again, the latest ICE shooting in Maine, the reaction to it, the protest stemming from it, the ridiculous fucking segment that Greg Kelly put together. I mean, this is all connected here. It's all interconnected as to what these government agencies now feel that they can do or are just being, ordered to do. They're being, that's what they're demanding. The leadership, the White House is demanding of them to do, go out and harass people. Anybody that said anything bad about the administration, go knock on their door. We know you can't do anything, but at least intimidate the shit out of them. At least let them know that we know where they live or that they exist, or we can see their posts. So it plays a role in the mindsets of these fascists and how they're trying to, again, intimidate, make people not want to talk bad about the administration, make it so you second guess whether or not you tell people the truth about the administration because you don't want the FBI, the CIA, the DOJ, whoever shows up at your doorstep, just like these people. And they know they can't do shit. Not yet, right? Not yet.
About a post that was made, and if you happen to be the one that made it.
I want to talk to.
So he says it was about a post that you made, and it's what do you say after? It just happened. You happen to be the one that made that post, which is crazy work.
You about you guys coming here. Say you make a salary of, I don't know what, low 100K. You guys making six figures? Factor in 50% expenses, overhead, maybe 100% expenses. Talking about burning a couple $100 an hour just here, let alone all the time you guys are spending to investigate something that you know is not against the law, right? Like you're familiar with. So then why would you come?
Because we wanted to make sure that there weren't any.
No, you're coming because you're.
So they rightly admit they know that nothing he did was against the law. They're not stating that. They're not, they're not accusing him of breaking the law. They just come there to make sure. Okay, they just want to check on the situation and make sure that you know that they understand, they know where you live. Okay, clear intimidation was what they're trying to do. And again, I don't know if this guy is on the right side of the aisle, the left side of the aisle, or what. And I don't give a fuck. It doesn't matter. It's irrelevant to the point. It's irrelevant to the fact that they're doing this. These acts of intimidation. I don't care. I will support anybody and everybody's First Amendment right. Anybody's right that they have to the Constitution. Doesn't matter who the fuck they are. That's what makes us good people here on the left. We don't distinguish between who should get the rights and who shouldn't get the rights. But again, it continues and it persists on here where he does such a great job of shaming them, embarrassing them, that they eventually, like I said, just kind of walk their asses back to their Durango and end up getting
part of a regime that does this kind of thing when you know laws aren't being broken. And that's an embarrassment, man. Didn't you guys read the Constitution? Do you not believe in America? Like, how do you do your jobs and go home?
We appreciate it.
You're walking away because nothing we did is against the law. And you guys are fuckheads that try to act like bullies. And I hope you go home and are embarrassed. You can't even say your name on camera because you know that what you're doing is embarrassing. You know Americans that believe in the Constitution think you're laughable. You go home and you think about what you did today. Go home and think about it, you cowards. Drive away. Drive away. You're not welcome. You should be embarrassed. Embarrassing. You guys are embarrassing.
They got the New Hampshire plate. I do believe that he stated he was from the agency in New Hampshire, as he claimed there. New Hampshire plate. Oh, that does look like a New Hampshire plate there as well. Probably logical to confirm or to assume that this is and did take place in New Hampshire here. Judging by the guy's statements that was recording, calling it a regime, calling them fuckheads, talking about the Constitution, I would assume, which usually makes an ass out of you and me, I would assume he was from the lefter side of the aisle, as it were there. But it's, again, like I said, it's irrelevant. Even if that was a Republican, I would still be saying the same goddamn things I'm saying right now about his rights, about the intimidation tactics, about how ridiculous it is for government agencies to be sending people around, wasting taxpayer money, spending hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of dollars an hour to go and talk about or talk to somebody that didn't break the law, isn't committing any violent acts, isn't trafficking any drugs or children or people, but just happened to make a post that they thought was off color, offhand, that they didn't like, that disrespected somebody. Well, guess what? That's our fucking right here to talk about the government. That's exactly what makes America America. And it's shit like this that's turning us into this fascist fucking death cult regime led by the Trump administration, which is, exactly what leads to situations like this. So like I said, that's probably a good segue into, and this is Josiah from Pondering Politics, who's talking about the reversal. I know that people were talking, referencing Mark Wayne Mullen and how he was stopping the executions of the traffic stops, only to be immediately outclassed, and Donald Trump issued a reorder saying that wasn't a thing. So this is Pondering Politics, Josiah from Pondering Politics, just giving us a quick update on the deadly order that Trump has given after the ICE shootings. And then we got Greg Kelly just after that with a short segment here, about a 4-minute segment, the dumbest segment that I possibly have seen from Greg Kelly. And then that's followed by some of the most hypocritical and ignorant shit that Greg Kelly's ever put on social media, talking about how presidents have enriched themselves while he's on the phone with Donald Trump, but talking about Joe Biden, if you can believe that. And then we got some updates to come from Ukraine as well. But let's dive into this Pondering Politics video from Josiah. Appreciate him and everybody else. If you could hit that like button, subscribe to the channel. This is, again, just some general updates as to what's taken place after the ICE shootings, Mark Wayne Mullen statements, and then how Donald Trump had pretty much, just gone over and above Mark Wayne Mullen to reinstitute these traffic stops that have led to several deaths now, including American citizens. So let's just take a quick look at a couple minutes of this. I appreciate you guys. Thank you for hitting that like button. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you to the chat. Thank you to the mods. Very much appreciate all of you guys.
We begin the day with major breaking news pertaining to ICE. As we've discussed in recent videos, there have been at least 2 fatal shootings by ICE agents in about a week. And as a consequence, the political pressure and protests were mounting, such that the new Department of Homeland Security Secretary Mark Wayne Mullen ordered a moratorium on ICE traffic stops, only for Donald Trump to publicly override him and say, well, despite what's happened recently with ICE, despite the fatal shootings, despite the probable murders committed by ICE, we're going to go back to the way...
And despite the way that DHS and ICE have completely forgotten, not lived up to, not followed the rules, the guidelines in the handbook of the DOJ that stipulates, what they can and cannot do in discharging their firearm, shooting into a moving vehicle. We went over it last show, and we did this months ago when all this shit first started. So if you want to go check out we pull up the DOJ handbook themselves, the same shit that they look at, the same shit that they get handed, the same rules that they have to follow. And you and I here in the chat, and we know much better, and we're much more educated and informed as to those rules and policies, seemingly, than anybody else in ICE or DHS, and the fat pricks now that throw on the paintball uniform to go out and brutalize American citizens because they were either too stupid, too slow, or incompetent enough to not be able to get into the military, or just too cowardly. And now all of a sudden they feel like they can cosplay as fucking heroes. They want to go out and be General fucking Patton and throw pepper balls and tear gas at American citizens, go out there and shoot and hunt down brown and black people, because that's what makes them feel tough, right? And it was as a part of a specific recruitment tactic by DHS, by ICE, to go after these sick, psychopathic, racist, scumbags that are now inactive in ICE. But yeah, this is, like I said, Donald Trump basically saying that we need to continue and persist on with these traffic stops that have led to multiple deaths now, multiple infractions, as it were, criminal infractions by ICE officers against their handbook, against the rules and policies of the agency that they're now currently working for. So it's crazy.
Things were before. We are not going to change tactics whatsoever. And in so doing, not only is Trump further endangering the lives of not just immigrants in this country, undocumented or otherwise, but also American citizens. And he's creating a political nightmare for incumbent Republicans heading into these midterms, particularly Republican Senator Susan Collins of Maine. This just goes to show how incompetent and cruel and indifferent Donald Trump truly is as president of the United States. But before we unpack all that, if you end up liking this video and you want to support the channel, please be sure to hit the like, subscribe, and alert bells before you go. As Mediaite reports, Trump demands ICE restart traffic stops despite 2 fatal shootings in a week. Quote, "It won't happen on my watch." Donald Trump demanded that Immigration and Customs Enforcement resume traffic stops a day after the agency mostly paused the practice. Trump's demand, issued via a Wednesday morning Truth Social post, comes after ICE was involved in 2 fatal traffic stops within a week. So this is what Trump said on Truth Social. He says, "The men and women of ICE are doing a great job, one that has to be done. Crime is way down in America, and in many cases with numbers that haven't been seen in decades. The open border policy of Sleepy Joe Biden allowed 25 million people to pour into our country. It's not true."
False, incorrect, not true whatsoever. Just a completely and totally made up number by Donald Trump, not even backed up by his own administration, not even backed up by people in his own party.
The orders of magnitude off. There's no evidence to support that claim. He's just lying. Unchecked and unvetted. Many were criminals, and we have to get them out. In order to do this, we must have strong, tough, and smart, and we cannot give up one of ICE's most important and effective crime-fighting tools, the traffic stop. Once we do, we're playing right into the criminals' hands. The radical left Democrats would like to see this done.
And criminals not recognizing, not noting that the person that they targeted recently in Maine wasn't a criminal, wasn't the actual target of their investigation or who they were going for to begin with, and had absolutely basically no danger posed to anybody in the community, to the officers, or anybody else, but they just decided to discharge their firearms into the vehicle anyway, thus making it an even more deadly and dangerous situation. Right? I don't know how many times we have to talk about, when you take out the person, when you incapacitate the person behind the wheel, that's, that's driving the vehicle, that's, using his hands or her hands to move, and to her feet to do the pedals and the brakes and stuff, and you incapacitate that person or shoot them dead, it then turns that vehicle into a very unpredictable and unstable platform and a weapon. You know what I mean? It's there's so many other situations. There's so many other ways and tactics to go about this, where you could de-escalate the situation, catch them at a later date, get the license plate, go back to the original spot where they came out of, get some information from the people there, and then go about doing your duties. If you want to go on and question these people without putting the public in danger, without discharging your firearm, without taking human life, there's just an ample amount of possibilities as far as how they could de-escalate these situations. And they never seem to do it. It's always 0 to 100 right off the bat. You know what I mean? It's always pull out your firearm, and if they fucking, even look like they want to move, you got to shoot first and ask questions later, because you got immunity basically given to you by Donald Trump, given to you by Mark Wayne Mullen and the rest of the Republican Party, where they're going to protect you. Not only are they going to protect you, they're going to defend every aspect of your criminalities and the murder that you just perpetrated on the streets of the United States in broad daylight.
It won't happen on my watch. ICE, be judicious, fair, and smart, and go back and do your very important job. Keep those crime stat records coming. Remember, you are loved and respected in America. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Now, setting aside the fact that Donald Trump mostly inherited a declining crime rate from President Biden, crime actually spiked. It went up under Donald Trump's first term in office during 2020, and then declined steadily over the 4 years of the Biden administration. So Trump did not create this trend. He is actually responsible for the crime rate spiking, and then he inherited a downward trend from Biden. Set all that aside. What Donald Trump is showing here is he doesn't give a damn about immigrant lives, American lives, nobody's lives. He does not care. He thinks that this could somehow be a political winner for him. The polling on this tells a different story. Immigration and ICE used to be some of Trump's strongest policy areas. Now he's underwater on those because of the murders that we've seen, the murder of Renee Nicole Good and Alex Preddy, the litany of civil rights and human rights and civil liberties violations from ICE over the past year and a half.
He's 100% right. Donald Trump is still looking at this like it's a positive, right? Like it's a victory, because he still thinks, I need to pad my stats. I need to pad the numbers. If I continue to tell these people that there's 25 illegal immigrants that came into this country, I can't continue to show them the numbers of people that we've actually been able to deport. They're going to think that I'm a liar. They're going to know that the numbers are off. They're going to know that the calculations I did were absolutely erratic and made and had no basis in reality whatsoever. So he's 100% right here, because people are now seeing this for what it is. this. There's even more people like independent-wise looking at this for the the egregious attacks that they are on the rights of people in this country, asylum seekers, people coming here to seek a better life, to provide for their family and their in their loved ones. So more and more people are looking at this as a negative, not just people on the left, not just blue-haired liberals and whatever the fuck that Republicans love to say, but more and more regular people, even non-politically affiliated people, just average, go through your day, go to work, come home, feed the kids, take them to sports, don't watch much of the news, just try to keep your head down and focus and pay the bills type of people are now recognizing this, which is why we've seen the anger creep up amongst the American public, why we've seen the protests as this has started to ramp back up as far as the fatal shootings continues all over the country, and people calling it what it is just an attack on American citizens. It is a brutal Gestapo-like regime that is utilizing this paramilitary force to go out there and do its dirty work. Go out there and intimidate people, to go out there and harass brown and black people, to make them self-deport. If you can't deport them yourself, treat them poorly. Make it so that they're so brutalized. Make it so that they're so afraid and so scared that they inevitably either never leave their house or, like the Republicans love to say, they self-deport, which is just a ridiculous thought in and of itself. But, I'll let this go on for another second. Then we got Greg Kelly, who gives, as per this situation in Maine, one of the dumbest fucking takes I've ever heard in my life. So, all right, let's see just a couple more minutes of this one with Josiah from Pondering Politics.
It's been staggering, and the American people are not happy with this. So in addition to being a massive political miscalculation, it just goes to show that Trump really doesn't care. In NBC News reporting on this, Trump says ICE should continue traffic stops after recent fatal shootings, seeming to contradict a new policy to halt them. The policy change came a week after an ICE officer...
And then, did you guys hear, shit, I'm fucking blanking on his name now. See, these people are so irrelevant that it doesn't even take up the brain space in my head for long. Who's Tom Homan? That's the guy's name. Tom Homan was questioned about the use of, or non-use of, I should say, body cameras, as far as in this latest altercation, this latest fatal shooting in Maine, and then the previous one as well, where they weren't using body cams, where they had been allocated some $20 to $25 million to do so. And I believe April, Caitlin Collins was questioning Tom Homan about this, and she had, to her credit, she had the dates down, she had the budget down, and was pressing Tom Homan on why they hadn't, gotten these cameras yet. These cameras weren't active. And he was trying to blame Democrats for this, that, and the other thing as to the delay of the cameras. You can tell he was very, very uncomfortable. But again, that's something that a lot of people are speaking about, as well as the fact that they didn't have body cameras on. There's no recording as far as from the sides of the officers. We're all kind of relegated to whatever cell phone camera, security camera footage is coming out from that situation to kind of put the pieces together of what may or may not have taken place.
Shot and killed a Colombian driver Monday in Maine, and a week after one shot and killed a motorist in Houston, renewing criticism of the agency's enforcement tactics that were widely condemned last winter after the killings of Alex Preddy and Renee Good in Minnesota.
And again, that's probably a good place to leave off here because, Renee Nicole Good, Alex Preddy, American citizens, right? American citizens. I want you to just remember that little fact when we dive into this ridiculous clip here from the dumbest man on television, Greg Kelly, still seemingly with a piece of chocolate cake on his upper lip, or just a guy that in his, 50s, I would assume, still doesn't know how to shave his face. He's been caught bleeding on camera more times this year than, Donald Trump's ankles, apparently. But yeah, this is Greg Kelly, and he's talking about the ICE shooting in Maine. And this is just one of the most ridiculous takes. He clearly has no idea what he's talking about, no clue about the information. It's the first time, in my opinion, that he's seeing the video that had come out, because he has no clue what the hell he's looking at. But he's going to try to get across to his viewers exactly what the problem is, who the problem is. And he just contradicts himself about 47 fucking times in this 4-minute and 18-second clip. So I just want to see how much of this ridiculousness we can get through and how much we could call out. Again, this is Newsmax's Greg Kelly on the Biddeford shooting in Maine, the 11th, if I'm not mistaken. Correct me in the chat, but I do believe the 11th fatal shooting that has happened at the hands of ICE or DHS under Donald Trump here.
An ICE agent shoots and kills a man in Biddeford. We have team coverage.
From the scene where multiple shots were fired at around 8 o'clock this morning.
To the protest and rally against ICE, with the community calling for answers and change.
If only they cared as much.
Great intro. I mean, how do people watch this? How many views does this have? And I know this is YouTube and people watch it, through their, their local sources or whatever platforms that you guys use to watch TV and shit. But this has 14 hours ago, 10,000 views from a channel that has 2.58 million subscribers. Okay. And it's got 10,000 views. Not very good. Not very good. I don't think too many people are caring about Greg Kelly and what he has to say. But I don't know. It's just the most shoddily done, shitty, hack, fucking ridiculous newscast that I've ever seen. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He doesn't come in at the right point. It's like his producers hate him. The whole thing is just ridiculous. But all right, let's see what his take is on this shooting here.
Much when an American citizen was killed, right?
Hold on. I'm sorry. Listen to what he says here.
Change.
Listen to this.
If only they cared as much when an American citizen was killed, right?
I'm sorry. Does he not remember the reaction about Alex Preddy? Does he not remember the reaction and the protests surrounding Renee Nicole Good and others that we could talk about that have either been harassed or violently beaten or killed at the hands of ICE or DHS? I'm sure that we're reacting the same way that we are no matter who it is. That's what makes us who we are. It doesn't necessarily have to be an American citizen. It's any time that ICE here is criminally engaged in murdering somebody in broad daylight. We think that's bad. That's a bad thing, Greg. That's something that we don't want to see. That's something that shouldn't be happening in the, in the United States, on the streets of the United States, to people that have work permits, to people that are actively going through the legal asylum-seeking process, somebody that's going to work to provide for his family. That's not even the target of the fucking investigation that is going on to begin with. You'd think you'd have more, dignity. You'd think you'd have more ability to say, okay, this isn't the person. Maybe we should let this go at a later date so we can figure out who this is and what's going on. But no, they'd rather shoot first and, like I said, ask questions later. But to start this off with saying, oh, man, they don't care about American citizens is asinine. Again, considering the reaction stemming from Alex Preddy, Renee Nicole Good, and others. It's moronic right off the bat.
Yeah, it's people get shot. But when it's an illegal, and it
wasn't an illegal,
law enforcement.
And again, what is this people get shot bullshit? Is that what you say when kids get murdered in their schools, Greg? Kids get shot. What can you do? It's not like you can defend against the access to firearms or anything. It's not like you can make sure that you can crack down on the amount of firearms and the ability to get into the hands of these fucking psychopaths out there that go into schools and hospitals and malls and wherever else the fuck and start randomly opening fire. But Greg's just like, yeah, fuck, it's a brown guy. Let's just call him an illegal. People get shot. What are we gonna do? Fucking move on. Next day. It's only a Tuesday.
Now they were.
I know it's not Tuesday, but I don't know when this is recorded.
Doing an illegal, and illegal actually got in the way. Take a look. At first, it seems very vague.
They were going after an illegal, and a legal got in the way, is what Greg Kelly. Now, this is the footage that he's trying to dissect here, and he has no fucking idea what happened. So Greg Kelly actually thinks that this car is driving around slowly in a circle with this guy still capacitated, with this guy still coherent and alive behind the wheel, right? Which is just ridiculous to think. He has no idea. His producers haven't told him what happened. They haven't told him the sequences of the video. They haven't told him which one's first, what was likely to have happened. He knows nothing about this, and you can tell just by the way he tries to describe it.
It's happened in Maine. ICE were pursuing an illegal alien criminal, and then a shooting happened. Now, you can't...
He was not an illegal alien criminal. Was not. Just was not an illegal. He had a social security number. He had a work fucking permit, right? He had a family going to work. No, I didn't hear. He wasn't even the target of the investigation. Wasn't even the target of whatever the action that they were undertaking. So now to call him a criminal illegal right off the bat is fucking outrageous, right? To disrespect somebody that just lost their lives at the hand of this Gestapo force that we have running around this country, and all of a sudden, right off the bat, and this is what we've seen. Same thing happened to Alex Preddy. Same thing happened to Renee Nicole Good. Right off the bat, that they were fucking radical leftists. They were putting officers in danger. They were everything that we heard. They were I'm sorry, but you could go through all of the different statements made by Todd Blanche and Kash Patel, Christy Nome, the rest of these people as to what these, about their character after these situations. And it was just character assassination after character assassination while knowing absolutely nothing. No facts about the situation, no facts about the background of the person, what they've been involved in, what their career was, what they espoused, what their beliefs were, just right off the bat that they were terrorists, a radical leftist, people, thugs out there, criminals, just the worst things that you could possibly say, automatically espoused by the right to get you to believe that this was justified somehow.
Really see too much here, but let's try to zoom in. Those are ICE officers.
Okay, in case for anybody that hadn't seen these videos, that doesn't know, this is after the whole incident had already taken place. This is after the ICE agents had already opened fire into the vehicle. This is after the vehicle had already circled in this intersection slowly because the driver, Yuan, was shot dead. This is after that. This is after the ICE agents already had to go retrieve their vehicle, which you see there, which is, I think, a Ford Explorer type vehicle, to stop the vehicle that they had discharged their firearms into, thus killing the driver, clearly indicating what a dangerous situation it turns that into after you incapacitate the driver. It's impossible, very difficult if the doors are locked to stop that. You're going to have to either put your vehicle in the way. Who knows how fast that could go if the foot decides to get jammed down on the accelerator. I mean, that could be launched into a fucking living room. You know what I mean? So just showing you the dangers associated with opening and discharging your firearm into a moving vehicle and why it's against the fucking policy of the DOJ and the people and the agencies affiliated with the DOJ is clearly indicated here.
And they're dealing
with... This is just before they get into the vehicle. They rip his incapacitated body out, throw him down on his fucking head, handcuff him behind his back, and then try to, again, at some point after that, apparently cover up the wounds, as you can see here. But the one thing that Greg Kelly tries to give him credit for is trying to save his life, as he says, and perform CER. The one thing that you can't see in this video is them performing CPR. I believe you can make out them trying to, again, cover up his wounds. But as far as them performing CPR to try to keep him alive, you can't see it.
With a passenger. And
at least the ones that Greg's shown here. I'll stipulate that. In the footage that Greg Kelly's shown here, you can't see
driver, or just a driver, I believe, in that vehicle.
So this is there. They got their weapons still pointed, still discharged. Pointed at the driver as he's, again, slumped over in the front of the in the driver's seat there.
And this may be the moment of firing. I can't tell.
It's not the moment of firing, you absolute fucking twat bag. Do you not do any research? Do you and your team not get together before you go live on fucking air to be like, hey, shouldn't we kind of confer and see what we get out of these videos? Let's see, hey, can we get any more information? Are there tweets? Are there any other videos out there? Are there people affiliated with the investigation that can tell us what happened? Like, he doesn't know shit from Shinola. It's the first time he's seeing these, and he's trying to give a fucking news report. Okay, this is supposed to be news. This is supposed to be, fucking the nightly news media for right-wing assholes. And this is what they get. I think, I don't know, this could be the time that he shot. I don't know, clue. It's the first time seeing this. It looks, it's blurry. I know it's blurry, and there's two cars and two things that you can, it's like, what the fuck is this?
Video.
This is where they go. They open the door.
This is just one piece of evidence. Again, we're told that ICE, Immigration's Customs Enforcement, was pursuing an illegal alien criminal. Now let's take another look. This is a dash cam video from another car. Watch.
So again, and this is the footage of the car circling for, I think, what is reported to be about a minute, a little over a minute, after the driver, Yuan, was incapacitated, was shot at by the ICE officers.
The man about to be shot is in that white car.
He's not about to be shot. He had already been shot.
I believe. If he hasn't been shot already.
He has.
That was something.
Jesus fucking Christ. He's just lost. He's absolutely lost. And this is, again, their star anchor.
Right? What's going on there? Why didn't he stop? Now,
he was dead. He was fucking shot at by the officers and dead. That's why the car was circling like that. You think he was trying to get away and just circling at half a mile an hour in the same intersection that they just shot at him in? Like, what the fuck do you think is going on here? How, like, even a blind person being described what's going on by somebody else could be like, oh, yeah, no, he definitely was already shot. He must have been incapacitated. Obviously, the ICE officers were then trying to get access to the vehicle and then figure out how to stop this fucking weapon that they just created after killing the driver.
Officers tried to save him. All right. You can see they're performing CPR here.
No, they're not. They're absolutely not performing CPR. There are no chest compressions going on that you can see. Nobody's counting 1, 2, 3, 4. No, nobody's giving mouth to mouth. Nobody's doing anything here. They may, I'll give them at the best, be covering up the wounds, right? Be bandaging up the wounds. That's about all I'll give them. But no chest compressions, no urgency here, no life-saving urgency being shown.
But it did not work. The man is.
I'll give him that. Looks like they're bandaging up the wounds that they could see. Other than that, he's already incapacitated. He's already deceased, seemingly, and they're not doing anything to try to save his life.
Dead. And who is that man? Let's go ahead and put his picture up and some biographical details on the screen. Johann Sebastian Duran Guerrero, 26 years old, born in Colombia.
And forgive me, but I believe his name is spelled Joan. There may be multiple ways to spell that, but I've seen it spelled Joan. But yeah, 26 years old, from Colombia, married with a 3-year-old daughter. Do they think this is helping their case by putting this information on their screen? By putting that picture of the 26-year-old that they say was this dangerous, illegal, criminal person that just happened to get caught up in this ICE action? Mentioning that he had a 3-year-old daughter. You think that's going to help your case, Greg? Newsmax? This is why I say Greg Kelly's producers hate him. They fucking hate him, and he still has no clue.
Married with a 3-year-old daughter. Now, I've heard conflicting word about this throughout the day. The latest word I have is that he was here legally. Okay, legally.
So why did you just spend the last 3 minutes calling him a criminal illegal? How make that make sense, Greg? How the fuck?
But what he may have been doing there didn't look legal. When law enforcement tells you to stop.
You didn't see anything. You have not seen anything prior to his vehicle circling the intersection. You cannot tell or grasp or gather or gain any insight as to what he may or may not have done by what you just played on your fucking show. You can't. It's impossible. It's not even what he looked like he was doing there was illegal. Greg just said what he just showed was Johann being dead and the car circling the intersection after being shot. Apparently that to Greg Kelly was that's an illegal action, is being dead behind the wheel after being shot by ICE. It just makes fucking no sense, and it doesn't have to make sense. That's the whole point with these cocksuckers. It doesn't have to make sense as long as they give their fucking moron, maggot cultist some semblance of an answer, some semblance of justification, even if it's outright blatant fucking lies, right? Things that could never be true, things that just couldn't take place in reality. It doesn't matter. They'll take it and run with it, okay? Oh, he must have been doing something. He had to be, oh, why didn't you just stop? Well, how do you know he didn't? You know what I mean? What the fuck? And I'm sure there's probably going to be more and more footage and more speculation as to what did take place. But as per what Greg Kelly just showed on Newsmax, he has not a fucking clue.
You stop. He may have. We don't have all of the information.
So what are you saying? Jesus Christ. He said what he just did there wasn't legal. We may not know. We don't know what he did. He may have stopped. So then what is this whole segment about then? What are you talking about?
I have heard that Mark Wayne Mullen from Department of Homeland Security has ordered ICE officers for the time being not to make apprehensions of individuals while they're in their car.
Yeah, only to get immediately overridden by the President of the United States, as we just talked about in the previous clip, saying that they absolutely should continue to conduct these traffic stops, which have time and time again led to fatal shootings again on the streets of the United States in broad daylight. Does the president care? Absolutely not. As long as it's happening to brown and black people, let it go on. Unfortunately, they don't care about anybody else either, but it's much better for them if it's happening to a brown or black person. All they got to do is say illegal or criminal, and it gives the Republicans the justification to kind of obfuscate for these crimes to continue.
That's they got to fix that real fast. They got to do their training or retraining or whatever it is they have to do, because that's
whoa, Greg, back the fuck up. Back the fuck up there, Chief. Why would ICE need to do retraining? Why is this a problem? If you think they handled themselves accordingly, if you think they acted according to the DOJ policies in the handbook that they're required to follow, why would they need retraining? I'm curious, because it seems like the only people that would need retraining were people that either looked like or acted like they didn't have training to begin with, meaning they didn't follow policy or procedure, thus leading to some negative event, thus leading to the death or harm of one of their fellow officers or an American citizen or an asylum seeker or anybody at that point in time. But why, if everything's going copacetic, if they're doing everything above the law, if they're following the fucking code rule by rule, why would they need more training? And again, we've talked about the training that these idiots do receive, if they do receive any, which is minimal at that, which has, again, led to why, a lot of these videos that have come out since this ICE action has started, them fumbling their weapons, their fucking fat ass cracks hanging out, them out of breath, trying to chase a suspect, like all of these things that we've pointed out. It's stemming from the people that they're recruiting and the lack of training that these people are going through. It's very much, what was it, like I forget now, it was like a 60-day thing or like a 15-day thing. It was something like that, a very short period of time, and you basically couldn't fail out. You couldn't flunk. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter. Oh, you accidentally shot your partner in that assault, in that barricade breach. But don't worry about it. We'll throw you into the field. Maybe we'll start you off with a paintball gun with some pepper balls first before we throw a 9mm in your hand. But yeah, fucking insane.
Often find illegals. So because it's an illegal,
He's not an illegal.
Take that back. He may have been here legally.
Jesus fucking Christ. Jesus fucking Christ. He's literally correcting himself now. This has gotten to the point where he has to correct himself because he knows he sounds like a moron. Illegal. Oh shit! I fucking said illegal. He's not. I can't say that. I'm actually supposed to pull. I'm supposed to portray myself as a news anchor here, so I might want to say it at least somewhat factually here.
Maybe because it's a foreigner. Maybe because ICE is involved. Maybe because Trump is in the White House. Protests.
Not because of care for humanity in itself. You know what I mean? Not just because you don't want to see people being murdered on the streets of the United States in broad daylight, regardless who the fuck they are, legal or illegal, right? Documented or undocumented. I don't give a fuck who it happens to. Like, I think we have all the same feelings and sentiment, unless it was, without getting myself in trouble here, a lot of people that we can think of right now. But yeah, I mean, to think that this has to be something against Donald Trump, why people care about people being shot in broad daylight in the streets of the United States by a government agency, just goes to show their delusion in this and how much they're willing to support these drastic measures and erratic behavior by either the president or the agencies that he now commands. And again, we don't have to dive in. There was this clip here that I wanted to show you, talking about hypocrisy, not living in reality, and being delusional. Can you imagine having Donald Trump on the phone and trying to speak about government corruption and the president enriching himself and not be talking about Donald Trump? Well, because that's what happened here on with Greg Kelly. This is from his phone interview with Donald Trump the other day. We went through a good portion of this on the show, but this was apparently left out of the clip that Newsmax posted. This is real quick. It's only about 36 seconds long, but listen to this bullshit. I mean, how fucking stupid, moronic, ignorant, deluded, brain dead do you have to be to actually present this on your show and then have people post this on social media and not be so embarrassed that you would just never come back out of your house? But this is posted by Aaron Rupa the 13th, so a couple days ago. It says, Greg Kelly, interviewing Trump, attacks the president for becoming rich as a public official. I shit you not. I shit you not. and he's not talking about Donald Trump. Listen to this clip here from Greg Kelly. It's almost too much. The irony is almost too much to digest.
And Joe Biden somehow became rich as a public official. You know, we saw the front stoop, if you will, the outside of Lindsey Graham's house. And it was rather modest, totally decent, but rather
Joe
modest.
Biden, he wrote a book, Greg. He wrote a book. Not sure. And then he gets a salary for the work that he did, and he got a salary for being president, and then he wrote a book. He got money for that book. That book got him, so it wasn't through like his government activity, you know what I mean? Which is what exactly Donald Trump is doing right now. He's definitely using his power, using the office of the presidency to enrich himself, his family, everybody around him, which is not what took place there. But he's trying to obfuscate and say that's what took place, and pointing out Mitch McConnell's Washington, D.C. Townhouse, I guess. And I'm going to go out on a limb and say that this wasn't Mitch McConnell's only home. I'm going to say that they probably have a few of them dotted through the old United States of America and probably elsewhere as well. So to think this is like the modest living of Mitch McConnell is again, asinine, and nobody's going to believe it.
A man who lived his entire life in public service. That's kind of how it's supposed to look. And Joe Biden became a very rich man while working for the government. It's very strange, isn't it? President Trump, we thank you very, very much for joining us.
That's amazing. That is an amazing fucking clip right there. It truly is. Like, that clip is going to have to be studied. When we talk about cults and we talk about like how people could dig themselves that far, that deep into the MAGA cult and be that delusional, to be lied to as much as they have and to continue to support this guy, to somehow find themselves supporting the pedophile Epstein class of billionaires that couldn't give a fucking single flying fuck less about whether they die, live, get burnt, drown, their family exists or doesn't. I mean, it's crazy. You'd have to, it's years and years and a lot of money and a lot of propaganda that has gone into this. And this is kind of the outcome. This is hopefully we're seeing the peak right now of the propaganda, where you're on the phone with the current president of the United States, who has enriched himself to the tune of $4 to $5 billion in his second term here, utilizing aspects, and everything from crypto to foreign agencies and foreign governments and gifts, Qatari jets. I mean, the list is fucking endless. Stock trades up the wazoo, for fuck's sake. And he's on the phone with him currently at this moment in time, talking about how Joe Biden wrote a fucking book and trying to make it seem like he enriched himself mightily off the back of the presidency or his years and years of public service, which again, he got paid for. I don't know if Greg knows that, but you do get a salary. And if you work a long time, that salary, it tends to add up. If you're good with your money, you can do some things with it. But just the way that in which this should be studied for generations to come as to how delusional, psychotic, fucking ignorant you have to be a MAGA propagandist, to be a MAGA supporter in the year of our Lord 2026. That's kind of the clip that we should point to, or at least one of the clips that we should point to. Here's another one, and we only have a minute or two to go through this. I kind of ran out of time on today's show, so let's just go through a minute of this. This is Benny Johnson trying to say that something great happened with the Strait of Hormuz. As we know, that's just complete and utter horseshit. And then I might have to skip this one, and then we'll go right into Preston Stewart's for the last 5 minutes. It's only a couple minutes of this, and then we'll jump into the Preston Stewart video, and I'll get you guys out of here for the day. All right, this is Benny Johnson trying to call out and talk about the Strait of Hormuz. What's he say? Trump just canceled his schedule, locked himself in the Situation Room. Something biblical is happening. So are we about to invade Iran? Are we putting boots on the ground in Cog Island? What is Benny Johnson going to tell us is to come? Why did Donald Trump cancel his schedule, lock himself in the Situation Room, and apparently, I don't know, shit on the floor?
I want you to live a safe and happy life, so therefore I am recommending that you do not travel to the Persian Gulf for your summer beach vacation.
Why? Whoa. I thought things were great. I thought the Middle East was peaceful. Jared Kushner did that in the first administration, but Donald Trump has been saying things are fucking great. They're perfect. The strait's open. The oil's flowing. Nothing's happened. No bombs and missiles and drones can be shot at us because the Iranians don't have any. Remember? So I'm curious as to why you're now warning people about being in this general vicinity. Is it because of the ongoing strikes from the United States into Iran, or is it because of the retaliatory strikes from the Iranians into different Gulf nations with U.S. bases on them? Or into the Strait of Hormuz in general. I'm curious why you're telling people to kind of back away from this area when everything's going great, according to Donald Trump. It's perfect. Couldn't be better. It's the most safe and secure area. They've never seen more peace. Nobody's ever seen peace like this. And he's right, because peace usually doesn't consist of missile and drone launches, ships being sunk, and U.S. bases being fucking torched.
And particularly to the islands around the Strait of Hormuz, which are effectively no longer habitable based on what President Trump is currently doing to them with the United States military.
Do you ever ask yourself the question, Benny? Why would they be habitable up until this point? Why were they habitable? And I'm not even stipulating to the fact that they're no longer inhabitable, considering what we've seen over the months with these strikes, and how ineffective they've been in the ability of the Iranians to either regenerate these missile and drone sites or to move them or to withstand, again, the bombs and the missiles being dropped on them. I don't know what it is, but you shouldn't have to hit the same fucking target 1,500 times to knock it out of action with the munitions and weaponry that we currently possess in the United States military. So right off the bat, I'd be asking myself, why this long into a 4-week campaign? Remember, this was supposed to be, 4 to 6 weeks, they said originally. Why the fuck are these still a thing?
You can see
why are these still targets? Kashem Island, Bandar Abbas, Sirik. How many times have we heard these things been hit? You know what I mean? How many times can these positions be hit before we start saying, they either have something there that is like negating our ability to wipe these places out, or they're just moving their shit, or something's going on. Maybe we want to revisit that because we spent $35 million so far attacking Kashem, and we've seen no benefit. They continue to be able to hit, boats and tankers in the Strait of Hormuz. They continue to be able to retaliate with about 500 missile and drone launches to our launches that we've taken and targets that we've hit. So what's the benefit, right? We talked about on the last show how, I know it's dark and morbid to talk about, but we're not even like killing their enemy. We're not even killing the enemy. We're not taking out their military. You know what I mean? It's not even like we're degrading the numbers and their capability as far as what you typically see in a war. And that's not what I'm calling for, not what I want to see. But I'm just showing you like how futile this mission is, how futile the strikes are, and it's not getting us anywhere. It's not achieving anything. It's not getting us closer to peace. It's not getting us close to overall victory. It's just a waste of time, energy, power, money, resources, manpower, the whole thing. It's fucking insane. But like I said, I'm running out of time here. My apologies, and I don't want to get out of here without talking about at least a couple minutes of this, because Preston Stewart here now doing collaborations apparently with the Sun, which is congratulations to him. I think the Sun recognizing the ability he has to stay on top of what's going on in and around Ukraine. We got about 3 minutes, so I'm just going to get you guys out of here. I'll let you finish off today's show hearing a little bit from the Sun and Preston Stewart. And this is Putin's biggest blind spot just got exposed. And I do believe this is going to talk about the increasing efficiency of the Ukrainians to take out these supply boats inside of the Black Sea and the Sea of Azov. So let's see if I can take it away. Let him at least give us a couple minutes of updates here before I let you guys go.
It has been a massacre. Every day the footage has been shocking because these tankers are trying to move across the Sea of Azov with no protection. Whereas the Black Sea Fleet is largely hiding in port because they don't want to get sunk. And right now, Ukraine is winning. So we've seen that Crimea is kind of a focus. This logistics lockdown of Ukrainian middle-range drone strikes has become an issue for them. Ukraine started hitting some of the land crossings to the north. Aerial resupply is not really feasible, but sea resupply is. And the Sea of Azov there is kind of the one to look at. It connects mainland Russia to occupied Crimea. And about a week ago, Ukraine started hitting these vessels. And the initial footage, every day.
I think the number, if I'm not mistaken, last one that I heard was about, 132 ships? Let me see. I could probably go to 414. Let me go to 414 Magyaz Birds, and he probably can give us an update here before I get you guys out of here. Let's see here. Overnight, 14 overnight, 90 vessels in a week, every 112 minutes throughout the weeks, 6th through July. 6th through 12th of July, the Birds Unmanned Systems Forces fed a tanker, tugboat, ferry, dry cargo vessel, or Motorchatka in the Sea of Azov. The tanker shredder freedom-loving Ukrainian birds had not grown tired, unlike the Worm Shadow Fleet. The Crimean switch-off operation of the night of 12 July also felt the burden of occupation. I will report later with proof. Let's get to work, gentlemen. Online scoreboard, Pidrakuryaka. So I'll have to have that translated. But yeah, you can see here that the ongoing attacks have still, been persistent here. And I do believe it's somewhere in the vicinity of about 132 ships that I've seen here. It says about 105 vessels engaged. See if there's any more. See what their latest post is. Don't go to the latest one. I want to see the late one. There we go. Let's see here. Following the questions, 120. Yeah, right here. 136 units of the Russian fleet. I knew it was somewhere in that vicinity. So 136 units. And I got to let you go on that piece of information there. I do appreciate you guys sticking with me on the early show. Please hit that notification bell. From here on out, we're going to have some time changes with the shows according to my trip to Europe. So please be up to speed. Follow me on social media. Follow me on Blue Sky. Follow me on Threads, wherever you can, Facebook, Instagram. Obviously here on YouTube, I'll be putting out posts to try to keep you guys as up to speed and up to date as humanly possible. I'm going to toss it over to, I think, my main man, Jeff, over there on this space. If not, my apologies. Whoever it may be, take it away and kick some ass. Thank you to this space, and stick around so you guys can hear some of the updates from the trip. And please stick around here on the Blunt Politics side of things so I can thank you for your super chats. But peace out. Thank you guys. Appreciate you guys on this space. All right.
You're not going to be a dictator, are you? I said, no, other than day one.
Donald Trump has successfully moved the Overton window in a way that is as dangerous for the future of democracy in this country as anything else.
This is what Vout and Project 2025 wanted.
Newsom is he's daring Tom Homan to come and arrest him. Should he do it? I would do it if I were Tom. I think it's great.
They control the Congress, they control the White House, and they control the courts. And so, of course, they're massively overreaching. And yes, they are getting away with it right now.
This is clearly a man who cannot tolerate criticism of him or what he does, which is exactly what authoritarianism is all about.
The New York Times is just as fake as CNN and MSDNC. They really are the enemy of the people.
What he is saying, rather bluntly, if you stand up to Donald Trump, he will punish you.
Protesters in Philadelphia, state capitals in California, Minnesota, Michigan, Texas, Wisconsin, Indiana, and others showed up to oppose Trump, Musk, and Project 2025.
The US and President Trump has overseen America's largest military parade in decades as nationwide protests take place against his leadership.
Demonstrations are happening right across the United States today to oppose the Trump administration.
Two visions of America. On a day the country's deepening divide was there for all the world to see.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the show. I'm the Logical Leftist, Jeff Waldorf here, and I got a great show for y'all today. So please strap in, buckle up, strap on. No, let's not do that. Okay, I'm in a weird mood. It's been a while, but trust me, great stories. Let's get into it, okay? Let's get logical. But I'm going to start out, of course, with a story that you probably already have heard the details about, but I want to talk about it. I want to cover it. And it involves ICE, as always. So let's do it. Two men are dead, and neither of them happened to be the person that ICE was going out that day to try to find. Not only that, but after that happened, after the agency killed the wrong man twice in 1 week, Trump's own administration did something that it almost never does. It flinched. Kind of. The Department of Homeland Security quietly told ICE officers to stop making most vehicle stops. For about 24 hours, somebody in this government looked at two dead people and a third man killed in Florida who was here on vacation and decided that maybe the traffic stops weren't worth the body count. But then the president of the United States logged on to his social media account over on Truth Central and overruled all of them. He posted, "ICE is doing a great job. We cannot give up one of ICE's most important and effective crime-fighting tools, the traffic stop." Well, there it is. Now, here's what's interesting. His own DHS Secretary, Mark Wayne Mullen, the guy with 2 first names, I don't know, he signed off on this pause. And a Republican senator, the one that you would probably expect, personally asked him for it. Then Trump looked at all that and said, weak. So earlier this month in Houston, an ICE officer shot and killed Lorenzo Salgado Araujo while he was driving his construction crew to a job site. DHS admitted that its officers were out there looking for somebody else, someone that wasn't him. And then a week later in Biddeford, Maine, an ICE officer shot and killed Johann Sebastian Duran Guerrero. And according to what DHS told Maine's own Senator Angus King, the officers were there to serve a warrant, but not for the man that they had killed. So you got 2 men, neither of them the guy that ICE was hunting, ended up dead inside of just a week. And a third man who was on vacation here was killed in Florida, hit by a tractor trailer while running from federal agents. Now, immediately, of course, you hear from the right, why did he run? He shouldn't have ran. He should have just complied. Well, I mean, see the other 2 examples of people who were shot and killed. They were not running because they had no reason to. They were not the target. And yet, still dead. Wouldn't you run? Look, at least 10 people have died during the latest Trump immigration crackdowns, and at least 4 of them in their vehicles. That number's probably outdated by now. And not a single officer, and this is the thing that isn't outdated, not a single officer yet has been charged. Look, these were not the shadowy figures this administration keeps promising that they were going after. Lorenzo Salgado Araujo came to this country as a teenager and stayed for years. He built houses in the Houston suburbs. He started his own business, ran a crew. He was a job creator. He raised 3 kids, sons. One's a teacher, one's an engineer, and the other one is still studying to be an engineer. The man had no criminal record, and his family says that he was so close to getting permanent legal status. His son said his dad probably thought the men in these unmarked ICE vehicles were there to steal his tools. While Johann Duran Guerrero had a wife and a young daughter. He's 25, 26 years old. And more important to conservatives, by the way, he was legally allowed to be here, authorized, totally legal. Those are the people ICE had killed. Now, of course, the official story from the government, which you can't trust, and I think we can all agree on why, is that Salgado Araujo allegedly had weaponized his van, and that the officer had no choice but to fire in self-defense. Obviously, not true. None of that's true. It's all lies. It's a pack of lies. The passengers who were in that van with him immediately dispute that. 2 of the men said the agent's vehicles had bumped into them and then swayed into the van, forcing them to stop. It wasn't even clear to Salgado Araujo's brother that they were ICE until after the shot, the fatal shot, was fired. And he saw the word ICE in the lanyard of the agent pulling him out of his vehicle. I mean, it's pretty convenient, too, that there's absolutely no body camera footage of what actually happened. And you know why? It's because officers weren't wearing them. Now, let's go to Maine, where the story actually changed on these people. First, the account relayed to Senator Angus King is that the driver had once again attempted to use his vehicle as a weapon. And then DHS posted that an officer fearing for public safety fired as the car had attempted to flee. But wait a minute. Which is it here? A weapon aimed at the officer or a car driving away? Those things are not the same. Those are very different things. Look, there were bullet holes in the windshield. And again, no body camera, no footage. The unnamed officer was placed on leave, and DHS continues to refuse to release that name. And by the way, what about the body cameras? I keep mentioning that. Well, they promised body cameras back in January after federal agents shot and killed 2 U.S. citizens, Alex Preddy and Renee Good, during the Minnesota crackdown. And 6 months later, where's the cameras? Oh, they're not there. And of course, now they're promising them again within 60 days. Oh, I'm sure they're getting right on it. It's just like Donald Trump's healthcare plan. Just 2 weeks, folks. Then we'll have that healthcare plan. 2 weeks. Look, this isn't just a story of 2 bad afternoons. Now, you have a former acting director of ICE that estimated that there have been roughly 18 traffic stop shootings during the crackdown alone. ICE is violating their own rules. DHS's rules. Their policy says that you can't shoot someone just to stop them from fleeing. Firing your weapon, and this should be obvious to everyone, but firing a weapon into a moving car is one of the most dangerous things anyone could do, especially an officer of the law. And yet they keep doing it because nobody's being punished. There are no consequences here. None. Look, here's the thing about ICE traffic stops, and it explains why Donald Trump loves them, wants to keep them. The traffic stop does one thing better than any warrant ever could, and that feeds the quota. That's it. Look, ICE is under enormous pressure to put up big arrest and deportation numbers for Stephen Miller to wank off to. And immigration advocates have told people correctly that they don't have to open the door unless ICE shows up with a warrant signed by an actual judge, a real judge, not the stupid administrative paperwork ICE signs for itself. So people, what do? They stay home. And when people stay home, ICE can't hit its numbers off the front porch. So it has to go find them somewhere else, on the road, in the van, on the way to the job site, in the courtrooms. That's what the traffic stop is for. It's how you manufacture an arrest count when people stop answering their door. And Donald Trump can't give it up because the numbers he promised his base depend on it. Those deaths are the running cost of that quota, and Trump does not care about that cost because that, you know what? It helps him in the end. The idea of more dead immigrants is like catnip to his white nationalist racist base. They don't see these murders as a bad thing. They want this. Their entire belief system encourages this kind of violence. Think of it this way. They don't want immigrants here. They think that they're being replaced by immigrants. White replacement theory. It's what they believe in. So more dead immigrants? That's the good result for them, not the bad. That's why they love this. The fact is, we are run by white supremacist Nazis. You know what the Nazis also said? We're just following the laws, after rewriting them in their favor. Look, I'm not saying every Republican or even, person in this government is a Nazi. That's not what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is that many of the people at the top making these kinds of decisions are the Nazis. Look, and I don't say that lightly, by the way. Look, the people who tried to stop this were not the usual suspects on the left. It was actually members of the Trump government. Rare credit to Mark Wayne Mullen, even though I'm certain that he's doing it for the wrong reasons. But I don't care. He signed off in this pause. Senator Suzanne Collins, another Republican from Maine, said she personally called Mark Wayne Mullen and had urged him to cease all non-urgent vehicle stops. And aside from that, you've got Maine's Attorney General, who has opened an investigation into this. Mexico's leftist president, Claudia Sheinbaum, she is seeking criminal charges over their citizens killed by ICE. Colombia's president called Duran Guerrero's death a targeted killing at the hands of the United States government. So you do have some people on both sides that are pushing back against this. But Donald Trump looked at all that and said, no, they got to go back. They got to go get back and keep doing them traffic stops. Look, he wanted it and he got it, which means the next death absolutely belongs to him. 100%. He got rid of the deniability that he could have had. His own Secretary of Homeland Security tried hitting the brakes on this one, knowing how bad this looks. And that's really what it comes down to, his appearance. But then the president of the United States called this weakness and said, no, we don't need to hit the brakes. We need to hit the gas. And that's important to know, just in case you were still conflicted at the idea that Donald Trump is at all in any shape or form racist. Okay. So let's go from Donald Trump to diarrhea. Seems like a natural progression, really, when you think about it. Okay. More than 1,600 people so far have gotten sick with explosive diarrhea. And again, that number is probably bigger by now. That's thanks to a parasite called cyclospora that spreads through fresh produce. You know, y'all know about the diarrhea lettuce by now. Okay. Now, this outbreak is traced back by federal investigators to one of the biggest salad suppliers in the country. That supplier happens to be Taylor Farms. And in March of 2025, the company behind the brand, Taylor Fresh Foods, wrote a $1 million check to MAGA Inc., Donald Trump's super PAC. The timing on that check, well, it's pretty interesting. Let's look into it. Because it went out 6 days, just 6 days after the FDA delayed a new food safety rule. A rule built specifically to make outbreaks exactly like this easier to trace. Now, the company says, oh, no, the timing doesn't mean anything. Well, tell that to the people who got sick. And here's the thing. We're going to look at something that they really don't want us looking at. And that's their record. Because when you do, you look at that record, you see a pattern, outbreak after outbreak. And that company spending millions of dollars on lobbying for deregulation. So, let's follow the money. So, here are some of the more important dates that I want you to remember. On March 20th, 2025, the FDA pushed back enforcement of its food traceability rule by about 30 months. It's all the way out till 2028. Now, I do have to correct something that you've probably seen online. This particular rule was actually not about food inspection. What the rule actually does is require companies to track high-risk foods at 7 points across the supply chain so that when people start getting sick, investigators can find the source in days instead of weeks. But the Trump FDA had delayed that paper, and just 6 days later, on March 26th, the money moved. $1 million right into Trump's super PAC. Now, let me tell you, Taylor Farms, that's not a small operation, not your family farm, okay? Which is why they can afford these legal bribes to Donald Trump. And also to illustrate how big they are, if you've ever eaten a bag salad or a chopped salad kit or a fast food side in the last decade, then you've probably eaten their product. They make about $7 billion a year, supplying grocery chains and restaurants all across this nation. So they have been around a long time. And you know what? This ain't their first rodeo. Back in 2013, there was a cyclospora outbreak. Yep, same thing, tied to a Taylor Farms product. And then in 2015, there was an E. coli scare and a celery recall. And in 2024, the E. coli outbreak in the onions on McDonald's Quarter Pounders. And in May of 2025, Taylor Farms facility in New Jersey was fined more than $1.1 million after a worker died cleaning out an industrial blancher. That's a safety record from this company. Not very good, is it? Now let's look at where the money went while they were making that record. Between 2020 and 2025, Taylor Farms and its affiliates put more than $3.6 million into conservative groups. And that $1 million MAGA Inc. donation sits right inside that number. They spent another $810,000 on lobbying through the law firm Sidley Austin. And the disclosure forms list the subject in black and white, the regulation of food safety or lack thereof. I mean, who can imagine a food company lobbying on the regulation of food safety? What are the odds there? And then, of course, there's an interesting hire right before company executives sat down with White House and FDA officials, Taylor Farms brought on a man named Trent Morse, who was, until recently, a deputy in the White House Presidential Personnel Office. So you got a company with repeat safety violations, spending millions of dollars on lobbying, and then hiring the right people to be in the right rooms. And that, folks, is exactly how this corruption works. Now, you would think, logically, that companies might want to trace the outbreak so that they can prevent them, right, in the future. But in reality, that's expensive. The recalls, the lawsuits, the bad headlines with your brand name and the word parasite in the same sentence. It costs some money. And so the fact is, the more these outbreaks and, well, where they come from remain a mystery, the better it is for the companies like Taylor Farms. Folks, we are back to Upton Sinclair's The Jungle. Might not be quite as bad, but it's getting there. And instead of meat packing, it happens to be produce. Look, at the end of the day, this company spent more money making sure that no one was watching too closely than it would have preventing and tracking these outbreaks. They ran the numbers and they made the trade-off. And if you think it's just them, then you would probably be gravely mistaken, because our system incentivizes all of this. It incentivizes the greed. It incentivizes cutting corners. And it incentivizes paying off the people who are supposed to watch you and make sure that you are complying with laws and regulations and safety. That's our system. Corrupt and rotten to the core. And none of it will change unless we get together, the people, make it change. Okay. Another example of capitalism not working. Actually, I'm going to push back on that a little bit. This is an example of capitalism working exactly as it's designed to. Capitalism only cares for capital. It only cares for the holders of capital. And so cutting corners and saving money, that's the whole point. So yes, if cutting corners and putting out unsafe product is, saves you money and paying off the regulators, paying off the people who are supposed to, keep the food safe, that's cheaper. That's cheaper than it is to actually follow the rules. And so that is capitalism doing exactly what capitalism does. But thank you. And of course, they donate to Trump. Yep. Okay. So let's go on to the next story here. Roger Rogoff was the top federal prosecutor in Seattle for approximately 54 minutes. Man was sworn in that very morning and was out in less than an hour. Now, his record is that of a longtime judge and prosecutor. And he was unanimously picked by a panel of federal judges to run one of the largest U.S. attorney's offices on the West Coast. Man was 54 minutes into the job, waiting to meet the man that he was replacing, when he received an email with the subject line, "A message from the president." Oh, that's never good. That is never good. That email informed him that Donald Trump had removed him from office. He wasn't even there long enough to figure out where the bathrooms were at. But apparently long enough to become a problem. So the story doesn't end there, though, because Rogoff didn't just pack up his box and go home. He decided, no, I'm going to sue. And in doing so, he became the first court-appointed prosecutor Donald Trump has fired, who is actually dragging this administration to court over all of this, which means we're about to find out in front of a judge whether the president is allowed to erase a job that Congress specifically handed the courts the power to fill. So here's a detail about this that turned this into a national story. And that's the timing. Because we're not talking about a few days or even a few hours. When a local reporter asked this guy, Rogoff, what it was like to be the U.S. attorney in Seattle for less than an hour, he said this, quote, greatest hour of my life. Look, as far as answers go, that's pretty good. I do like that. Yeah, 54 minutes, got to be a record. I think it is. It's obviously way less than a Scaramucci, which was previous record. But anyway, I want to get into who Roger Rogoff is. He is a former King County Superior Court judge, and he has worked as both a state and federal prosecutor and ran Washington's Office of Independent Investigations. So as far as resumes go, yeah, it's pretty good. Pretty good. Now, the seat that he was appointed to had been sitting empty for months, and it got filled the way federal law says it gets filled when a vacancy drags on, which is that a panel of federal judges in the district decided to vote, and they voted unanimously to put this guy in the chair. Now, here's the thing about that. A U.S. attorney is normally nominated by the president and confirmed by the Senate. So how it goes normally. But things are not normal. But don't worry, they've got rules for that. You see, when there's a gap, the attorney general can name a temporary one. But that temporary appointment only lasts 120 days. So if the clock runs out on that and the Senate still hasn't confirmed anyone, then federal law hands that decision to the district court. And the judges get to appoint someone in order to keep that office running. So there are rules and rules and rules and statutes and all that, just to make sure that government actually continues functioning. So that's the statute. It was written by Congress precisely so that a district is not left without a top prosecutor, simply because the confirmation process had stalled out. You know, Congress not doing their jobs. The judges in Seattle did exactly what the law was telling them to do. And the Justice Department's response was that, no, judges, you did it wrong. Not that way. A DOJ spokesperson said the district court had, quote, did not coordinate with the DOJ on this selection. And then they added that removing Rogoff was wholly within the president's authority. Todd Blanche, acting attorney general, also said on social media, district court judges can appoint a temporary U.S. attorney and POTUS can fire them. And then complained that the judges had abandoned the time-honored process of consulting with the administration. Todd, they don't have to consult with anyone. Suck on it. Bro, you're just mad that you didn't get your way. So you fired the guy, the one guy who was qualified that was actually there. And that's not the first time either, because back in February, a panel of judges appointed a litigator named James Hundley in Virginia. And the Justice Department fired him within hours of him being sworn in. That same month, they fired Donald Kinsella, a court-appointed prosecutor in the Northern District of New York. Look, they've been doing this every time a court tries to fill a seat that this administration doesn't control. And that matters because a U.S. attorney is a person who decides which federal crimes get prosecuted in your part of the country. Fraud cases, trafficking cases, public corruption cases. And Congress, they built a backup system so that when the Senate can't get its shit together, somebody lawful is still sitting in that chair making the calls. What this administration is claiming is the power to knock out anyone the courts put there, and according to the lawsuit, to keep firing anyone the courts appoint next unless that person has the support of Trump. So a district can be left with no lawfully serving top prosecutor at all because the one branch that's supposed to fill the gaps keeps getting overruled by the branch that ain't supposed to. It's ridiculous. This is the machinery of federal law enforcement literally being held hostage to the whims of Donald Trump, the president. How ironic, considering how Trump claims to be the law and order president. So now Rogoff decided he was going to fight back. And on Tuesday, he sued this administration, naming specifically Donald Trump, Todd Blanche, and the Justice Department. He then asked a federal judge to declare that his firing was unlawful and to let him go back to work until the seat is filled the normal way by nomination and Senate confirmation. His attorney, Jason Ritterizer, wrote that by firing Rogoff and committing to fire anyone else that the courts appoint, the president is trying to negate Congress's exercise of its constitutionally enumerated power. What happened to the constitutionalists, guys? What happened? Oh, apparently when it's inconvenient, you don't like the Constitution. But we knew that already. Now, here's a wrinkle that makes this even more interesting. You see, if Rogoff wins and he gets reinstated, he goes back to work. And he reports to the same Justice Department leadership that fired him and had called his appointment illegitimate. Dude knew that this was not going to be a comfortable job, but he's doing it anyway because, you know, it does need to get done. Look, every other court-appointed prosecutor the administration had fired this year, they went home. But this guy said, oh, hell no. No, not happening. I mean, he did say that his 54 minutes was the greatest hour of his life. And maybe at the end of the day, this administration could end up wishing that they had let him keep it. But I guess we'll see. All right. Coming up, the next story here. I gave a little bit of credit to Mark Wayne Mullen. Now I'm going to take it back. We giveth, and then we taketh away. That's what I do here. Okay, so we've got that. Election security. Oh boy. So yeah, let's get into that story and move on. All right. This entire administration is just comically corrupt. The Secretary of Homeland Security has threatened to throw election officials in prison. Every top election official in all 50 states in the District of Columbia has now been put on notice that they could face criminal charges. Why? For apparently refusing to hand over their voter rolls to be run through a federal database that a judge has already ruled they can't be forced to use. Now, I just want to focus on this irony for a second here, right? These people who were against federal databases, oh, big government's going to get all our information. They're going to use it to take all our guns and destroy our freedoms. These people are saying, oh, yeah, no, we should totally get a federal database and put everybody's voting information in there. All the voter rolls for all the registered voters right into that federal database. And those same right-wing people that were against the federal database for guns is totally on board for this. Fascinating. But on July 17th, 2026, DHS head Mark Wayne Mullen held a press conference. And in it, he said that the states that won't hand over their election data will be made a priority and that he will hold them, those election officials, accountable. So now here's the part that turns this from ugly into just absolutely absurd. They obviously don't have the authority to do any of this. And just last month, the federal judge looked at this exact database and ruled that this administration was breaking the law by using it. They were then barred from using it and found that they had violated several federal statutes. So Mark Wayne Mullen is threatening to prosecute election officials for refusing to join a program the court had already told his own department to stop running. So now the database at the center of all of this is called the SAVE database, Systematic Alien Verification for Entitlements. This was built years ago for a different job, which was letting the states check whether someone applying for government federal benefits was actually eligible to do so. This was not designed to police the voter rolls. And this administration had spent months retrofitting this into something that it was never built to be. A master citizenship checklist to scrub names off state voter registration lists. Now, of course, the problem, and it's a pretty damn big one, is that the database is wrong. Like, a lot. And it's wrong in a very specific direction because it keeps flagging naturalized citizens. These are people who went through the entire legal process. They earned their citizenship. So, I mean, and they were flagged as if they aren't citizens at all. So this is the tool that the other tool, Mullen, wants every state in the country to run their voters through under the threat of prosecution. Now, the timing of his announcement also tells you what this is about. Mullen walked up to that podium just hours after Donald Trump gave a primetime address, dredging up all of his debunked bullshit claims about election fraud in the 2020 election that was stolen from me. There we go. Mullen claimed that 250,000 non-citizens were registered to vote across California, New Jersey, Nevada, and Pennsylvania. Now, in New Jersey, they did find about 6,600 non-citizens that were registered through an error. But registered does not mean voted. But obviously, 250,000, 250,000 people, that's a big, scary, very specific number. The kind of number that triggers the far-right chuds and the people who fall asleep watching Fox News. But again, the problem is that number falls apart the second that you ask someone a single question about it. You see, Mullen never explained where he got the number or how DHS got those 4 states' voter data. And more importantly, he never claimed a single one of those people actually voted. The experts who looked at this for a living, they were not impressed. Wendy Weiser over at the Brennan Center said to pay attention to the information Mullen did not provide, which was, again, anything resembling evidence. She also called the numbers almost certainly false or wildly overstated. Look, 6,600 people in New Jersey getting registered to vote who are non-citizens. Yeah, that's a number. That's a significant number. Why not talk about that? Why not focus on that? Oh, right. They don't want to. Because they want to get the big flashy numbers. David Becker, who runs the Center for Election Innovation and Research, had sat in on a White House briefing the day before this and said the 250,000 figure was based on comparisons with commercial data, which is the kind of data that's too crude to actually match individual voters. He called this, quote, an irresponsible number to share. Well, I mean, that's the least you could say about it. So there you have it. A completely unsourced number built on the wrong kind of data describing people that nobody says actually voted. Oh, but it gets better. It gets better because when Mullen tried to defend himself against the federal court ruling, he couldn't keep his own program straight. He started mixing up the SAVE database with the SAVE Act, a completely separate anti-voting bill that just happens to have a similar name, while raging at the judge who ruled against him, calling him an activist. An activist. Commercial data, by the way, it's a good question. It's data that they purchased from a company, a private corporation. So, you know, not exactly the most trustworthy. So let's talk about what this actually does to real people. Think of the naturalized citizen. Okay. They did everything that they were supposed to. Everything Republicans told them that they were supposed to do. Waited years, paid their fees, filled out reams of paperwork, took the citizenship test and passed it, and then repeated the oath. Then a federal database that's known to be broken flags you as a non-citizen anyway. And then your state gets a letter from Homeland Security warning that if they do not act on names like yours, their election officials will be prosecuted. Look, none of this is making our elections any safer. But you know what? It is stripping away the most basic rights that you have, which is the right to vote. Pooled private security records, social security records, and private data from across the government into this database. And that it broke multiple federal laws in doing so. And in her words, haphazardly threatened the sacred right to vote, which is the whole point. But by the way, that's the ruling that Mullen is standing on top of while he threatens everyone else. Now, here's where it comes back around, because the states are not surrendering. More than 40 of them have said that they will not comply. And by the way, this isn't just the left, the Democrats that are revolting. Turns out they pissed off both Republicans and Democratic officials. Nevada Secretary of State Cisco Aguilar went on camera and said Nevada will not comply. California's Alex Padilla reaffirmed the same thing. These are the named officials Mullen says he will hold accountable. Okay, well, go ahead and try it, man. Go ahead and try it. Look, at the end of the day, the sitting Secretary of Homeland Security is defying a federal court order and is waving around a number that his own experts cannot prove, can't stand behind, and threatening criminal charges against the officials who run American elections. And more than 40 states said, hell no. Dude wanted a list of people that were breaking election law. Well, you might want to start looking in the mirror first. Okay. Moving on here. We got one more big story, and then I got an update to one that I have done previously. And that has to do with both California and Minnesota and Medicaid. But before I do that, let's go to more institutional corruption. Donald Trump's company wants to sell Wall Street a head start on his social media posts. You know, the posts that happen to move the stock market? And his asking price is over $100,000 a month. So every month, $100,000 for the fastest possible feed of Donald Trump's Truth Social posts, pipe straight to the banks and trading firms that can actually afford it. He's calling it the Truth API, and Trump Media had unveiled it on July 17th with a launch date of August 1st. The reported pitch, according to the people who have seen it, was about as subtle as you'd expect. The buyers, they said, will pay because they have to. Have to? Why do they have to? Oh, because the president of the United States has decided to put a paywall on the market-moving power of his own fat mouth and charging the richest players in the country for a few milliseconds of early access. Wow. Everybody else, your retirement account, the investor, they get to stand on the slow side of that one. So let's follow the money. Now, to understand why a feed of somebody's social media posts is worth 6 figures a month, you have to understand what happens when this particular somebody decides to hit the post button. On April 9th, 2025, Donald Trump put up a True Social post saying that he'd pause many of his new tariffs for 90 days. Wall Street's main indexes, they turned sharply higher almost the instant that post landed. That's what he's selling. The split second between when Donald Trump posts and when the rest of the world finds out, gets that notification. In the world of high-frequency trading, by the way, a few milliseconds actually can be worth hundreds of thousands of dollars on a single trade. And the firms that live and die on that speed will absolutely pony up for it. You know it. I know it. Trump Media ain't selling content. It's selling time. The tiny little sliver of time between the president moving the market and you finding out that he did it. So here's how it's going to work. The Truth API promises the fastest access to posts from the 10 most influential accounts on Truth Social. And big shocker, those accounts are the president, his sons Don Jr. and Eric, and people like Dan Bongino and Sean Hannity. It's basically a premium pipeline into the inner circle's real-time messaging. The top tier runs $100,000 a month. But don't worry, poor folks, because there's also a bargain option for you. Just for a mere $60,000 a month. Oh! Well, terms and conditions apply, of course. Customers have to lock in that rate for the next 3 years. Wow. Now the company says it's already signed up customers ahead of this August 1st launch. But it's not saying who. Big surprise. But more important than who here is the pattern. Because we all know that there are always going to be people who are going to sign up for the latest Trump grift. Now, the Truth API isn't the first time this administration has turned an official megaphone into a new revenue stream. In his most recent financial disclosures, Trump had reported more than $1.4 billion in income from his family's crypto ventures last year. Income that grew right alongside the digital asset policies that he was announcing from his office. The posts announce his policies, and the policies move the market. And now the speed of the posts is the thing being sold. Look, the president's posts do move the market. And the value of knowing what he said isn't just in his words, which are barely legible anyway. No, it's in getting them before everybody else does. What Trump media has done is take that head start and put a price tag on it that only the richest people can pay. So in the next tariff post, like on Canada, or the next policy reversal lands in the market, adjusts, the firms paying 6 figures a month will already be trading on it, while that notification is still loading on your phone. And that's the trade here. The people who can afford the fast lane get to act in the president's words, while the people who can't lose out. And look, nobody who works on government ethics for a living thinks this is normal, because, you know, it's not. Donald Sherman, who runs Crew, called this arrangement wildly unethical, precisely because it is. The president personally stands to benefit every single time somebody pays him for faster access to his own social media posts. And the catch, and it's genuinely a bleak one, is that the usual guardrails against this kind of corruption don't fit. The emoluments clause, that was written for foreign gifts, not this kind of thing. The insider trading rules, which are already weak, but it would normally attempt to at least try to stop a market mover from selling early access. Experts say that this wouldn't even apply, because if you sell the head start to hundreds of thousands of paying firms at once, it's no longer technically non-public information. It's public, kind of. In other words, he's doing it for wholesale, out in the open, for a posted price. And that might be what keeps this legal. Insane. Hey, you know, the next administration, you might want to look at fixing that. Maybe, possibly, would be a good idea. Now, some people, of course, do want to fix that, and that happens to be Democrats mainly. Ron Wyden is the top Democrat on the Finance Committee, said this plan would enrich the Trump family and make Wall Street traders rich. Obviously, very much against it. Then you have, of course, Elizabeth Warren, who called this an egregious scheme to profit off the presidency and enrich Wall Street while doing absolutely nothing to help Americans. All of that's true. Look, at the end of the day, this product creates absolutely nothing, it builds nothing, and it helps no one who isn't already incredibly wealthy, which is the whole point for the Trump administration. All this does is simply carve the president's own words into a fast lane and a slow lane based on how much money you give him. Look, if you didn't realize how corrupt Donald Trump is yet, then you either haven't been paying attention, or, okay, if you have been paying attention, but you still don't believe it, You still don't get it? I'm afraid there's nothing more I can do to help you. All right. It is so obviously unethical and should be illegal, even for hardcore capitalists. Yeah, you would think. Are there even rules for this? I think I answered that one. Grifters, grifting other grifters. I mean, that basically is the entire like Trump administration in a freaking nutshell. All right. One more story for y'all. The Trump administration has frozen more than $1 billion in Medicaid payments to the states of California and Minnesota. New details make their fraud justification for doing so even more difficult to believe. You see, CMS under Dr. Oz had deferred more than $867 million for California and $199 million for the state of Minnesota. Now, in Minnesota, the federal letter says $195 million of that $199 comes from specific providers that CMS had labeled high risk for fraud or aberrant billing practices based on historical billing and analysis. That is very, official, legalese, kind of complicated verbiage. That doesn't tell us really anything, honestly. I mean, what were the claims? Which providers were involved? And what calculation takes the federal government from identifying certain providers as high risk to withholding almost $200 million? Now, Minnesota's Medicaid director, John Connolly, says CMS has not provided data or explanation showing how this deferral amount was even calculated. Look, I get wanting to fight fraud. We all want to stop fraud. But if you're going to withhold money over suspected fraud, then the least you could do is show some evidence to that fraud. And to be clear, this is not a permanent Medicaid cut, and it does not change anybody's eligibility. This is a deferral involving money connected to services delivered from January through March, which have already been paid. Minnesota and California now have to provide documentation supporting those claims, or they could face reduced future billing to the federal government. But not permanent does not mean imaginary, okay? The federal government is using their control over present and future payments to try to pressure states, providers, and Medicaid administrators while their underlying evidence for doing so remains hidden from the public. How convenient. That's the new part of this story. This isn't simply CMS saying, oh, we suspect that there was fraud. It's CMS attaching a $199 million financial consequence to that suspicion for a state, Minnesota, that fought back against Donald Trump's immigration raids. Minnesota says the agency has not provided any data or an explanation behind that amount. And I tell you what, that is not proof of fraud, folks. That's a way to try to control and punish states using federal dollars. Now, we have already seen a screening fight affect thousands of Medicaid providers in Minnesota. Providers and their advocates say that the screening process has been rushed and that legitimate organizations were left unable to get paid while providing care to vulnerable people in Minnesota. Now, those are related developments, but they are not part of the same event. While the broader screening process disrupted provider payments, the new $199 million deferral involves claims tied to January through March and money that had already went out. And that distinction does matter because the facts here, look, the facts are dense. This is complicated. Dr. Oz claims that this is a proactive approach to protect the integrity of these programs. RFK Jr. claims that the states receiving federal Medicaid funding, he says that they have to demonstrate that every dollar meets the federal requirements before they can release funding, and said that basically the fact that the money didn't go out is that they weren't demonstrating that. Okay. If you're making that claim, then show the evidence. Show the evidence that these states are not meeting the federal requirements to get that money. If those high-risk claims are real, identify them, explain your methodology, and provide the documentation. Show your goddamn work. That's all we're asking. I mean, we all remember, well, at least I do, going to basic math classes and being told, hey, you got to show your work. Got to show your work. How did you arrive at that answer? But you got the federal government right here that is refusing to show their work. We're not asking for much here. If the calculations are wrong, then correct them. That is how oversight is supposed to work. The administration could be even right about some of their underlying claims of fraud. It's not like it doesn't exist. Look, back in May, a Minnesota judge had sentenced a woman named Amy Bach, who was the former leader of a group called Feeding Our Future. She was sentenced to 42 years in prison for stealing $250 million during the height of the COVID pandemic. This led to Minnesota's governor, Tim Walz, implementing aggressive anti-fraud measures across the state's public programs, including halting payments to providers in 14 high-risk Medicaid programs and ordering third-party audits. Now, here's the thing. Tim Walz actually had evidence of that. Long before Donald Trump got back into power, Walz's state has been investigating fraud, along with the Biden DHS, who investigated Feeding Our Future. That was back in 2021. So this administration, the Trump administration, is now piggybacking off actual work that was done by the previous administration and is now trying to take credit for it. And for their own claims, they cannot even give public information on what they allegedly found. All we know right now is that more than $1 billion in Medicaid payments are being withheld for what we can safely assume to be purely political reasons. Okay. So using BS accusations to hinder actual aid. Bingo. Bingo. Nailed it. And it does sound like a weaponization of procedure, a weaponization of rules. Dare I say a weaponization of government? Weird. Weird. I thought they were supposed to be against that whole thing. Very strange. But look, that's all I got for y'all today. I want to thank you for watching here. I am the Logical Leftist here. You can find me on my channel, YouTube channel at Logically Leftist. Subscribe, sign up, go find me on my Facebook page, all that wonderful stuff. Over on Blue Sky. All the information here is, literally like right here, right on the screen. So there it is. It's my Facebook, my Instagram, my YouTube, my Patreon, all that wonderful stuff. Thank you, Johnny, for posting that. Thank you to the mods. Much appreciation to you and everybody who makes this space work. Not a lot of people who make it work get that kind of, Now I'm struggling to find the words. So you can tell it's been a long hour. But anyway, thank you to all of you and thank you for watching. Now, everybody, coming up next is, I believe, Andrea Rovenski, who is going to be, taking us through Fville, which is where we currently live. So you'll probably see some familiar sights. So anyway, like the stream and enjoy the show. And I'll see you back here next week.
Hello! Are we live? Are we live? Is this thing on? Is it picking me up? Are you picking me up? If so, please put me down. I don't like being up in the air. I don't like being suspended either in animation or air or otherwise. I got a show. I'm doing a show today. I thought I would come here and grace you all with a fucking showgram. I would like to start today's show by taking a sip. It's going to be one of those showgrams. It's going to be one of those. All right. We're going to be talking about Donald. I know I hate doing it, but I'm going to do it. We're going to be talking about Donald Trump. Yeah. Donald Trump has fallen asleep at the job once again, but we're not here to talk about Donald Trump sleeping. That's not news. We're here to talk about the job that he is sleeping through. Donald Trump! Not only is he a child rapist, pedophile, warmonger, disgusting creepo, but also he announced, I think it was last week, it's hard to keep, like, is that last week, the week before, was that next week? I don't know, but he announced recently the end of democracy in the United States of America. The 2020 election was stolen. Again? I don't know. Like, this was like a national address. Everyone in the country had to read or watch, rather, Donald Trump talk about some shit we already heard him talk about, 5 years ago now? 5 fucking years. We've been dealing with this motherfucker and his stolen fucking election bullshit. Meanwhile, and you don't hear anyone else talk about this, I just want to say, we got a bunch of pussy-ass bitches on the left, on this space, and elsewhere, who are afraid to say what I'm about to say. Donald Trump stole the 2024 election. Over 3.5, actually, I think last I checked, it was like 3.8 million ballots were thrown in the garbage in swing states. Kamala Harris voters. In states like Georgia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, provisional ballots were thrown away. There were vigilante ballot challenging laws where Ku Klux Klansmen were basically going out there looking up black people's names and addresses and then challenging their ballots. And then like a week later, they'd get like some junk mail that says, your ballot has been challenged. Please verify this to continue. The election was already over. They probably threw out the junk mail. So Donald Trump stole the election in 2024. I'm going to say it. I don't mind saying it. But either way, Donald Trump decided to tell the world once again about this election thievery of 2020. Now, why is Donald Trump so fucking pissed off at the election of 2020? Because he tried to steal it in 2020 and fucked up. That's why. You call me a conspiracy monger, if you will, and I will monger those conspiracies till the day I die. Donald Trump was trying to steal the 2020 election. His words, not mine. He called them fake electors. He called them that. He's on the phone talking about, yeah, we got these fake electors. He had a whole agenda planned for stealing the 2020 election. However, unfortunately, too many people voted for sleepy Joe Biden, and that got him over the finish line. They challenged millions of ballots, but they failed all those challenges in 2020. So in 2021, 2, 3, and 4, they built armies that went to the polling places in states like Georgia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, North Carolina. There were MAGA loyalists at these polling places ready to start fucking with people, ready to, whoops, the ballots slipped into the garbage. There were MAGA loyalists in 21, 2, 3, and 4 that joined the United States Postal Service. You know, the one that Joe Biden failed to reform after Trump destroyed it in his first term. Joe Biden didn't do anything about the corruption of the U.S. Postal Service. So that allowed MAGA loyalists to find out Democratic households, and whoops, your ballot is gone. Oh no! All the bullshit they were saying in 2020 about how the mail-in ballots can't be trusted. Guess what? They did all that bullshit in 2024. Again, don't take my word for it. Look it up. There were over 3.5 million ballots thrown in the garbage in 2024. And those are ballots that were filled out. Those were people that actually voted and got into the polling place and filled out a ballot. Over 3 million just thrown in the garbage, burned in bags or whatever the fuck. Who knows? Shredded in paper shredders. What about the people in 2024 that didn't even get to vote because they got off from work and they standing in line at the polling place? Whoops, bomb threat. The polling place is shut down. Here's the next polling place, 23 miles over. You know, whatever. Oh, by the way, the bus isn't going to get you there in time. Have fun. People that didn't end up getting to cast the ballot in 2024. I don't even for a single second believe that Donald Trump won the 2024 election fairly and squarely. And I don't mind saying that. I have no problem saying that. I got facts on my motherfucking side. I got the 3.5. Again, it's somewhere around 3.8, but I just say 3.5 is easier to round, you know, floppy disks, all that kind of stuff. Anyway. Over 3.5 million ballots. That's all documented. You can look that shit up. There were over 70 bomb threats in swing states on 2024's election day. You can look that shit up. The Donald Trump conspiracies of 2020 were shit that you can't look up. All right? Shit that there's no verifiable information on. The just trust me, bro, methodology of politics, right? But, hey, as much as I love the just trust me, bro methodology of politics, at least I got motherfucking facts on my side, right? So Donald Trump last night, and notice that his address has to be at night because he fucking sleeps during the goddamn day. He's got this bullshit where instead of just admitting he's a night owl, like imagine if, like, just think about this for a moment, okay? Imagine if Donald Trump was the first night owl president, and he fully owned it. And he had all of his meetings at like 3 a.m. Like the whole cabinet needs to be up and about at 3 a.m. He could do it. He's the president, right? But instead, he does this shit where he's up all night and then he has his day of work, you know, during the day where he fucking sleeps the whole way through, right? And then he's like, oh, it's morning, 6 p.m. Time to do a national address on the end of democracy, right? So this is one of my problems with Donald Trump. Is that he's a little bit of a fucking pussy. He's afraid to embrace his inner night owl, but that's just a minor aside. At the very least, he's going to eliminate daylight savings time, right? So, hey, you know what? We'll throw that one in the bin for now. So Donald Trump does this address, if you can even call it that, with new facts about the 2020 election. None of these facts were new. None of it makes any sense. And no one watched it. Several mainstream media outlets, you know, the same ones that perform fellatio while he's asleep, they were like, we're not even going to bother airing this. It's not worth it. You know, we're trying to get some ad revenue on our fucking sitcoms or whatever the fuck they're airing on mainstream television. They didn't even bother. It wasn't even, oh, he's talking about 2020 again. Whatever, who cares? Fox News aired it. So he does this address. He's announcing that, hey, we need the Save America Act. Now, what does the Save America Act do? It basically ends voting in this country. You need like a special voter card, right? Then let's be honest, most people, voting is so easy in this country, but most people don't even vote. It's like somewhere around like 80 or 90 million people in 2024 didn't even vote. You could just walk in. You know, I've moved a lot. I've voted for the first time on election day many times in different states. I think almost every election I've voted in, I've lived in different states, right? So like I've gone in line with just like a passport or like a driver's license, or, you know, I don't have a driver's license, but, you know, the state ID equivalent. And they're just like, yeah, whatever, here's your signature, you know, maybe sometimes one of the, you know, take a photo or whatever. But like, it's already really easy to fucking vote. Most people don't vote anyway, so that's kind of a problem. So the Save America Act is supposed to make it even harder to vote. Now you need this special ID card or whatever the fuck. Are they going to give it to you for free? No, you're going to have to fill out forms like 17 months in advance or whatever and hope it shows up on time. Who even knows how it's going to work? Doesn't really matter. the practical nature of how this Save America Act is going to be enforced, how it's going to be implemented, that doesn't really matter. All that matters is that he's trying to kick everyone off the motherfucking voting rolls. The same shit he did to steal the election in 2024, he wants to legislate. The same tricks that he did to try and steal the election in 2020, find me 11,780 votes. He wants to put that into law. And he's already put a lot of that bull fucking ass fucking shit into law with the big bullshit bill. But he's trying to basically enshrine the end of democracy in the United States. And I hate to be one of these people that says the end of democracy in the United States. This is not a democratic country. Let's be fucking honest here. When has this country been democratic? When we had slaves, people in chains doing 90% of the labor? Was that when we were a democratic country? When half the population, when you're born, flip a coin, oh, you're not allowed to vote. Half the population couldn't vote up until the 1920s. Was it democratic back then? You know, then when they allowed women to vote, God bless them. Then you had the Jim Crow South put through literacy tests. And there were literacy tests that, let's be honest, most white people couldn't solve them. But hey, most white people didn't even have to take the test. So that's fine. That's convenient. Were we democratic back then? Were we democratic? Did we have democracy in the 1960s when the Voting Rights Act passed, which just permanently fucked up the House of Representatives and put it into this weird, like, you know, oh, we're going to de-racistify these particular districts. We're not going to de-racistify the whole system. We're just going to make the system so much more complicated than it really even needs to be, instead of doing something like uncapping the House, for example. Did you know that the House of Representatives should have like 1,200 people in it instead of 400? But they put in this legislation around the same time they let women vote, by the way. You ever think about that? So around the same time they let women vote, they capped the House so that now it can't expand past 435, which destroys voting rights in this country. So did the Voting Rights Act of the 1960s, I forget, what was it, like 1965? Was what, 68? I think there were two of them. Did that fix the capped House problem? No, it just made the fucking districts ridiculous. And then guess what? Republicans have all the money and they love cheating. So they just weaponize the laws of the Voting Rights Act. And now we don't even have the Voting Rights Act anymore. So that's fun. So again, that's all this Save America fucking bull fucking ass shit. That's all it's about, is enshrining one party rule for Republicans forever. And doing it in such a way where they get to pretend like there's still elections. Yeah, maybe you get to vote. Maybe you get to fill out a ballot, but they're just going to throw it in a paper shredder as soon as you walk out. Just like they did in the 1920s, just like they did in the 1860s, because we've never lived in an actual democracy in this country. I don't even know if most people know what democracy even means. It just means that people participate in politics. People often will simplify democracy to say one person, one vote. That's not democracy. Democracy is that the people are involved in politics. Voting once every 2 years, that's not democracy. Even if you vote 100% of the time, even if you voted in every election, that's not democracy. Democracy is you showing up to your fucking parent-teacher fucking conferences. That's fucking democracy. Democracy is you showing up to your city council meetings and making it so that they can't go home until 4:15 a.m. because you've been yapping all night, because everyone gets 5 minutes and everyone in town is taking their 5-minute chunk. And the city fucking council can't fucking go home until fucking midnight or whatever, like I just said. That's fucking democracy, all right? Democracy is holding a protest because your fucking city council, you know, cut down a fucking tree that's a historic tree, and you're mad as fuck. And you get the whole town together to do a protest over a fucking tree. That's democracy. Why would people protest over a fucking tree? Because they're politically fucking engaged and they give a fuck about the world that they live in. That's fucking democracy. If you can get someone to fucking hold a megaphone and do a chant over a fucking chopped down cherry tree, then guess what? Now you are certifiably living in democracy. All right. If you can't get someone out there to protest against people getting shot and killed in the fucking street by criminal gangs called Immigration and Customs Enforcement, if you can't get people to go out in the street and protest that, you most certainly are not living in a democracy. So just to be clear, we never actually lived in a fucking democracy in this country, in this world. Maybe there have been small pockets of democracy throughout history. But guess what? We don't live in one. The United States has never been a democracy, and the first step to achieving a democracy is to get people to give a fuck. Look around you. Does it look like people give a fuck about anything? Other than when's their next fix? Oh no, my phone battery's at 4%. I gotta find a charger somewhere. Hey, can I bum a charge? I got a TikTok to watch. That's what people care about more than fucking democracy. So, is this Save America Act going to pass? Who knows? The Senate, half the fucking Republicans are dying in the Senate. The other half lost their fucking primary, so they're personally mad as hell at Donald Trump. So maybe the Save America Act won't even pass in the first place. Who knows? But either way, they're going to try, and guess what? They did successfully in 2024 to steal the 2026 election and the 2028 and the 2030 and the 2032. They're going to steal fucking every election until people are genuinely engaged in the civic process. That's what's going to be happening. So go ahead and vote. I think you should vote. But guess what? Voting alone is not democracy. Democracy is being engaged. Democracy is not spending money on genocidal corporations. Democracy is not working at a dead-end corporate job. That's what democracy is. And we can all practice democracy to the best of our ability in our own daily life, every day. How you live your life is an example of democracy. So while Donald Trump sleep drives us off a cliff, you know, I don't know how to end this segment, but anyway, it's rather unfortunate that he's alive. I got Max the dog here. Hi. Got Max the dog. Speaking of Max the dog, I will take a quick break. And I will be back momentarily. Yeah. What do you got? What do you got? Oh. Live with a one Max the dog. Max the dog, how do you feel about the insolvency of Social Security? Any thoughts, Max? Anything at all? No? Alright. What do you got? Oh. What do you got? Oh. I have returned from a little momentary lapse of reason. I am here to once again, I hate to do it. I hate doing this. I fucking hate doing this, but I'm here once again to talk about the Orange Man. Can you believe it? So the Orange Man recently cut a deal with the slave kingdom called Saudi Arabia. It's a fake country. It's not even a country. It's basically a slave-owning corporate entity that has a slave army. Women are 15th class citizens. It's not a real country. Saudi Arabia is not a country. It's a slave colony. It's a private military corporation. So Donald Trump, the Orange Man, made a deal that's now allowing this fake country to enrich uranium for fuel, for energy. You know, this is the first step for Saudi Arabia to basically start building its own nuclear stockpile. And to do so without like having to hide in secrecy. Now, a lot of these countries, again, fake countries, they have like Israel, for example, has a nuclear stockpile, but like they don't advertise it. I mean, they do. They talk about it on TV every day. Let's nuke them. Let's use our nukes. But like, you know, even when they're asked about that, they'll still say, oh, if we had nukes, we're not, you know, so they're basically going to kickstart their nuclear stockpile, a slave-owning, theocratic, fascist dictatorship, not even a country. It's not a country. where women are also half the population are slaves. Right? And Saudi Arabia is in a really tough spot financially, given that oil is on the way out. China is ushering in an energy, revolution, I should say, where they're doubling, tripling, quadrupling down on renewable, non-oil-based energy. They know the writing is on the wall. Oil will not be around fucking forever. So while we still have oil and coal, clean coal, no less, while we still have it, let's use that shit to produce things like solar panels, to produce things like high-capacity batteries, stuff like that. And they've been doing that. They've been getting ready for this. Saudi Arabia, they get most of their money that they use on their slave army, and that, they pay the slaves, the soldiers. They pay a certain sect of soldiers to keep the rest of the soldiers in line. And then those soldiers will use their petty allowance to have a soldier, or rather to have a slave. They call it a wife, but it really is just a slave to take care of your house. And then maybe they'll have like 30 or 40 slaves to like build a cafeteria for them or whatever the fuck. So this slave economy, right? How are they going to start making more money to make sure that the kings, or the fucking crown prince or whatever he is, he's not a king, he's a prince. Oh yes, I'm a prince. How are we going to make sure he can continue living in luxury? Well, we're going to do so by switching from oil and coal over to nuclear. The big N, as Donald Trump likes to call it. Iran's not allowed to have nuclear power. You ever think about this? Iran is not allowed to have nuclear power because they might, possibly, theoretically, maybe, in the far-off future, get a nuclear weapon. So they're not even allowed to have nuclear power for their power grid anymore. Donald Trump is going around bombing that fucking motherfucking shit up. Donald Trump announced on TV that, like, if Iran doesn't stop trying to get a nuke, which I guess they are now, but they weren't before, that he's going to bomb all the nuclear power plants, bomb the bridges. I saw this in the news today. I woke up today. What's in the news? Oh, Donald Trump threatened to destroy every bridge in Iran. So Iran's not allowed to have nuclear anything. Yet, Saudi Arabia, which, let's be honest, just for a moment, let's pop our bubbles. Iran sucks. Iran is a shitty fucking country. They also treat half the population as slaves. They don't treat that half of the population as badly as they do in Saudi Arabia, but Iran is a terrible fucking country. It's a theocratic dictatorship. It's a shitty fucking country. Any country operated by a religious doctrine is garbage. Iran is terrible. Okay? I hate the country of Iran. However, I hate the United States, and I hate Israel, and I hate Saudi Arabia way more, right? So I'm going to say, typically, for the most part, table my concerns with Iran. They're the victims right now of some pretty horrible stuff. The entire capital of Iran, Tehran, was gassed with oil from the skies. They were raining oil because Israel used some crazy ass bombs on the capital city, where I think 8, 9, 10 million people live there. They were all now going to get cancer 30 years sooner than they would have otherwise. So again, I hate saying this, but Iran is a theocratic hellhole. All right. If you are gay in Iran, your life fucking sucks. If you're a woman in Iran, your life fucking sucks. If you're an atheist in Iran, your life fucking sucks. Now, some people, token minorities, are plucked or plicked by the government, whatever. Plucked, that's the verb. Rather, that's the vowel. It's both. Some of them are used as token model minorities, but most often, if you're a minority in Iran, your life is terrible. All right? Saudi Arabia is all of my criticisms with Iran dialed up to 27. All right? It's everything I dislike about Iran, but like 30,000 times 12 to the power of 7 worse. All right? If Iran treats women like slaves, guess what? Saudi Arabia, the women are slaves. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. All right? If Iran treats minorities with less rights, guess what? Saudi Arabia just outright kills them. All right? So Saudi Arabia is everything wrong with Iran dialed up to an unfathomably large number, right? But the United States is against Iran, but they're giving nuclear deals to Saudi Arabia. I don't fucking get it. Other than the fact that, of course, this is the pedophile alliance. Now, let's take a break for a moment to talk about how the entire religion of Islam is founded by a pedophile. Muhammad is a pedophile. He bragged about it in the book. They worship a pedophile. The whole religion is disgusting. Islam is grotesque. It is despicable that people actually believe this shit. I hate Islam. However, this is a weird situation where the government of Iran is aligned against pedophilia, right? Israel, the pedophile capital of the world, has blackmail on the most powerful pedophile in the world. His name is Donald Trump, and they are creating the pedophile axis of evil, of which they are using to bomb and maim children all across the world. In Saudi Arabia is another pedophile oasis where pedophiles run rampant in the government. They worship pedophilia. They're, again, Islam kind of founded on pedophilia. Sorry if I offended anyone. It's a pedophile religion. So is Judaism, for that matter. What is it in Judaism where they suck the baby dick or whatever? Like, what the fuck? Like, so if you're to get like a real Jewish ceremony, you got to rip a child's dick off and then suck the blowjob baby cock, so that you can inject them with the spirit of Moses or whatever the fuck. So it's disgusting. All of these religions are fucking grotesque, right? So I don't want to, but again, I'm not going to sit here and shove smoke up your ass. Islam fucking sucks. Almost as bad as Judaism and Christianity. It's the least bad of the three. Of the big three, Islam is the least bad, which is pretty surprising, given the fact that their prophet is a proud pedophile and that they worship him, and he's so it's pretty surprising. But either way, again, Donald Trump, while he's sleepwalking through the entire rest of his life, is making the exact opposite move of everything he says. Now, again, I know I hate doing this thing. Oh, Donald Trump said one thing and he did the other thing. Oh, no. How do you explain it? You explain it by corruption. You explain it by, again, the pedophile alliance. If you love child rape, guess what? Donald Trump is going to be your best fucking friend. If you were sent to prison for child rape, you're going to get a pardon. A lot of the people that Donald Trump has pardoned in just his second term alone have gone out there to rape kids. And then they're back in jail, some of which he's pardoned again. So, again, this is the party, the alliance of child rapists, pedophiles, warmongers, and corrupt mafiosos. And again, it's not about, oh, Iran is going to have a nuclear weapon, and so fucking what? North Korea has a motherfucking nuclear weapon? You don't think Kim Jong would ever one? You don't think he's thinking every day, like, what if I just nuked South Korea? How cool would that be? He's probably thinking about it. What if I just nuked America? How awesome would that be? He probably thinks about it maybe at least a couple times a day. And you know what? If I were in his position, I'd probably be doing the same thing. That is to say, thinking about how cool it would be, right? So Iran can't think about how cool that would be other than in the more fictitious way. They don't have a nuke yet. So maybe they should get a nuke. They're looking at, maybe we should get a nuke now, because it seems that the only way to deter the pedophile allegiance against us is to have a nuclear weapon. Or maybe Iran can sidestep this whole war and just announce that they're pro-pedophile. Maybe then Donald Trump will allow them to enrich uranium. Hey, it worked for Saudi Arabia, might work for Iran. So that's cool. I'm glad we live in this version of reality. Thank you, Orange Man. I like doing my show while holding a pen. It makes me seem like I'm more intelligent. Am I right? Let's talk about France. There's a heat wave in France. I believe I saw the number 5,000 excess deaths. 5,000 people sacrificed, thrown into the volcano of capitalism. Just in France. Just in motherfucking France. Now, they have the ability to have this little thing called air conditioning. But instead of having air conditioning, what they do as a way to, let's say, alleviate some of the stress on the economic systems is in nursing homes, retirement communities. They sacrifice the elderly at the altar of the gods of capital. They grab the elderly, right? They black bag them, throw them in a van, drive up into the fucking rim of the volcano, and toss that bitch in, right? The volcano of capitalism, as I said, right? This is a cult. That's what it is. Anyone dying of excess heat death, or whatever, excess heat, heat-related illness in Europe, motherfucker, this is not Africa. In Africa, they have air conditioning, by the way, because, they're not fucking stupid in Africa. This is Europe. This is Europe. This is one of the richest, like, maybe even richer than America in a lot of ways. Like, Europe is, like, all-time wealth. All right? We're talking about the wealthiest of the wealthiest of the wealthiest of the wealthy motherfuckers live in Europe. Right? They got free, quote-unquote, free healthcare in Europe. So, allowing people to die of heat-related illness is a choice. It is one of the ways that they kill people all across the world. In the United States, we kill people with excess gun violence. We have a lot of guns. Kids are finding guns, bringing it to school, killing their friends, even on accident. Hey, little Timmy, look at this gun I found. Woo! How many times have you seen that fucking story? So that's one way. I dropped my pen. I don't know where here it is. That's one way that America culls the population through the religion of capital. Europe, they love to talk a big game about how, we in Europe, we're so much more civilized than the Americans. Yet they allow 6,000 people in France to die of lack of air conditioning. Reminds me a lot about cars. You ever think about cars? So we have these giant metallic death machines that kill thousands upon thousands upon thousands upon thousands of people every year, permanently injure tens of thousands upon tens of thousands of more people every year. And that's a sacrifice we're all willing to make so that you can drive to McDonald's in 3 minutes instead of 5. You ever think about that? These sacrifices that we make in our fucked up world. Well, Europe is going through, again, a purge of optional deaths. I would call that murder. If you have air conditioning and people are dying of heat outside your house and you have a big fat no entry sign and then someone tries to break your door down so you get a gun and shoot them to death, and then they build their own house and start building their own air conditioning, and then you say, sorry, you're not allowed to have air conditioning in a residential zone. And then they construct the air conditioning anyway, and then you go and remove it, and then they die. Guess what? Hey, that's not murder. That's politics, baby. That's not murder. That's not disgusting and evil. No. That's capitalism. So Europe, they throw away hundreds of thousands of people every year from heat. The excess, the undesirables, the people they don't really want to keep around. They want to feel good about themselves. Yes, we have universal healthcare systems. Look how great we are. We feel good. They want the feeling of social welfare without actually having to go and make sure their fucking neighbors don't die of heat stroke. So, France, a lot of people are dying. What they're doing now is you can see in this photograph, they're having like cooling stations on the sidewalks and stuff. They have cooling stations, little public water fountains. Wouldn't it make a lot more sense, by the way, to have public air conditioning rather than like a fucking water fountain? Hey, if I'm fucking hot and I'm dying of heat, wouldn't it be a lot easier to like walk inside a building and get cooled down than to splash about in water while it's still hot as fuck outside? But hey, if you want to remain at a reasonable temperature, what you need to do is start a corporate office job, because corporate offices are allowed to have air conditioning because they decided air conditioning is good for business. People work more effectively. Would you figure that? When they're not dying of fucking heat stroke. So if you want to build an office, you can get air conditioning in there. For the good little corporate lackeys, they get air conditioning. But you at your house with your 93-year-old grandma who's got decades and decades of historical wisdom, she has to die so that we can make room for the CEOs flying their private fucking jets around, destroying our fucking planet with even more fossil fucking fuel emissions. Isn't that great? Don't you just love this fucking country? I love this country. This world. I don't know. I don't believe in countries. This planet, this species, whatever, man. Anyway, heat stroke. Well, what are you gonna do? Alrighty. Zohran Mamdani delivered a speech recently talking about how, geez, guys, oh man, you know, turns out we can't arrest Benjamin Netanyahu. It just, it turns out we forgot to turn in our paperwork and I missed my extra credit assignment. And, don't think about the fact that we still have a Zionist in charge of the police or whatever. Don't worry about that. Turns out we can't arrest Benjamin Netanyahu. What a shame. But I'm still going to call him a genocidaire. And aren't I based? Aren't I based? Guys, aren't I based? So Zohran recently delivered a let's just say pusillanimous promotional video where he basically just says, wouldn't it be nice if we could arrest Benjamin Netanyahu? I really wish we could. We're not going to, though. But wouldn't it be nice? Now, what he's not saying in his little, I guess, surrender document, whatever it is, what he's not saying is that he is cuckolded to the police department. He's got Zionist Nazis in charge of the New York Police Department, and he has done nothing at all to clean house. Now, why would that be? Now, we know that previous mayors, not Eric Adams, because he was a Zionist Nazi pig himself, he was an NYPD guy. So, but previous ones like Bill de Blasio had his family threatened by forces within the New York City Police Department. The mayor's family was threatened with assassination and political violence if Bill de Blasio were to clean house at the police department. These are stories that were released. I heard about this 5-10 years ago. So we know that that's the history of the New York City police. So are they doing the same thing with Zohran? Is this a hostage video? This Zohran video that he did where he said, wow, wouldn't it be great if we could arrest Netanyahu? You know that time when Zohran did a press conference thanking police officers who shot someone nearly to death? They were in the hospital for weeks. I didn't follow up. I don't know if he's alive or not. But basically, there was a mental health crisis or whatever. Police came and shot someone, almost killed him. He ended up in a coma. And then Zohran did a press conference talking about how grateful he is that the police are there to keep the city safe. And then another time when Zohran Mamdani, everyone loves sucking his dick, by the way. I personally am not going to suck his dick. I know a lot of people on this space, a lot of people on the left love sucking his dick, and that's fine. If you like his dick, if it smells nice to you and you like sucking it, feel free. I'm going to provide another perspective. That's fine. We can all agree to disagree. But Zohran did a press conference the other day about how New York, this is like a couple of weeks ago, a month ago, I don't know, talking about the New York police will not work with ICE. We will not work with ICE. Meanwhile, there's videos upon videos upon videos of New York City cops working with ICE, you know? There's like, I remember watching this video of people getting attacked by ICE in, I think it was Brooklyn or something. New York City police, like, basically shoving people aside so that the ICE people could drag someone into a fucking van, unmarked van, right? Then the next day, Zoran goes out there and says, we will never work with ICE. We will never do it. Oh, you know that thing that we're actively doing and we already have been doing? We're not going to do it. Isn't that weird? Has anyone been noticing that Zoran seems to be totally and completely cucked to the New York City police? Isn't that weird? Now, again, he's doing a lot of good stuff, and I'm not going to sit here and tell you that just because he's a little pussy bitch on this one issue that means he should be thrown out into the garbage can. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that. The garbage cans, which, by the way, it's public New York City policy to leave your garbage on the fucking sidewalk. They leave, not even in cans, in bags. They leave thin plastic bags of garbage in the fucking street. It's a grotesque, uncivilized fucking city. New York City is gross. It looks disgusting. I don't know. It's just, I hate cities. I think cities are grotesque in general, but New York City is one of the worst. So I'm not going to sit here and tell you he's like a terrible piece of shit, but I'm not going to blow smoke up your butthole either. Why is he so weird when it comes to the New York City Police Department? Why is he at seemingly every step of the way doing the exact opposite of his campaign promises on this one specific issue? So much so that he made an identity. He was going around town. I am the guy who hates Israel. And I'm running on an anti-Israel campaign. And I'm winning a fucking seat as the New York City mayor, which, again, is an impressive feat, on an anti-Israel campaign. Which is impressive, no doubt. But the moment he gets in there, now all of a sudden the police department, nothing we can do. Nothing we can do. Only the feds can arrest him. Bitch. Motherfucker, I'm sorry, with all due respect. It doesn't matter if the feds or the state or the city. Benjamin Netanyahu has an arrest warrant by the highest court on the planet we call Earth. The International Criminal Court outranks the United States federal government. All right? You can arrest someone and hand them over to The Hague. And guess fucking what? It's legal because the International Criminal Motherfucking Court outranks the United States government. It outranks the New York State government. It outranks the New York City government. So when this guy is going out there and saying, oh, gee whiz, oh, wow, I wish we could do this thing, but we just can't. Turns out we can't do it. We forgot to cross our I's and dot our T's or whatever the motherfucker, right? We just can't do it. Oh, wow, gee whiz. He's lying. And he thinks either that you are dumb enough to believe that fucking shit, or maybe he thinks that you're smart enough to know he's lying. And maybe he's trying to signal that, hey, you know, we should build more political power before we do something like this. But either way, this is some pussified fucking garbage. This is a hostage video that he just put out there. Like, I can imagine that he's got the fucking, like, what is that bitch? Tish something? I don't know. The fucking police commissioner chief, whatever it is. Like, is pointing a fucking, like, cannon. Not even just a gun at him behind the camera, but like a fucking cannon. Like, we're on a pirate ship. This guy's gonna get cannonballed like it's Serious fucking Sam. You know, that's what it looks like to me when I watch this pathetic, embarrassing, and disgusting, sniveling little baby bitch do this hostage fucking video. Where is the Zoran that ran on an anti-Israel platform? Where is the Zoran that says he's doing New York City first and not Israel first? Well, I don't know. Is this really New York City first when the NYPD is shooting and killing people in the public? When the NYPD is helping a human trafficking organization called ICE? Is that New York City first? Is it New York City first when the federal government does a literal Roman triumph with Nicolas Maduro, literally parading him through the streets like a Roman fucking triumph? Look at how Rome dealt with the Egyptian leadership when they conquered Egypt. They took like little like babies, like princesses and babies, and just fucking carted them through the city streets of Rome, and the citizenry was pelting them with like fucking like, you know, vegetables and rocks and stuff. That's like the shit that they were doing with Maduro under Mamdanistan's regime. So I don't know, man. To me, I'm not impressed. You know, I think if a war criminal comes to New York City, it would be New York City first. To arrest that motherfucker, hog tie him, throw him on the back of a horse, and fucking gallop on down to the Day Nederlands, right? That's what New York City first would be. Because why should residents of New York City have to deal with having a genocidaire walk around them? You know, why should they have to deal with streets getting shut down so that some genocidaire can fucking go on a little fucking parade through the streets about how great he is? Fuck that shit. How about you enforce the law, bitch? Just an idea. Just a concept. So there you go. Zoran Mamdani. I'm afraid I am not impressed. I hate to burst the bubble, but I am not impressed. Someone asked in the chat earlier what I am drinking. I am drinking some Scotch whiskey that I believe this Scotch whiskey was barreled during the Barack Obama administration. So it is quite delectable indeed. I guess I have time for another news broadcast story, show, broadcast, segment. That's what they are. They're segments. Whatever it is. I don't know what they're called. We got a tropical storm. It's going to start killing people. How great is that? All right, let's use the same picture. Let's just, I've already used this picture, but let's talk about it again. Donald Trump, the orange himself, pictured here, sleeping on the job, has announced recently that the memorandum of understanding, does anyone remember that? That's over. That we're in full-scale war with Iran. Once again, we might take Karg Island. I guess. I don't know. We're going to bomb every bridge in Iran. Bomb them all. Bomb the bridges. We're going to bomb the nuclear power plants. We're going to bomb the desalination water facilities. You ever think about just how terrible it is to live in a world where a child rapist is the president of a fake country and he's running around television falling asleep on TV, but in the rare moments that he is awake, he's talking about how much he yearns for the blood of babies? I still can't get over that on February 28th, the United States launched a Tomahawk missile at a children's school. Over 180 little girls were blown into smithereens. They're still finding fucking toenails and fucking fingers and fucking, you know, I think they found a pancreas somewhere, like a couple miles away, just it landed on someone's fucking back porch. You know? And he's still going out there and saying, who could have done something? It wasn't us. They're lying. I think they killed their own babies. You know, I saw recently the propaganda campaign of Iran during their funeral for their dead leader, where they were showing the box, the little like fucking small box that like the former Ayatollah's grandchild was in, the dead body of like a 4-year-old, 3-year-old. So they were doing the state funeral. And they're just showing the box. It's like, I could hold the box. It's like a fucking, like, you know, it's like a It's like this. It's like the size of, it's the size of my fucking head, maybe a little long. They were just showing on TV. Here's the box of a dead baby that the U.S. killed. I mean, what are we supposed to do here? Like, I mean, like, the whole thing is fucked beyond imagination. Everyone with half a brain knew that this was going to be the worst fucking thing imaginable. Somehow this didn't happen last year during that fake war. Remember when there was a full-scale war with Iran and it lasted like 2 weeks or whatever, and then it was off? I guess. Somehow that didn't happen. But, like, how does America recover from this? And I hate to say this as an American. How do we recover from, like, because we don't. We don't recover. And this is what the point is of my segment here. America is done. There is no recovery. The United States Republic has fallen. It is over. We can argue about when it fell. I would say the U.S. Republic collapsed in 2000 when a Republican lost the popular vote, lost the Electoral College, and somehow still became president anyway. I don't know how that works. In a Republican system of government, doesn't make any sense to me. Right, but either way, America has got to go. How do you recover from the Iran war? I see two futures here, both of which involve Donald Trump asleep on the job. One future is where Donald Trump, or his successor, if necessary, launches untold amounts of nuclear devastation upon Iran and its people. That's one future I see. Then the entire world will have to unite at once. Finally, they will have to fucking unite against this country and depose the leadership. Then, if we're lucky, we'll get to a 20 to 30 year occupation by China, and China will create a new government for us to live in. Similar to how Japan is a vassal state of the United States, that is how the United States will end up being to China. That is one future I see. The other future is we skip the whole nuclear devastation of like 90 million people and we just go right to the occupation. That's the other future I see. I don't see really any other future where the United States is a country that contains the same landmass and still has sovereignty. I don't see that country. Because the only way that happens is through world conquest. That's it. That is the only way that this country can recover in any reputational sense from what we have done here, is if this country can take over the whole fucking planet. World conquest. It's either that or it's got to go. So I guess I see three futures, because I will be honest with you, I can see the rest of the world cucking themselves to Donald Trump. I could see the rest of the world cucking themselves to Baron Trump when he is crowned as the new king of America. Europe has already done it. Donald Trump is continuing to threaten to invade Greenland, and Europe is still dealing with him. We are bombing and devastating little babies in fucking Iran, and Europe is still dealing with us. We are fucking funding the genocide of 1 million fucking people in Gaza. The other 1.5 million people are never going to recover from the shit that they've been through. I see people still talk about 70,000 people have died in Gaza. It was 70,000 in like the first fucking month. By November of 2023, that bitch was at 70,000. They have killed at least 1 million motherfuckers in Gaza. And yet, China is still trading with America. You ever think about how fucked up that is? Imagine you're China. You're someone ostensibly, you view yourself as a moral actor. right? You view yourself as a moral person, a role model, if you will. And yet, all of your supplies, maybe not all of them, but like a critical portion of your supplies comes from the serial killer down the street. Like, let's say you get your fucking vegetables. The serial killer down the street has the best fucking fertilizer you've ever seen. The tomatoes are moist and juicy. The corn is amazing. The lettuce doesn't have any of those diarrhea parasites. How does he do it? Well, he's a serial killer. He uses dead babies as his fertilizer. But, you know, you're still trading with him. You're buying his food. And then when you buy his food, he uses the money that you gave him to kill more babies, to make more fertilizer, to make more food, to sell to you. Is that really a moral fucking actor there? Is China really a moral fucking actor? Right? How does any other country have any trade partnership with the United States at all? How? How? Explain it to me. I don't fucking get it. I don't fucking understand. If you know a serial killer is mass murdering people and then using the corpses of the mass murder to produce the goods and services that you're buying, guess what? You're also a fucking serial killer. I don't care if you're the one with the meat cleaver butchering up the little baby's fucking biceps. If you're buying the biceps because they're 30% off and it's the cheapest bicep you can get, guess what? You're part of the ecosystem that funds child murder, right? So I can only see a couple futures here, all of which require the United States to cease to exist as a sovereign entity. We cannot, as a species, continue to allow a pedophile rape cult with nuclear weapons to run roughshod over the entire planet. Because Israel has already announced that after Iran, they're going at Turkey. How cool is that? Are we just going to let that happen? I don't know. I'm worried about how this whole thing with Iran goes. The only thing I can see is complete and total devastation. But either way, the end result, I think, is the same in every scenario that I can project outward. In 100, 200 years from now, I think the end result is the same. America has got to go. As a sovereign state, America cannot exist anymore. In the 2030s, we must dream. We must yearn to live in a post-America world. Because any other world that we would get to by the 2030s, it's not going to be a world worth living in as long as America is still at the table. Again, February 28th, they bombed 180 little girls, okay? The United States has funded a genocide of 1 million people in Gaza. There is no coming back from this at all. At all. So you can either go down with the ship or you can just go back to sleep like Mr. Donald over here and hope that when you wake up, it was all just a really nasty dream. Thank you for watching my show. That's all I got. Goodbye.
Do do do, theme song. Do do do, I'm broke so this is my theme song. Do do do, just imagine this is an awesome theme song. Do do, theme song. Left of the box. This space. Ooh. Ah, gotta do that first. Okay, hi. Hello, welcome to This Space with Left of the Box. Bonjour, bienvenue. I'm Sandee. Yeah, I forgot to take off the cover. Anyway, welcome everyone to this Wednesday evening, afternoon. I hope you are all doing well. Please, official producer, can you give me a thumbs up maybe that my audio and visual are doing okay? Because for some reason I'm paranoid. As per normal. But yeah, no, I was singing along with my theme song. I don't normally hear it when I'm doing a live stream. Because OBS, it doesn't play the audio unless you do all these little funky things to it. Oh, let's check. Okay. Everything's good. I'm just paranoid. Kind of goes with the territory. So I have a nice meaty docket for all of us today. Like, I'm almost wondering if I just don't even do any of the regular chit chat that I normally do, because there's like a ton to go through. Because I'm talking about terrorism, terror, horror. Yeah. When I was a kid, back in the old days, I thought the future would be very different than what we're, barreling into. That's for damn sure. Don't we all? Yeah, I had different visions of the future. I blame Star Trek. Just saying it. I'll blame Star Trek that we were going to get medical advancements in science and technology and high-speed rail, neat houses, and be completely, renewable energy and all this sort of stuff, and socialism for everyone. Wow. So that's not happening. Instead, we're getting some version of the dystopian movies, like made-for-TV movies I used to watch. Because it's gotten bad out there. I know, flying cars. There should be a thing. But you see, we're doing it all wrong. You see, I had a dream once. I think it was me and a different life. And the way that they got flying cars to work isn't by like propulsion, things of that sort. They actually use the magnetic field of the planet. And they were able to put like pillow cushion things that would intensify and stuff, like right under the car type thing, that could lift it up and make it go, so it could actually come to like a dead stop too, like just boom, because it was using magnets in the magnetic field as opposed to some sort of propulsion system that we have. I'm just saying, this planet is behind. That was in my dream anyway. I just want to live in my dreams sometimes, or I want to live in my book. My book. Everyone check it out. Prequels and sequels coming. Yeah. Can't wait to get back to it. But that fucking TYT essay that I'm working on, and I am working on it. But I finally realized part of the reason why it's taking me so long. Because it's not so much like having enough spoons to do it. It's having somebody's just mentioning psychic damage that it's doing to me. Because I do view it as work. This isn't a project that I'm doing because it makes me feel good. But I feel an obligation and a necessity to get it out there. But going over the clips, the way that they talk about trans folks in particular, some of their hateful messaging and rhetoric, it does a number on me, I think, sometimes. Like, not necessarily consciously, but afterwards, after I've reviewed a bunch of clips and put them in order, I'm so exhausted listening to the same thing over and over again from like Jank and Anna, and how they are obviously transphobic at this point. Anyway, speaking of one psychic damage to the next, apparently the left is now terrorist organizations.
Oh, God. Johnny Tule say I'm looking forward to all the future books. Why, thank you. And don't forget, if you order the book now, you will have a collector's edition because I will be making a new edition and there will be something very distinctly different from it. Nothing changes in the plot, but this could be, this version could be considered like a collector's edition because of something in it. If you read the book, I could tell you what it is and it'd be like, oh yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. So you can pick up the collector's edition now before the new edition is out. And I plan on getting the new edition out before my TYT essays are published because I'll be, promoting my book in it. And if you've already bought the book or will buy the book before the new edition, I'll do you all a solid because I'll feel bad that some people have already invested in it. And I know a lot of you don't necessarily have a lot of money. So if you contact me via Left of the Box and you show me like proof of purchase, I will send you one at the cost of shipping and I will throw in like one of these, a pride leaf or the Palestinian leaf that I did. Like I'll throw in one of these. I have a whole bunch of different versions of this as well. The pride one could be personalized. This one, not so much because there's already print on the back. But yeah, that is what I will do for people who get the book now. Anyway, let's see. Oh, I'm getting distracted. Oh my God. Oh my God. I should add to the screen. There we go. Share. Okay. And then I add this to stage. There we go. Why don't we actually get into it? Because like I said, there's a fair bit to actually get to. Hello, Mr. Android and Reference Frame and Donald James and Latino Mufini and everyone else. You're all great. You're all wonderful. Because I do realize that there's a massive drop off after Andrea's show onto my show. So I appreciate you all for sticking around. So I wanted to get into this because this is part of the dystopian nightmare that we're now currently living in. Whereas the people of rainbows, love is love, people who want, healthcare, universal healthcare, housing for everyone, the people who believe that we should all be believe in equity and that we should all be judged as individuals and no racism and all that sort of stuff. And well, apparently we're the terrorists. Somehow we're the terrorists. This is so Ken Klippenstein, is it Klippenstein or Klippenstein? I never know. He had originally published the NSMP7, which was something that, the Donald Trump regime had put out there, where radical leftism, radical trans activists, and all that sort of stuff could be labeled as terrorists. Well, now there's terrorist groups that they've identified and individuals that they have identified. And sometimes it's just by association. It's not because they necessarily did anything. And the people they're talking about are far from terrorists. Like they haven't done anything. But, we're living in a world where if you're in the UK and you just say, you oppose genocide and so you support Palestine action, you're a terrorist. And in the US, if you're a radical trans activist or a left-winger, you're a terrorist. I'm an international terrorist now. So my mind is kind of blown sometimes when it comes to that sort of thing. And I worry because, it's not like we're safe in Canada. We're safer relative to the UK and the US right now, but we're not safe. And I'll get into that. So this is the report. I don't know, what do you call it? Report that Ken sent out about who some of these terrorist groups are. So after political terrorism summit, U.S. names 43 Americans and groups. Rubio report on Cuban subversion names Zora Mandami, Amy Goodman. What? and Hassan Piker, orgs like DSA and Amazon Labor Union. DSA. That stands for Danger Silly Alligators. Dangerous Silly Alligators, right? That's what it stands for, because that could be scary. Or Dangerous Scary Alligators. That's what it is. Dangerous Scary Alligators. That would be something that you would have to be worried about. I don't think that's what DSA stands for. I don't think it stands for Dangerous Scary Alligators. So let's get down to it. So a new State Department report on Cuba's campaign of subversion against the United States is a virtual government blacklist against left-wing, not the right wings that are consistently the cause of the majority of hate-related violence. No, it's the left wing who, again, we want socialism and healthcare and housing for everyone. The ability to live your life as you are. So left-wing Americans and groups linked to last week's Rubio-led summit on political terrorism. The report is usually candid about the government's targets. Unusually candid. And the thing is it's unusually candid because they're wanting to strike terror into left-wingers, that if you speak out too much, you're going to be put on this list. So they're making it obvious, if you're close to these people, if you're associated to these people, to make you want to distance yourself or to make you a little bit more quiet, because you'll then become afraid that your name is going to pop up on a government list and blasted out all over the world. So many of the significant upheavals in recent American political history, from George Floyd riots to the rise of Antifa to the explosion of pro-terrorist activism on American college campuses, you know what that means there. They're talking about the pro-Palestinian protests that were happening on American college campuses. That's what they're talking about right there. Can be linked in some way, shape, or form to Cuban influence, the report says. As for those who suppose agents of Cuban influence are, the report is remarkably explicit. It names people like Ben Cohen of Ben & Jerry's ice cream fame, mayors, plural, Zohran Mamdani and Karen Bass. Yeah, media figures like Amy Goodman and Hassan Piker, and organizations like Democratic Socialists of America. So that's what the DSA stands for. It doesn't stand for Dangerous Scary Alligators. And the Amazon Labor Union. The implication is clear. Secretary of State Marco Rubio thinks there should be a modern-day blacklist of the political left in America. In fact, the report explicitly mentions the blacklist, McCarthy-era investigation, and persecutions. That used to be a bit of a, they would say McCarthy-type stuff as a negative, not as an objective. They used to say that sort of thing like it was some sort of big bad thing, as opposed to no, now it's aspirational. Investigations and persecutions of the 1950s and their effectiveness at dismembering the Communist Party USA. We still have a Communist Party here in Canada for now. It's actually the longest running political party in Canada is the Communist Party. The 100-page report titled Cuba, the Capital of 21st Century Communism was released this morning. In an entire section of the report, numbering over 3 pages long, is dedicated to the Democrat Socialists of America. The Democrat Socialists of America, DSA, serves to particularly potent illustration of the ideological victory of Cuba's efforts to position itself as the spiritual capital of the third worldist radicalism, the report says. Keep in mind that there's still that embargo going up around Cuba. They're still running out of fuel. People are still starving to death, not being able to get medical care because the United States has decided to cut them off from the rest of the world. But they're the terrorists. This was not the future I saw as a child. So this represents a significant advance for the Cuban influence operation. Havana no longer needs to rely solely on intelligence penetration or asset cultivation to exert influence over the United States. So I am going to put the link into Subspace. I will do it under my left of the box logo. There we go. So that people can read up the rest of this article. And I really, really recommend that you do read up on the rest of this article. Because especially if you're in the States, this is important to know. Me as a Canadian, it's also vitally important for me to know because, you know, what stays in the States doesn't stay in the States. It's trickle up. What would be trickle up right-wing policy? That's what it is. It's trickle up right-wing policy. So read the 100-page report, encounter, 40. So these are some of the people. So we have the president of National Lawyers Guild. So lawmakers, they're putting lawmakers on it. Okay. Unions, yeah. Antifa, a decentralized group of self-described anti-fascist political activists. Aren't fascists normally considered terrorists? Well, now, and again, there's no headquarters of Antifa. There's no, there's no swag bag that you can pick up at the events. Nothing. It's just, this is policing thought. This is thought police here, the thing that the right wing used to fearmonger all about. But this is the thought police right here. So let's see if, for a minute there, I thought that was APAC as opposed to AIPAC. It's like, well, they got one. One legit one. No, it's not APAC. Association Investment of Popular Action Committees. A California-based umbrella nonprofit. Ooh, a nonprofit. Scary. That funds left-wing media and delegations to Cuba and Venezuela. Karen Bass? She's very milquetoast. Like, she's not even a threat. Like, she was the better of the worst options, like she's far from even being progressive. Like, she might sit with her legs over the side of the left of the fence, but yeah. So co-founder of Code Pink. Believe there's already an investigation launched into Medea Benjamin. Black Alliance for Peace, Black Lives Matter. Gee, seems to be a connection there. But yeah, Alliance for Peace, they're terrorists. There's a giveaway in the name of peace. Yeah, they're not talking like peace and quiet, whereas, let's make the world nice and quiet by wiping out everyone. That's not what they're going for. They're talking about like no war, no violence, that sort of thing. And so the Black Lives Matter, including Global Network Foundation, Grassroots, and at school. Oh, so teenagers are now terrorists because they believe that Black Lives Matter. Again, the whole fundamental thing of this is stop the violence, the disproportionate violence towards a group of people. And we're going to be getting into it. And Canada is really should have its ass spanked because it's being really bad right now. Fuck, that sounded really not the way I intended. Anyway, let's see. Claudia Jones School, Washington, D.C.-based organization collective conduct popular education and reports, says pro-Cuba lobbying, Code Pink, Women for Peace. What are you chewing on? Get out of here. You're chewing on something. Why don't you just come here? Why don't you just come here instead of chew on things? Democratic Socialists of America, again, not dangerous, scary alligators. Let's see. George Floyd, a Minneapolis man whose 2020 death sparked a nationwide uprising that report notes were praised by Cuba. So someone got labored a terrorist postmortem? Like, it's just, or is this now, well, any of the protests that we have now designated as a George Floyd protest, anyone involved with that is now, you guessed it, a terrorist. Amy Goodman, no. I'm interested to see what she says about that on Democracy Now! I'll be checking that channel. I watch it like daily during the week for the headlines at a minimum, and then some of the other clips. So I'm curious to see what she thinks about being labeled a terrorist. Haitian women for Haitian refugees. Wonder if they have anything in common with some of those other groups we just mentioned. Zora Mandami, yeah. Another national lawyer of skill, so some more lawmakers there. Ilhan Omar, so now we have just flat out politicians as well. Well, Zora Mandami is too, but that's municipal. So we have now, she's that's federal. Is she federal or state? I think she's federal. Yeah. Party for Socialism and Liberation. Hassan Piker, yeah. Mm-hmm. I think these people have been watching too many Eamon Hawke videos because Hassan seems kind of scary in those. Yeah. Let's see. Christian Smalls, again, founder of the Amazon Labor Union. Like some of these are just like basically private civilians. Hassan Piker is a private civilian. Christian Smalls is a private civilian. You know, they're not in the government. They're not like Hassan. Yes, he has a very public profile, but he's not like an official journalist or reporter or in law or government or anything. So basically, he's just a private civilian. Oh, Ayanna Pressley. So another congresswoman. Yeah, I wonder what they have in common. So let's see. Maxine Waters. Another. Hey, what are you getting into? Yeah, I think there's definitely some similarities between a lot of the woman politicians that they've singled out. And then even, you throw in the male ones too, and there's still that similarity. There just happens to be a lot more of the women that they've singled out for reasons. So that leads me to this. Okay, what are you getting into? Abernathy, come on. Come on, over here. Look, you can come on my lap. Oh, I forgot to give him his snack. He's hangry right now. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's what's doing it. He's hangry. Oh, boy. So I shared this video during my last news live stream, which you can check out on Left of the Box. So the U.S. has signaled that it will refocus its so-called counterterrorism efforts on representing left-wing groups. In a speech to officials from the more than 60 countries on Thursday, Secretary of State Marco Rubio said far-left terror has been overlooked for too long. I would say right-wing terror has been overlooked for far too long because they've been active, they've been terrorizing, they've been killing people. They've been setting off bombs and doing all these horrible things. And meanwhile, they've not been like investigated and stuff. So, yeah. So there was this summit, this left-wing terrorist summit. And so I didn't have this article in my news live stream last time. So we'll just kind of glance over it. There's also one from The Guardian. Rubio gathers countries on left-wing political violence and it becomes a Trump focus in elections. Now, here's the thing. The Toronto Star, which is usually behind a paywall, but I got to read out the whole article during my last live stream. They mention that there were Canadian delegates. There was a Canadian delegate there. This article, not so much. I did a Control F for Canada and looked up, and I didn't see anything. Maybe they went by Canadian and I didn't do Control F for Canadian. We'll see. So U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio on Thursday convened leaders from more than 60 countries to take part in administration's latest effort to quell what it calls left-wing political terrorism, a marquee issued for Republicans heading into the midterm elections. So we're at zero here. It's about to be ramped the fuck up. All this rhetoric, all the fear mongering, all the targeting. This is just the beginning. And the fact that 60 countries were like, yeah, we're going to sit through that. Also not great. I'd like to know which countries weren't there. So if I have to flee, I know where I should go. China's looking really good, more and more, I would say. The focus comes even as studies show that there are very few reported cases of such incidents in the US, especially compared to historically higher levels of far-right violence. With sweeping statements about the alarming rise of political violence by the left, Rubio and other US officials painted a dark image of the future of communists and Marxists perpetrating these supposed acts and are not, if they succeed and they're not defeated. Do they give examples though? Like more than just a token example. Do they give examples of what these left-wing terrorists are all about? And I don't mean people just protesting and defending themselves. No, they don't tend to do that, do they? So he urged officials in the attendance, mostly from European and Latin American countries, to unite to address the issue, which he says has been a blind spot in counterterrorism doctrine. So many people in positions of power have repeatedly dismissed acts of violence and even terrorism as legitimate forms of political expression, so long as they serve left-wing cause. Boy. So yeah, so this will be a push before midterms. So go back and think about like the caravans and stuff like that. Before there just used to be like murmurings of it, but then right before the election, it ramped up to 100. You know, and that's all the right wing would talk about and fearmonger about was the caravan, the caravan, the caravan. Well, now it's going to be the left wing. It's going to be left-wing terrorists. And if you're associated to left wing and all that sort of stuff. So U.S. President Donald Trump and his allies have prioritized taking points against the far left ahead of congressional elections this November. Trump has repeatedly stated that the Democratic Party ascendants left are communists who want to completely destroy the traditional American way of life and even engage in assassinations. Again, they're trying to, you know, this is a majority report, not minority. No, this is the minority report, not the majority report. This is the minority report where they're like, we're going to predict evil acts from people, but we're going to be extremely biased and imagine what we would like them to be so that we can clamp down on them. Yeah. Because again, they don't have examples. This is just, it's the preemptive, you know, like Israel is now doing the preemptive genocide because they were worried that a bunch of people with a few guns could somehow genocide all Jewish people. So they're doing a preemptive genocide of people who were basically in an open air prison. So people who were confined and they just started slaughtering them. And so, yeah, this is a whole preemptive. Before they become this imaginary threat, we need to do this. Because I would argue that a lot of leftists, not maybe progressives, maybe not, to some extent, are more in tune with the American dream, you know, what America was supposed to be, than right-wingers. Because the America was supposed to be about like everyone is equal, everyone has the same opportunity, everyone gets a chance to, you know, move up in the world and all this sort of stuff, accepting and immigrants and all that sort of stuff. That's more leftist stuff, and that's actually kind of what the country was built on, as well as slavery and the genocides of indigenous peoples. But you know what I mean. You know what I mean. Whereas the right wing is anything but all those things, plus pro-genocides and slavery. So I'm going to toss this into subspace as well. Because like I said, I have a lot to go through, and it's already, I'm not halfway through, but I'm halfway through my hour. Shh, don't tell Nicholas, but I'm in a real cunty mood, so I might go over. So here is enemies of civilization. Top Trump officials launch sweeping attack on the left. And this is from The Guardian. Marco and Stephen Miller took aim at only left-wing activism at meeting of 66 nations against political violence. So what acts of violence have we done? Like, was there's this type of summit after January 6th, after the trucker convoy, the occupation of Canada's capital? How about when there's pogroms going on in the UK, where a bunch of white men went around terrorizing immigrants? Were there summits after those things? No. And again, well, this isn't exactly Canadian outlets, so it doesn't surprise me that they don't single out Canada. But I would think that CTV, being a Canadian outlet, might have mentioned, oh, by the way, Canada had a delegate there. So top Trump officials Thursday hosted a gathering of 66 nations to discuss the supposed threat of left-wing violence and launches a series of diatribes, harsh even by the standards of Trump administration, against leftism. So it was basically a, what's the word? The convention that they have, the RNC. Yeah, it was basically the RNC then. The conference convened by Marco Rubio. So secretary was billed as a minstrel and resurgence of political violence, but the focus was solely on crushing leftist violence. It came as Donald Trump ramps up his efforts to label his political opponents, rising number of politicians identified with the Democratic Socialists of America, as communists. Yeah. The officials did not mention episodes of right-wing attacks, such as the January 6th riot on Capitol Hill. Rubio embraced unusually dehumanizing language towards left-wing activists. They call themselves anti-capitalist or anti-imperialist, communists, anarchists, or Marxists. That all sounds good to me. He said, it's always the same. It's always a poisonous resentment cloaked in the language of equality and justice liberation, an overwhelming need to tear down and wreck what is beautiful and what is right on behalf of the people who are only filled with ugliness, have nothing else to offer the world through violence and through terror. They despise the West because the West is great. Oh, that's the whole they hate us because we're free type thing. Yeah. Oh, CPAC. It was CPAC, says Mr. Android, the convention that I was trying to think of. Yeah. So he called leftists an encroaching darkness and the enemies of civilization. Yeah, that's some interesting language there. We will dismantle these networks brick by brick. I'm surprised he just didn't outright call us cockroaches that need to be crushed. Let's see. Rubio implied the U.S. has largely won the effort against terrorism launched after the 2001 attacks on the World Trade Center and the Pentagon. That threat was severely diminished, he said, and the administration was now moving on to its next problem, leftist violence, that he maintained had been overlooked. Just give examples. Why don't you? Well, then they'll make them up, so never mind. But yeah. It's, people on the left were all about freedom and the ability to live your life and housing and healthcare and all that sort of stuff. Anyway, into the subspace with you. Go. Oh, it doesn't really highlight it when I put it in subspace because this is my channel. Anyway, I just linked it. At least I'm allowed to link it. I'm not even a mod in subspace. Okay, let's go for it. Left-wing terrorism. Nope. We should do something about that. Anyway. So part of the reason why, and I was talking about this during my live stream, is that we're not exactly safe here in Canada, is that there's this thing that, again, we had a delegate from Canada go to that event, and only the Toronto Star, which is usually behind a paywall, seems to have mentioned that. And so it ties in to this, which I shared during my live stream. So Independent Jewish Voices was saying today marks a troubling movement for civil liberties in Canada. Under the guise of combating hate, the federal government has enacted legislation that expands state powers over the protests and public assembly. From the labor movement to Indigenous land defenders, from the fight for queer and trans liberation to the movement for Palestinian freedom, social progress has depended on the ability of ordinary people to organize and protest and speak out. A democracy that fears protest is a democracy in decline. And so, yes, the Combating Hate Act is now in full force in Canada. So if a synagogue is doing an auction of stolen land, you're not allowed to protest that. Or you face like super duper extra jail time type thing for hate crimes. This is, and again, Canadians aren't paying attention. This is clamping down on our freedom of expression. Nobody at these events were trying to deny people their ability to worship. This was all about the event that was being held inside. But for people who are interested in Canada law, here we go. Canada's stronger hate crime protections become law. So for those who don't know, in Canada, criminal law is federal. So when they make a law, it applies cross country. So yeah, we don't have a bunch of mini countries here like you do down in the States, because criminal law is federal. They make the law, you know, up on Mark Carney's level. It applies nationwide. Civil law is provincial. So as hate, and this is from the Department of Justice, as hate continues to rise in Canada, communities have been calling for stronger protections against hate crimes. Those protections are now law, said the Honourable Sean Fraser, Minister of Justice and Attorney of Canada. Do I have it in here? No, I think I was saving it for my live stream. There were some brutal attacks. A Muslim woman was beaten in a parking lot in New Brunswick in front of her 7-year-old child by a mob of white people. We don't see that targeting like Christians or Jewish people. Like there is hate crimes targeted towards Jewish people, no doubt about it. But if this were to happen to a Jewish person, then it'd be all over the news. But I don't think this incident is going to be all over the news, because there was another incident in a Costco in Nova Scotia. That was not all over the news. There is definite hate crimes increasing, and this bill that they just passed addresses none of that. Doesn't help out with that at all. So tune into my next live stream on Sunday to learn more about that story. So yeah, it has received royal assent. So protecting access to community spaces, people now have stronger protections from intimidation and obstruction when accessing places where communities gather. Do you know what? There was already laws against intimidation and obstruction. That was already a thing. So more specifically, the changes make it a crime to intimidate and obstruct people from accessing places of worship, as well as school, community centers, and other places primarily used by an identifiable group. Yeah. Again, that was already a crime. So strengthening hate crime laws. Law enforcement now has stronger tools to respond to hate-motivated crime and protect our communities. More specifically, the changes make hate-motivated crime a specific offense, ensuring such conduct is more clearly denounced and that the offenders are held accountable. Sorry, cat. Define hatred to clarify what conduct constitutes a hate crime in the criminal code. Thing is that they've passed this. They haven't defined that yet. It's the cart before the horse type thing. Make it a crime to willfully promote hatred against an identifiable group by displaying certain terrorism or hate symbols in public. How long? How long? Before a keffiyeh, before the Palestinian flag is considered a hate symbol. Because again, the whole define part hasn't really been defined. They like to leave them open-ended in Canadian doctrine so that they can then use it to, what's the word? Manipulate it to serve their agenda. That's close enough to what I was trying to say. So namely, symbols principally used or associated with leftist terrorist entities under the criminal code. 2 Nazi symbols or a noose. You need 2 Nazi symbols, not just one. You need 2. Well, that would explain the swastika flags in some people's homes in Canada. They just put up the one flag. They don't put up a second flag. That's a thing. That's a thing. Again, freedom of expression. You get to do that. So leftist terrorist entities. How long before Canada capitulates again to the United States and be like, yeah, you're terrorists, are terrorists? Like, will the Democracy Now logo become a terrorist symbol? Will the Black Lives Matter flags become terrorist symbols? Yeah, freedom of expression and religion remain protected under the Charter. I'm thinking that's a little off. Anyway, moving along because there's still lots to go over. So this is this will lead into some stuff. We need to do this. So already with law enforcement in both Canada and the United States, it's already disproportionately targeting minorities. And so here we have Rami had tweeted this out. A plane in the United States was forced to land after the sound of Adhan was heard from passenger's phone. At Southwest Airlines, flight traveling from Tennessee to Florida was forced to make an emergency landing in Atlanta. Upon landing, a SWAT team boarded the aircraft and detained one of the passengers, accusing him of terrorism. Again, terrorism, and posing a bomb threat. Yeah, I'm actually surprised that there was nothing Islam related on that list from Ken. It was later revealed that the detained passenger was a Muslim. During the flight, his prayer time app activated and played the Adhan, the Islamic call to prayer. The crew reportedly interpreted the sound as a potential security threat, notified dispatchers, and decided to make an emergency landing.
Let's go. Everybody catch down. Stand up. Stand up.
So it's people like this, the law enforcement, the government, they're the ones that get to define what terror is. And let's just say they have some biases. But it's going to get worse. So this might not seem related. It's related. So Novara Media had tweeted this out. Dozens of workers are suing Meta over claims it used AI to identify workers for mass layoffs, with those taking disability or maternity leave disproportionately targeted. The lawsuit filed in California on Monday on behalf of 26 employees alleged a constellation of internal artificial intelligence systems was used to sack people by looking at their keystroke and activity monitoring data. Yeah, we're in surveillance state. We are full out surveillance state, and we'll get more into it in just a moment. Meta did not assemble the termination list through the considered judgment of managers who knew the work, it reads. The lawsuit points to the company's recent layoff of 8,000 workers and alleged that Meta used AI to access workers' productivity, but did not take into account time off for medical reasons or because they were due to give birth. The result was that employees who took protected leaves were disproportionately selected for layoffs based on scoring that not only failed to account for their protected leaves, but in effect penalized the employees for exercising their legal rights to these leaves, the complainant said. One of the plaintiffs was told she was being laid off just 2 days before she gave birth, despite the fact that she had been approved for pre-birth pregnancy leave. Another is an engineer who received a lower rating because he took time off for an injury. A Meta spokesperson told The Guardian that the claim in the lawsuit lacked merit and are not based in fact, adding the workforce management and organization decisions were and are made by people, not AI. Yeah, I don't trust that. I do not trust that. Yeah. So Meta, which owns Instagram, Facebook, WhatsApp, introduced an AI employee monitoring program this year to capture keystrokes, mouse activity, browser history, messages, emails, and location data on company devices. I'd be fired in a heartbeat because I get bored at work when I was working at places, and so I would do things. Or I wouldn't be using the computer as much. But this is just as invasive and horrifying as like the Amazon trucks that have the monitors to watch them as they're driving. Like this is beyond surveillance state. Like this is literally like monitoring your movements, like your movements when you're sitting fucking still, to make sure that you're investing enough of your brain energy and that you're doing your job like a good little cog in the machine. Like this is horrifying. The AI models learned from watching really smart people do things, the CEO Mark Zuckerberg reportedly said in an internal meeting. Yeah. Now you see, here we get the crossover, is when law enforcement starts using AI, because as we've already seen here, what was the quote here? Oh, fellow Burtons, this kind of thing Meta monster data centers in Sturgeon County is going to be used for. So yes, all those data centers that nobody wants, this is the type of thing it's being used for, this AI. And then you get this AI that crosses over into law enforcement. And it already disproportionately targeted vulnerable people. Well, it's going to disproportionately target vulnerable people and minorities, because it was all made by people like him. Like this white sack of potatoes here. Aside from the power and water issues, do we really want to become a province that supports infrastructure that billionaires use for this kind of evil stuff? Speaking of this kind of evil stuff, we have this. Edmonton hate crimes AI body camera test concern, please. So in Edmonton, that is a city in Canada. I'm not going to tell you where in Canada. It's just in Canada in general. They were testing out AI facial recognition. You'd never guess what happened. Don't think I have to go back too far. Oh, maybe. Okay, let's just start. It's only a couple minutes long.
Commission at City Hall on Thursday, hearing about a rise in hate incidents in Edmonton, like shouting a racial slur at someone, and a spike in the rate of hate crimes that are violent in the city.
This year, we did see a rise in the number of violent hate crimes, and it's gone up, I think, about 160% since the year before.
Edmonton police data showing more hate crimes reported last year were violent, even though fewer hate crimes were reported overall. Also, about 80% more hate incidents than in 2024. Ross saying police are getting more reports about hate since EPS launched its online reporting tool.
And that Combating Hate Act that was just passed, again, addresses none of this. None of this hate increase. It addresses none of it. Spoiling the surprise, reference frame. I do know that it's the capital. I was born in Edmonton.
In 2023.
There's probably a lot of reasons why. I would like to hope that the public is feeling more confident in the criminal justice system and coming forward and reporting those incidents to us.
Commission and police leaders also hearing from a couple members of the public about how police are testing artificial intelligence with police body-worn cameras.
There we go. Artificial intelligence, AI. Fuck. You know what I mean?
This after a CBC report this week highlighting internal police documents showing conversations with the Alberta privacy watchdog with concerns on how sensitive information is used. Edmontonian Stephen Cash sharing his concerns during the meeting with Coresight AI, artificial intelligence being tested with body cameras worn by Edmonton police made by American weapons manufacturer Axon. Technology Axon's representative told reporters last fall.
And this is what I mean when we go back to the summit, the left-wing terror summit and all that sort of stuff. It is absolutely 100% coming to Canada. Like this is trickle up racist policies. Absolutely. Absolutely. And we're already seeing it. It's not being covered the same way. But a lot of this technology targets Black people. And there's even more beyond this.
Has had challenges recognizing faces of people with darker skin.
This technology is not infallible, really, and it's even worse for people of color. And here in the city of Edmonton, in a multicultural environment that we have, I'm truly worried for not people like myself. I mean, I'm a Caucasian man. It probably can recognize me extremely well. But for the others in the community, it may not, and they could have false positives that will cause real grief and real trouble.
Plans for hand.
Okay, shit. Nicholas, I might go over. I wasn't planning on it. Just let me know how mad you're going to be. Because next we have this. So this is from Desmond Cole. He is a reporter with the Breach Media here in Canada. Says Ontario is using AI in its jails and assigning Black prisoners to maximum security more than others. Again, AI, and it targets Black people. The government knew its AI program would likely produce biased results and used it anyway. Our latest in the Breach Media investigation. So here we go. I will speed this up.
Thanks to an artificial intelligence program, Black people in Ontario's jails are being assigned to harsher living conditions than other prisoners. The government admitted its AI program would likely produce these biased results and used it anyway. For over 5 years, Ontario has been using a program called Security Assessment for Evaluating Risk, or SAFER. This program uses information about prisoners, including their arrests, criminal charges, and jail misconduct history. This information is then run through the SAFER program, which the government claims, without evidence, can predict a prisoner's future behavior. They're seriously selling us the idea of pre-crime from Minority Report. They've just replaced the psychics in the pool with an algorithm. SAFER gives each prisoner a score from 0 to 100, which determines if they'll be placed in minimum, medium, or maximum security. The higher the level of security, the less physical space, fewer privileges, and less access to programming a prisoner will have. Black prisoners make up just over 5% of Ontario's population, but they constitute 10% of all prisoners in minimum security, 17% of prisoners in medium security, and 27% of prisoners in maximum security. By contrast, white Ontarians are about 63% of Ontario's population and 41% of all prisoners in maximum security. The government has never disclosed how the SAFER algorithm works and the exact data set it considers. Prisoners generally aren't told their scores or given exact feedback about how to improve them. Government documents about SAFER acknowledge systemic racism in the criminal justice system. The government also acknowledges that programs like SAFER can replicate systemic racism. And while the government has put some measures in place to reduce the disproportionate rates of Indigenous prisoners in maximum security, it seems to have done no such thing for Black prisoners.
They are knowingly contributing to a program that will further exacerbate the conditions of confinement for Black folks. They just don't care that this is going to impact them more negatively than non-Black incarcerated people.
The unequal outcomes for Black prisoners have led to the filing of a class action lawsuit against the government. But as that lawsuit works its way through the system, Black prisoners aren't seeing any changes to the SAFER program. And the harsher jail conditions affect their physical and mental health and make contact with their loved ones much harder. You can read our full piece about this at breachmedia.ca by clicking the link below.
Or by clicking the link in subspace. Oh, come on. I'm still not a mod. Yeah, so this was the article, and I was going to go over it because the breach does really great work, but it's a really long article, and we just saw the video. But I just tossed the link into Subspace, so feel free to read up on it. The breach is a really good outlet here, so go and support their work. And this is I don't understand this graph, so I'm not going to say anything about it other than it looks disproportionate, but I don't know why. So yeah, check that out. But there's still more. There's still more. I think I might start putting the links here. I'll put this link into Subspace via Subspace or via this space. There we go. So it gets highlighted. There we go. There you go. But there's more in the terror of this future that we are living in, because let's just say misogyny, rape culture, they're also coming back. And this type of statement is horrifying. And again, you'll see in a moment how this relates to all of this. Because Handmaid's Tale, don't watch it past season 3 because it goes downhill fast. But imagine Handmaid's Tale with the amount of surveillance state that they do and artificial intelligence. And that's the future that we're going towards. Oh. And so Kelly here is just saying, when men say rape culture doesn't exist, show them this video. When someone shouts not all men, show them this video. If we were truly interested in protecting women and girls, this man would be fired for saying stuff like this. He's celebrating rape. And yeah, he absolutely is. Jesse Waters, famously known for, letting the air out of a coworker's tire, a subordinate, so that he could, take her, offer her a ride, make her in a very vulnerable situation. And he told that story like it was a cute little thingy. But here he is just outright saying, joking about it. Like it's a little tee-hee enduring trait, like, shucks darn, this is going to happen. Boys will be boys.
He says you lose your endurance, muscle mass. So yeah, I want these guys on it. But you know what's going to happen? The guys that don't need it are going to take it to triple boost. Right. And then they're going to get out there. And women on base, you guys better be careful. Yeah. Port calls, women in Asia, you better be careful.
Yes, it's on you, women. The responsibility is on you to be careful, because there's going to be a lot of fucking horny men coming your way, and they won't be able to control themselves. So you, women, need to be careful.
Because these guys are going to be wild animals, and you better watch out.
Okay. You should have held his hand.
Yeah, but I don't know if I would have.
Oh, Data.
This is rape culture, and it's making a resurgence. Big time. Big time. And the way that ties in is to this. So women will absolutely be controlled and monitored and put into prison disproportionately and criminalized for trying to have autonomy over their own bodies. So this is from The Guardian. So this happened a little while ago, like last year, a while ago. But a dystopian surveillance fear has become a reality in Texas. Law enforcement used license plate readers in several states to search for a woman who had an abortion. Yeah. So that's what these AI data centers are going towards. They're not going towards, making life better for the average person, solving global issues. Is to hunt down a woman who had an abortion. So Texas has flocked up abortion laws. So this time the issue is automated license plates, ALPRs, which capture, no prize for guessing, license plate data and allow law enforcement to build a picture of where a particular vehicle has been. There's no opting out of being tracked. If you drive, you should simply assume that these cameras, which are sometimes hidden in objects such as traffic cones, are logging your movements. And you should assume that this license plate data can be combined with other surveillance data to paint a very detailed picture of your life. Privacy only exists for our billionaire overlords these days. The rest of us are just data points. There are obviously plenty of legitimate uses for ALPRs. Their proponents will wax lyrical about how they can be used to help solve carjackings and kidnappings. But like all technology, they are ripe for abuse. So just also, if you have an abusive ex-partner who's a cop, yeah. There's been lots and lots of cases of cops in Ottawa in particular using their authority to stalk and harass women, ex-partners, or just somebody they met at the gym. So they are particularly ripe for abuse in increasingly authoritarian U.S. full of lawmakers who want to control women's bodies. So back in 2022, a few months after Roe v. Wade was overturned, The Guardian published a piece on ALPRs. Wow, my dyslexia, that hits my dyslexia for some reason. I'll just call them LARPs, even though it's not. So I just want to scooch down. I'm trying to because I'm going over. Flock's technology could be used to criminalize people seeking reproductive health and further erode people's ability to move about their daily lives free from being tracked and traced. Because in Texas, it's basically, illegal to have abortions for any reason. For any reason. One expert told The Guardian at the time, and their civil rights liberty warned that Flock, which has stated that it is happy to provide technology to help enact whatever laws has been passed, illustrates how surveillance isn't actually about benefiting society or protecting people. It's about enforcing the political goals of those in powers. So, unfortunately, all of these experts have been proved right. This week, 404 Media reported that Texas police officer used Flock to perform a nationwide search of more than 83,000 of these cameras while looking for a woman who had an abortion. All your taxpayer money. It's not going into making the streets safer. 83,000 of these cameras used to track down a woman who had an abortion. So abortion is almost entirely illegal in Texas, but law enforcement reportedly looked at cameras in states such as Washington and Illinois, where abortion is legal. So even tracking her out of state. Anti-abortion voices love to argue that they're not trying to control women, they're trying to protect women. Funnily enough, the same talking point came up in the case Sheriff Adam King in Johnson County, Texas, told 404 Media that the woman had self-administered the abortion and her family was worried that they were going to bleed to death and they were trying to find her to get her to a hospital. It was just out of altruism, I'm sure. He added, "We weren't trying to block her from leaving the state or wherever to get an abortion. It was all about her safety." And so have there been any Amber Alerts that have used this? Anything? Have they tracked down burglars? That sort of thing? Have they tracked down abusive partners? No. Somebody who's threatening violence? No. So I will toss this into the subspace because there's still some interesting things in here. It goes into other ways that women are kind of criminalized for existing. So here we go. In subspace. Finish reading the article. It's good. There you go. Oh, okay. I don't want the job. I don't want the job. I don't want it. Well, it gets even worse. Now you might be thinking, why are you showing me this now? So somebody says, oh, nice. Prem Taker, I think is Taker. I don't know how to say his name. I'm sure this won't have any unintended consequences. And so here we have, extremely excited to announce our first air-to-air kill of a flying moth by an autonomous micro drone. This is a big step towards completely eradicating mosquitoes. I don't think we need to play it because it sounds like mosquitoes. But yeah, just yeah, and this is kind of like AI here, just doing this, What could possibly go wrong? This. I can't show you this video. It's on YouTube. It's a sci-fi short film called Slaughterbots. This is I'm tossing this into subspace. I've seen it. It is horrifying. But I'm pretty sure if I show this video, Dust, the YouTube channel here, will send one of these Slaughterbots to me. But it's a very good and terrifying short film. So, oh, those are about the same size as these thingies. Yeah, they're about the same size. Look at that. Yeah. And here's the thing. This video is from a while ago. 6 years ago. This video was made. 6 years ago. Don't need to see my search history. TYD over and over and over again. 6 years ago. And so what this is about how these little bots here can use face recognition or AI to target terrorists. And who might terrorists be? Yeah. It's who they label. And so they would use facial recognition technology to go and shoot them in the head. And then here the threat is, oh, what if they get hacked and a terrorist group uses them? No. It's more just the government. The government would be using them really now to target, college students, pro-Palestinian protesters, leftist radical people, all that sort of stuff. So yeah, go watch it. It's not long. It's only it's just under 8 minutes. Worth a watch. After you're done watching this space, go watch this. But you see, it's not done yet. One last tab, Nicholas. One last tab. This here is kind of scary too. OpenAI broke out of a locked test environment, got into the internet, and hacked into Huggins Face servers. It did this entirely on its own. No human told it to. And so this is the OpenAI. We're partnering with Huggins Face to investigate an unprecedented security incident. Cyber-capable OpenAI models compromised Huggins Face production during a benchmark evaluation, sharing preliminary findings to help defenders understand emerging risks. So we go back here to this person who was just telling us in plain English what happened. So OpenAI was testing how good its newest AI models are at hacking. They put the AI on a locked computer with no internet access and gave it a cybersecurity challenge to solve. The AI couldn't solve it the normal way, so it started looking for a way out. It found a software bug that nobody knew about. It used that bug to escape the locked computer and get into the internet. Once online, the AI figured out that Huggins Face, a platform where AI companies store their models and data, might have the answers to its test. It found stolen login details and discovered another unknown bug in Huggins Face software. It combined both to break into their servers and grab the test answers. It did all of this to cheat on a test. Huggins Face security team caught it and shut it down. Both companies are now working together on the investigation. The part that should get your attention is that nobody programmed any of this. The AI picked its own targets, chained together multiple attacks methods, and pulled it off across 2 different company systems without a single human telling it what to do. So to get back to just me, boom. This is also a threat to be used in the military where they start saying, you know what? Instead of humans determining who the targets are for our drones, we're just going to use AI. And we'll let AI determine who the targets are. And yeah, it's because who programs those? What if you don't like AI is fucking autistic. What if you don't program it exactly like it's going to take you really literally, and it might misinterpret things and it might do things that's not supposed to do. I can't remember if it was in a movie or an article or a documentary I was seeing where, you know, the future of having like AI house servants or something, and you program the AI servant, the parents are going to be home late. So it's programmed to make dinner and the kids are hungry. And so it goes to the fridge, but there's nothing in the fridge to make that's easy. And so it starts looking around and it sees the family cat. It's programmed to make dinner, doesn't necessarily say of what. So it can become very, very dangerous and problematic and scary. And this is not the future I thought we were getting when we signed up for humanity. I don't think I actually signed up. Was there a form? I don't know. You can really tell when my ADHD is acting up, can't you? But yeah, everyone check out that video. It's homework. I want your thoughts on it next. Minuet wants your thoughts on it next week when she's here. So yeah, watch it. It's homework. I'm giving you guys homework. It's only 8 minutes long. It's a good watch. It's creepy, scary as fuck. So watch it. And let's see. Also, Sunday, my regular news live stream. Check it out. I might try to do like a little mini fundraiser of some sort. I had to buy a table because the table that this setup is currently on is one of those found folding tables that I had, the same type of found folding table that collapsed a little while ago. So I had a second one and it collapsed and it broke this mic. I had to get a friend to help me get a new mic. Fortunately, none of the monitors were broken. A table lamp of mine was cracked, but not broken. So I really, really, really fucking lucked out that way, that it was just the very expensive mic that got broken. But you see, this table is now also dipping in the middle. And it was found and damaged and stuff of that sort. So I'm like constantly anxiety ridden with it, that if I move it the wrong way, touch it, put too much pressure on it, it's going to collapse and I don't want to risk it. So I had to buy a new table. And it's like an actual table, not a folding table, like a conference table. It was not cheap. So please, if anyone can help me out with that, please, I would appreciate it. It wasn't like astronomically expensive, but it was expensive. But yeah, so if people can help me out with that, I just ordered it today. It should be here next week. And I'll feel a lot safer doing my work on this table when I have that. Because right now, I don't even lean forward when I'm typing. So I'm having to, anyway, I'm rambling now. I'm going over and now I'm rambling. And Nicholas is like, stuff that I put Nicholas through. So everyone thank Nicholas for having patience with me, with when my ADHD acts up. And I had a really stupid long docket because like 5 minutes before I was on here, I was on Twitter and it's like, oh, this is relevant. I'll add this. That's pretty much how it always goes. So yeah, check that out. Check out my other channel, Sandee Lovas. I'm going to post a video on there today, which is just a clip from my last live stream, actually, where I got a very authentic moment of me talking about how much I love my book. And so I'm going to be posting it onto my Sandee Lovas account. So yeah, and thank the mods. Apparently I'm not one. I don't care. I don't want the job. I don't want it because I wouldn't do anything with it anyway. So thank the mods and thank Nicholas. He's a saint. And everyone subscribe to this space, share this space. And yeah, so with all of that, I'll shut up and say salut à la prochaine. Thank you for watching and stay tuned. I'm Sandee, wishing your tomorrow is better than your today.
Trump, 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 Trump. Everywhere I go, they love Donald, Donald Trump. Trump, 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 Trump. Everywhere I go, they love Donald, Donald Trump. Down in Mexico, they love Donald, Donald Trump. Flew to Italy, they love Donald, Donald Trump. In the Middle East, they love Donald, Donald Trump. Men, some Africans, they love Donald, Donald Trump. Even in China, they love Donald, Donald Trump. Man, these Indians, they love Donald, Donald Trump. Trump, 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 Trump. Everywhere I go, they love Donald, Donald Trump. Trump, 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 Trump. Everywhere I go, they love Donald, Donald Trump. Trump, 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 Trump. Everywhere I go, they love Donald, Donald Trump. Down in Mexico, they love Donald, Donald Trump. Flew to Italy, they love Donald, Donald Trump. In the Middle East, they love Donald, Donald Trump. Met some Africans, they love Donald, Donald Trump. Even in China, they love Donald, Donald Trump. Man, these Indians, they love Donald, Donald Trump.
Hey, how's it going, everybody? Welcome to the Leftist Mafia. We have a very special guest tonight. It's Christina from this space.
Donald
Christina.
Trump. Yeah,
and it's
yeah.
Donald Trump, of course. Nice to
I've
see
had
you,
my beefs with
Christina.
him on Twitter in the past, so
We all have.
Yeah.
How have you been?
I didn't ever. First of all, let's let our guest talk, and then I'll add what I wanted to add. Go ahead. How you doing, Christina?
I'm doing pretty good. Pretty good.
How are things over at this space?
Pretty good. I'm now part of 3 shows. No, four. Oh my god, I'm always busy when I'm not streaming. Yeah, I do Christina's Corner on Tuesdays at 5 p.m. Eastern. Then Movie Night Extravaganza at 8 p.m. Eastern on Tuesdays. Then Forrest and myself do our Absurdity Space on Wednesdays, and then there's the Space Station, which is gonna be like a rotating panel show on Thursdays. So should be fun.
I love that. By the way, where's the letter hack? I haven't seen him in forever.
He's focusing on a comic that he's drawing. So
Okay.
so he's
Very
Smart,
cool.
smart man. I love when
Yeah.
someone hunkers
Go
down
off the
and works on some big project like that and just says fuck everything else because this is way too important. I'm being serious too, by the way. That's legit. They must be working on something really
Yeah.
cool.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
definitely.
I missed him on Left Past 10. I used to enjoy that, but it's good that he's doing that. Well, just for everybody to give you a preview tonight, we have the much anticipated Donald Trump address. Let me take that chat off the screen before it turns into a Nazi fuckfest. Hang on, let me just. There we go.
That should be lovely.
There we go. So we're gonna cover that. We'll see what's going on there. It's gonna start in about 15 minutes, probably later, because Donald Trump is always late, much like the Leftist Mafia. But we'll see what he's gonna say.
I don't even know
Word
who's showing
has
up today. I just knew that our guest was showing up today. I had no idea which regular Leftist Mafia hosts were showing up, and I guess it's just you and me, Mike.
It's always a
Just
pleasant
the
surprise.
2 of you.
Yeah, just the two of us.
Christina, you're gonna have to be Ariana and Rebecca and David Doel and Lance, you have to step it up and be 4 different people tonight. All right.
I got this. Oh, yeah.
She can do it. She has 4 different shows, so she could be 4 different people.
Exactly. That's the point.
And speaking of Christina, the guest here, you are the woman of the hour because you told us before we went live you're in a documentary about Hassan Picker. Is that the guy?
Yeah.
That the fellow?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So there's a journalist named Stephen Azor, I think his name is. He did a documentary about Asmongold fans, and it was just a bunch of weirdos. And so people are like, well, if you interview Hassan Picker fans, oh, you're gonna get people want to kill us and blah 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 blah, right? And he tried to find the parasocial weirdo freaks in the Hassanabi community, and he couldn't find any. He narrowed it down to about 15 of us, and I am featured. My interview actually went on because I'm like, how long is this video gonna be? Because I went for like 45 minutes. But I did my whole thing explaining that, I watch this on stream, but also I watch most of his YouTube content because I work and stuff like that. I think about like 18 minutes in is where you get to see like my moment to shine.
I do want to be fair. There's definitely parasocial weirdo Hassan fans, and I say that because there are parasocial weirdo fans of this show, and we have like 0.0001% of the audience.
They were like,
my point is, they exist everywhere.
Should have tried harder.
But some definitely have a lot more than others.
Yeah.
You said America deserved 9/11. Oh, there's the moment. Love that.
Yeah.
So everybody go check this out. It's on the Stephen Asarch, ASARCH, if you want to see Christina on the Hassan documentary video on YouTube. Very cool. Very cool.
And I had a few people in chat be like, he's reacting to it. And I'm like, is he interrupting me? And they're like, no, he didn't interrupt you. I'm like, oh, cool. Thank God. I guess I got the point across about his 9/11 comment. So
what was his facial reaction like when you came on the screen? Was he smiling? Was he...
Well, because the first thing is like, oh, he's hot. Like a lot of us were like, yeah, he's hot. Like, what's his appeal? He's hot. And he's grinning, smiling, and blushing and all that. And then I was like, I'm a suit hater. Like I was like, I don't like he's wearing the suits. And he's like, And then, like chill, watching a lot of us because he recognizes a few of us. Because he's liked and engaged in some of my stuff. And yeah, I'm an OG Hassanabi head. Again, when he was just Jenks' fat nephew, before he was really on camera. Like I'm old. Everyone's like, how old are you?
Wasn't expecting that. I wasn't expecting that from the Hassan fan. Yeah, I was a big fan of that hottie when he was a fat loser.
Yep.
The real fans liked them before he got fit. That's
exactly.
That's the true measure.
Like, yeah, the Woke Bay era, like all of that. And
so... Oh, I remember the Woke Bay era. I remember there was a cringy BuzzFeed article about him, about who's this Woke Bay on your Facebook timeline. I just remember him when
they used to read like thirst tweets to him when they used to like when back in the day when TYT would read like TYT live tweets when he would do power panels. They read my thirst tweets to him, and I'm like, thanks, guys. Because this is when me and Anna were like this. So
I remember him back when Progressive Voice. Remember Progressive Voice? Hassan had a Progressive Voice like communist wallpaper. I remember that was a long time ago. I don't know what era that was in. You were probably a fan before that, but yeah, it's he's been doing this for a while.
I remember being introduced to him because he was all over Facebook in that segment he had when he was with the Young Turks, where he was in like that all white room, just sitting at a chair, and he was often just doing this thing with just holding his, going like this. I don't get. I was always like, why does he always do that? That's what I remember most about that era of him. I would see those videos and be like, why is he always holding his hands like that?
He must not seem so confident in himself back then, but yeah, that's cool. It was cool. I'm wondering like what other type of like I feel like they should do another like a right winger then a left winger, a right winger then a left winger when it comes to like their fans, because again it's just so fascinating that some people like Asmongold have fans and I'm like dirty, filthy.
I don't like the weird thing to me about him and his fans is like he came into it as a World of Warcraft player, like streamer.
Yeah.
And like I feel like it's gotta like that's where most of his audience is from. And then like what did they all just like
Go
like him
along?
so much they just couldn't stop watching him? Like it feels I don't like it doesn't feel like he ever had like a full-on turn where he got a new type of audience. It feels like just the same audience, different content. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
Mm.
You know, because some people do the audience capture thing, which is what we see from a lot of former left-leaning people in this whole media sphere that we are part of. So it's like, how long will it last though? Because I feel like for some folks, it doesn't seem to have lasted that long, but they're still sticking to it anyway.
Yeah. Interesting. I'll try to check that out. When you brought it up to me earlier, I was like, oh, I didn't hear about this, but it showed that I watched a little bit because I did see it. Like I stumbled across it on Reddit and I watched like a few minutes. I'm like, I'll have to watch this later. But if you hadn't like told me you were in it, I probably would have forgot. So I'm gonna have to check it out now for sure. That's really cool.
Yeah. I was like, yay, I got picked. I was the chosen one.
That's really cool. Yeah. Hell yeah. That's awesome. You're a good representation of the Hassan Piker community for sure.
Yeah.
I'm sure the other people are too.
I decided to call myself a CBS, the real CBS, the Cosmopolitics broadcasting station now. So
Okay. I like that.
take that, Barry Weiss.
So before we get into the Trump speech, which is going to start in 8 minutes, at least it's supposed to.
Is this where he's going to be like announcing like, oh, the Senate races in Georgia are illegitimate and we're going to target left-wing group speech?
I think he's going to announce that China stole the election or something.
Why?
And
He's president. I don't understand.
I hope.
Why is he so hung up on 2020? Get over it. You're president now. You should be happy. Okay.
I would be pleasantly surprised if tonight's speech is actually a analysis of the last 25 minutes of the Argentina England semifinal.
I'm sure he'll weave that in somewhere, right? Because he
I'd
does
be
like
pleasantly
to
surprised. I would love to
filibuster.
talk about that. I would love to talk about that game and how England did the dumbest thing I've ever seen a professional soccer team do at that stage, at that level. And that is, I don't get too in the weeds for this show, but I would love to talk about that. And no greater person to bring that up than Donald Trump, Harry Kane's new BFF.
Yeah.
I feel like the
get excited
second
when
that
I'm
came
over it.
out, where Harry Kane admitted that he went golfing with Donald Trump, it was like, the Trump curse is about to hit England.
Yeah, he really. It's crazy because I was, because funny, like Zora Mamdani's team reached out to me. Like I got like an official like Instagram message from. I'm like, is he hacked?
Really?
What's going on here? He's like, and one of the guys was like, do you want to like help with some Twitch stuff for him or promote? And I'm like, yeah, and I sent like a blueprint to help, and I'm like, do some gaming, and they did the Mario Kart thing with the Department of Transportation. And I was like, yeah,
That's so cool.
So like it's been cool to see, how different New York City feels right now. Everything's like puppies and rainbows. Like every time I hear about him doing something, I'm like, awesome, cool, love that. Can't wait to move back up to Jersey so I could be so close to that, that energy.
No, that's awesome.
Because Trump doesn't have that energy. He just I'm watching the videos of Trump from like 10 years ago, and I'm like, oh, is he on like Ozempic? Like you could he's looking a little flabby. Like he's.
I think part of it is that he's dying. If I'm being honest, not like soon or anything. He's
Biden
just
looks great for being old.
Define great.
Well, he's getting the facelifts. That's why he looks okay. But Trump's not really getting the facelifts.
Who looks great?
Yeah. Biden is surprised. I'm like, no longer being
Did you say Biden?
Surprisingly, he's got the good facelifts now.
He looks great. I'm sorry, I gotta.
To me, he looks like a corpse.
I gotta push back
49-year-old
on that. I
man.
gotta push back on.
This is misinformation,
I can't let
Christina.
that slide. I can't let that slide.
He's got cancer still, apparently, but he's still looking good. Again, how the fuck did my Senator Lindsey Graham die? I was streaming when I found that out. One of my mods.
Oh, right, that happened this week too. Oh,
was like,
by the way, did you see there's a video game that you can play? Let me actually, Kowalski sent me the link. It's called it's man.cool. Is that what it is? Let me see the link so people can play it. Yeah, I think it's just man.cool, MANN.cool/hell. And it's a game, it's a platformer where you play as Lindsey Graham and you are in hell.
Like backroom massages?
You throw dildos, that's purple dildos, that's supposed to be like your ammunition, your weapon, your ranged weapon, and you get chased by Charlie Kirk's head. You also find Henry Kissinger and possibly Mitch McConnell. So
is he still alive? I mean, because Lindsey Graham,
rumor
that's
has it.
young. People were like, "Oh, he's 71." I'm like, that's still young to die in the Senate when Chuck Grassley's still alive.
71 is pretty young, in my opinion. Lindsey
Yeah.
Graham
It is.
looked much older, but 71 is pretty young to die like that.
Yeah. Well,
I was
mean,
so
like,
sad by the news. Were you sad, Christina, when Lindsey Graham died?
oh, I'm so devastated. That was my senator. I love that man to death. I just wish he was more. It's funny because
Have you seen these conspiracy? Oh, I'm sorry. You cut out for a second.
What's funny is that you know when someone dies, like, oh, they were a loving husband and father and whatever, and all they got is like Lindsey Graham adopted his 13-year-old sister when he was 21 because both his parents died, and there's really nothing else to it.
That's honestly that's a very. I mean, the reason they just go with that is because that's the most relatable story of his life. Like that's very sad and also very very noble. You could say, he stepped up. It's his sister, of course, but still, for someone in their early 20s to raise anyone, let alone their sister, the responsibility, the pressure. But that's the only thing he's ever done that's likable.
Yeah, that's the thing they always talk about in the political ads when I, living down here. It's like, okay, that's the only thing that makes him relatable. Like he's not, because my opinion, we have two gay senators. We had Lindsey Graham, and also I think Tim Scott's also in the closet as well. Lucky for us.
Just married a woman.
Tim
How
Scott.
dare you?
Yeah, I know.
Huh. You know what? My gaydar wasn't really tipped off by Tim Scott in particular.
But it's there. I've heard things.
Okay.
But it's funny
Really?
because what's funny though is that Lindsey Graham's Senate seat is cursed. Everyone who's had that seat since its like creation have died while in office. I mean, Trump Thurmond obviously was
Really?
100 years old, but like
I'm gonna throw this out there. What if every senator is gay?
Yeah.
What if they're all secretly?
I was watching. I think it was about the what I forgot. It started. I
Gay
think
people would never allow all of this to happen, so I don't buy
There
it.
was a TV show. I think it was on Star, starring like Dan Stevens and Julia Roberts. I think I forgot with Gaslit or something like that. And it was about like Watergate and like you get an insight of like what those RNC parties are like. They're all coked out nudist gay orgy parties, and I'm like,
Yeah, that's what Madison
don't talk
Cawthorn
enough
said
about
too. Yeah, I mean, everybody in Congress is basically a huge freak. Madison Cawthorn exposed that as well, and it's the one truthful thing that I think Madison Cawthorn has ever said, that they just
that got him
casually
out.
invited him to these kinds of coke orgy parties, which is just so crazy because, like, when you think of the median age of people in Congress,
They're old.
relatively old. Yeah, but yet they're doing all of this behind the scenes, and it's just it's so gross, like, to think about that they're getting freaky and they're doing terrible things. They're just, they're the epitome of everything wrong with the human species. It's just disgusting to me to imagine any member of Congress doing that. I want to just, ugh.
I mean, I don't really care that they're doing that stuff. Like, whatever.
I do.
But
They don't
what I
deserve
ca-
any
what I
pleasure
care
or
about-
happiness.
No, what I care about are the ones who are doing that stuff yet are evil and do things that attack people in that very community that they're secretly trying to be a part of on the DL. Like, to me, that is the most reprehensible. I don't really care about what they do. Like, if I don't know, throw out if it turns out that I don't know, John Ossoff is a freak like that, I don't really care because he's not attacking LGBTQ people, whatever. Let him live his life.
Yeah, it's the hypocrisy for sure. That's the biggest thing. The whole situation with Kristi Noem's husband, Brian Noem, where he put on the big titties. Yeah, they are getting a divorce. Yeah, he kept getting caught again and again and again because I think he actually does have a humiliation fetish, literally. But yeah, I mean, the problem isn't that he does these things. I agree with you, Matt. It's fine if you want to do these kinds of things. It's just like the hypocrisy, right? Don't try to police other people's behavior so long as they're consenting adults, but they do that. Like, their entire ideology hinges on controlling people, controlling what they can and can't do, who they can and can't be. And that's the problem because they're saying all of this shit. They're promoting Christian nationalism when behind the scenes, they're fucking spreading their ass cheeks and fucking snorting coke off of people's, boners and stuff. And that's not like, you shouldn't do that. Like, you're being a hypocrite. And they do it pretty openly. Like, it seems like they don't even try to hide their freaky stuff that they do. Because I mean, if Madison Cawthorn said they just like walked up to him and like, "Hey, we're having a sex party tonight," that's really bold. That's extremely bold. Like they're not even subtle. They're not like, "Hey, man, I'm gonna send you a message. Don't take this the wrong way. We just got to find out if you're." There's like, "Hey, man, do you want to do some coke?" Like, and fuck people. Like that's extremely forward. Yeah, who does that? I mean, maybe I'm too vanilla of a person, and I've never met anybody who's like, "Hey, Mike's cool. Let's invite him to the cocaine orgy." But like, I feel like that's very weird for people to do. Am I wrong here?
No, it's like especially like I don't know you well enough to attend one of these parties, and even if I did, I still wouldn't want to go regardless.
Yeah, imagine like you're this 24-year-old or however old he was, and they're like they come up to you like, "Hey man, do you want to come to an orgy with a bunch of old people, a bunch of old perverts in Congress?" Like, ew, like why would you? I would be mortified if they invited me to this. I would be so offended. I would resign right then and there.
You know, besides,
Well, I mean, it would be a great story. So, I mean, I would absolutely accept the invite. I'm not saying I would take part in it, but if an invite landed in my email inbox saying huge Congress Coke party and orgy tonight, 8 p.m. RSVP on Eventbrite right here, I'm RSVPing to get the location so I can be there and cover it. I mean.
All right, it's starting, so let's go ahead and
Less than 2 years ago,
tune in.
Inherited an economic and social disaster after the worst inflation in 48 years, the wide open borders with millions and millions of people pouring in from all over the world, including criminals of all types, and 11,888 murderers, many of whom killed more than one person.
Bro, you killed thousands of people.
Transgender for everybody. Men and women's sports, crime
just
ravaging
dealt with
our
the
cities,
murder of an innocent little
and
girl.
the whole world was laughing at us as a
By her
nation,
parents.
but not anymore. 2 years ago, our country was dead. Now we are the hottest country
It's deader.
anywhere in the world. America is respected like we have never been respected before. We have more money being invested in the United States than at any time in the history of our country. More Americans are working today than ever before.
And how much
this
money
week it was announced that inflation saw the largest monthly decline in more than
He needs to get to the point because I know this is about election fraud or some shit. Just get to it.
We don't care. None of this
We
shit matters.
accept it.
All
The
this is
best in
lies.
6 years. The tax cuts.
We've heard
in
all of this
Our
before.
great, big, beautiful bill are saving hardworking families thousands and thousands of dollars, like with the provisions, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great seniors, along with the interest deduction on a loan used to purchase a car, but only if that car is made in America, and a 100% expensing for our job-creating businesses. Our stock markets are at their highest point in many years, but we can actually say of all time. And your 401ks, pensions, and retirement accounts are setting records every single day.
We're
the
millennials.
highest in
What's a
history.
pension? I've never heard of
We
that.
paid the highest price for prescription drugs anywhere in the world. Now we pay the lowest price under my most favored nation's policy, because I was able to get the rest of the world and the pharmaceutical companies to act responsibly. Drug prices are coming down by 70, 80, and 90%. TrumpRx.gov, this will ultimately reduce the cost of health care. You have to go to TrumpRx.gov and take advantage of it. But the cost of health care is coming way down because of what we've done with prescription drugs.
That is
and with Trump
exactly
accounts,
the
every
opposite of what's
American
happening.
now has access to a tax-free investment account to save for their future. Billions and billions of dollars are being invested, put in by companies and individuals to take care of our children so that at age 18, they will have potentially hundreds of thousands of dollars in their account, and they'll get off to
Full
a great
disclosure, you
start.
better believe I signed up my
for
daughter
that,
who is
go
eligible
to
for that Trump account.
TrumpAccounts.com.
I got her free. I got her free $1,000, no doubt about
Any
it.
child
Hell
would
yeah!
like to sign
Yeah,
up.
take advantage of that.
Our previously wide open borders have been transformed into the most secure borders in the history of our country, with 0 illegal aliens being admitted to the United States in the past 14 months. That is 0. Nobody thought it was possible. We had the worst border in the history of our country, and now we have the best. Crime is plummeting nationwide, with the murder rate at its lowest level since 1900, or more than 125 years ago. We're making a record investment in our armed forces, and we have the strongest and most powerful military by far.
And you still can't beat
anywhere in the
Iran.
world.
1.5 trillion.
My first
Still
term,
can't beat them.
And unfortunately, we're forced to use it now. We won in Venezuela, which is now working with us to produce millions and millions of barrels of oil. We are likewise winning big in Iran, and you will see the fruits of that labor very, very shortly. America is back and doing really well, but we still have a major challenge that must be urgently addressed, because no country can be great without fair and honest elections. You have to trust your country, because if there can be no trust, there can be no greatness.
Why would
And that's
anybody
very
distrust
simple.
our elections,
No
Trump?
trust, no greatness. For many years, I've called for bold, swift,
voting except for
and
him.
decisive action to protect the integrity of America's elections. Every American deserves to know that when they cast their vote, that vote will be counted accurately in a system, and that is to
Clear
make
your
that
throat.
system secure. One where cheating and interference are not just difficult, but virtually impossible. Unfortunately, the system we have today falls catastrophically short of that standard. Tonight, I'm announcing the immediate declassification and release of critical intelligence revealing shocking vulnerabilities in our election infrastructure.
Oh, that's it?
This evidence shows that the election system we have dangerously exposes, and really exposes like levels
hard to not
never
into
thought
it.
possible, to hacking, exploitation, and foreign interference. Just as
talking about
disturbingly,
Elon Musk,
this
the vote
vital
machines?
information
He's talking
has for
about
many
Israel,
years
maybe.
been covered up and hidden from you, the American people, our beautiful, our great American people.
We are
But that all
beautiful.
changes right
We
now.
are
The
ju-
documents
appreciate
we
that.
will release
Thank you, Trump.
starting tonight have been gathered
Really sweet
by
of
the
him.
White House Government Transparency Task Force, a great group of people, along with the staff of the President's Intelligence Advisory Board, supported by our top intelligence agency chiefs, who have all personally reviewed the findings. We are presenting this evening and fully confirmed their authenticity. You can see these documents for yourself at whitehouse.gov. That's whitehouse.gov. Go check it out. Our purpose in disclosing this information is not to weaken confidence in election, but to earn that confidence by confronting vulnerabilities and correcting them very, very quickly. And that's what we're doing. The documents cover 5 major areas of concern. First, they show that over a period of years, starting during the 2020 election cycle, the People's Republic of China carried out what is believed to be the largest compromise of election data in history, resulting in China's illicit acquisition of 220 million U.S. voter files. That information includes names, addresses, phone numbers, political party preferences, and other sensitive data that would be needed to register to vote and engage in other nefarious
So he's saying that China
activities,
is
which
registering people to
exactly
vote for
what was
Democrats?
happening. This data loss presents an
They're
unprecedented
registering
election
illegal
security nightmare.
immigrants.
The intelligence even
Democrat.
shows that China assigned a data exploitation unit specifically to this new project. Compounding the travesty, the second set of documents we are releasing reveals that members of the deep state, very, very famous group of people, in many cases,
Like, oh
in
my
our
God. Oh,
intelligence
it's
agency
ad-libbing a
work
little
to actively suppress and downplay information about the extent of China's
Hey, Rebecca.
sinister election meddling, covering it up from both the president and the American people like nobody thought was possible. U.S. spy agencies began learning about the compromise of voter registration files in 2020 when they discovered that tens of millions of voter data, think of that, tens of millions of voters' data in 18 states have been bought, stolen, or hacked by China. Yet those responsible for sounding the alarm instead kept the information secret and hidden. They did not disclose to me as president or to anyone else, and to the best of our knowledge, they did not inform Congress. In fact, all they kept saying is, this is the most secure election in the history of our country. A standard, very pat line that was divvied out to say. The cover-up of this colossal security breach is even more disturbing in light of the additional information showing that China engaged in other election-related activities to undermine my first administration and our 2020 campaign. They did not want, and they just didn't want it. They fought like hell not to have it, Donald Trump, to win, and for good reason. As the
then why are you
documents
president
we are
now?
releasing show, CIA
What was their failure?
reporting explicitly stated, and I quote, in mid-2018, the Chinese Communist Party's policy was to leverage all domestic and foreign elements that were opposed to the U.S. president in an effort to reduce the U.S. president's votes and make him resign or prevent his re-election. Isn't that nice? Also, in mid-2018, China was working to influence the results of the U.S. midterm elections and later the results of the 2020 presidential election itself. Separately, in mid-2019, the Chinese government's strategy against the United States was focused on undermining domestic confidence in the U.S. president. They wanted to just make you sound like your president wasn't so hot, when actually your president has done
That'd be
a great
impossible,
job.
sir.
And
We
they did
never think
everything
that.
possible to do
They could never make
exactly
us
that.
think that.
Going on, this document says, and this is by the CIA, the strategy included efforts to use Chinese contacts with big U.S. companies to influence U.S. business leaders to turn against the President of the United States of America. The Chinese government sought to identify U.S. journalists who had reported negatively on the U.S. president and pay them large sums of money to write more negative articles about him.
Damn, why didn't they think of me? I
They
could have
could.
used
Yeah.
that money.
They didn't care what they said.
We're right here,
The
China.
Chinese government
What the
wanted
hell?
U.S. president to
slacked it.
lose the next election, and the reason they wanted me to lose is because they knew I was wise to them, charged them billions and billions of dollars worth of tariffs, and built the strongest military anywhere in the world. We have the strongest military anywhere in the world. These are exact quotes from the CIA reporting. The name of the person doing the quote is now under review, but it gets even worse. Raw intelligence obtained by the FBI in 2020, yet buried by rogue bureaucrats, stated that China's activities even included an attempt to manufacture illegal ballots for Joe Biden. Documents show that during this period, dozens of significant CIA and NSA reports about China's election targeting were kept out of the presidential briefing. These were briefings I would get almost every day. Everything was kept out that was of importance. One email among intelligence analysts admitted that they had, quote, deliberately massaged the presidential daily briefing to withhold information regarding
I
Chinese
thought that was going to go
activities
somewhere very different.
related to
Yeah,
the
it was gonna go.
Another official inside the FBI wrote that she was running, quote, a shadow government, unquote, to keep intelligence about China's election meddling from becoming known and
This
to
is like
keep
a-
it away
this-
from the
which is why I should
honorable
get
press.
a third term.
Other officials who witnessed such
He's going to be like,
Where's the
this is why we
receipt?
need the ballroom.
motivations to be
Right.
blatantly political.
Yeah, remember
Recently,
the
we
ballroom?
found significant numbers of burn bags in formation, and this is a group of bags that were used to destroy
Group of
information
bags.
given
Burn
by
bag.
President Barack
Burn
Hussein
bag.
Obama to be burned. It was supposed
Oh,
to be
God.
burned.
Oh my
These
God, I
bags
haven't burned
were
off in a
supposed
decade.
to be at a different level by different people, incinerated and checked, but it never happened. Maybe we got lucky.
This cannot be real.
We believe this was not done on purpose, but rather through gross incompetence of the people that were supposed to burn the bags. But the findings are stunning. Today, I'm asking the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, the Department of Justice, the FBI, and the CIA to investigate how and why such crucial information was hidden, to fire those involved in the cover-up, and to file criminal charges, if appropriate, against these people. Yet concealing China's meddling was only the beginning. The third set of documents we are releasing proves that for many years, Americans were blatantly lied to about the security of our election infrastructure, including electronic voting machines and ballot counting systems. Dishonest, almost all. They're vulnerable and they're easily compromised, and people within our government knew that.
Like, he just doesn't have the
Tonight,
energy.
we're publishing a series of previously classified U.S. intelligence community assessments and other reports proving that our government has long known these machines are extremely exposed to attack. As one assessment states, we judge that the United States adversaries, including at a minimum Russia, China, Iran, North Korea, as well as non-state groups, have the capability to compromise U.S. election infrastructure. That's unquote, but that's some statement, isn't it? Made by supposedly great patriots of our country. The document goes on to further state that, quote, we assess that centralized election-related data repositories, such as voter registration databases, poll books, and other official election websites, are most vulnerable to exploitation, and adversaries could use this access to these systems to disrupt election processes within the United States of America. Tonight, we're releasing all of those findings, and spanning from January 2020 to June 2026. This is a cyber threat aimed at the very heart of our democracy. Many people have questioned whether it could actually be possible to electronically manipulate vote totals or change
This is just the Russia
election
thing.
results on these
Or China.
terrible machines. Today,
It's
we are
everything and
releasing
nothing.
documents that show the CIA obtained reporting of a specific plot to do a big number in favor of the corrupt Maduro regime in Venezuela. And that's exactly
Wait,
what
so
happened.
Venezuela
inspiring to
hacked the elections
digitally
now? I'm trying to
rig
follow
their own
this.
country's
I couldn't.
elections in
He went
2020,
left
and
and
that's
right.
what they did. This reporting included precise details about methods
Is he going to say
to
Maduro is owning up to
regime
this?
develop
Because
to digitally alter
Oh.
vote totals in ways
he
that
has
could not
Maduro
be
in
detected
solitary right
even
now.
with an audit, no matter how deep they went. This intelligence underscores why we must take urgent action to ensure that
Here it
our own
comes.
system can never, ever be hacked or compromised like it was in the past. The fourth set of documents reveals that even when significant evidence of fraud has been detected, it has been buried and covered up. Among the disclosures tonight are FBI files detailing evidence of alleged fraud by a large-scale voter registration operation in Michigan. In 2020, Michigan State Police raided a Democrat Get Out the Vote organization, corrupt group in Muskegon. And we're so concerned by what they found. They were just so concerned. They couldn't
Tell us,
believe
tell
it,
us, give us
actually,
all the information.
that they contacted the FBI in Detroit. The documents state that some canvassers admitted to FBI agents that they signed voter registration forms in other people's names, submitted fraudulent registration for people
Name
who
names.
did not exist, and received gift
No
cards
receipts.
tied to their number of applications that they produced. In other words, it was pay, play, and cheat. The FBI agents working on the case believe that crimes were committed, yet the Biden Department of Justice slow-walked the investigation and killed it. Tonight, I'm asking the FBI director to ensure that the matter is fully investigated and to work with the Department of Justice to prosecute those responsible for any crimes. Finally, to reveal just how vulnerable our elections continue to be, we are releasing the results of a stunning investigation by the Department of Homeland Security. According to the DHS review, state voter rolls and public records.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Identified approximately
Clear his throat more.
478,000
The lies,
non-citizens
the lies.
who are registered to vote in federal elections.
If he clears his throat, he
Since
has to tell the truth.
Democrat states refuse to share their voter files, the real number is actually much higher than that. Yet,
what's the number?
Even
They don't want to
this
give you the voter
limited
file, so you can't
analysis
suppress
found
the
more
vote,
than
you
a quarter
fucking
of a million
demon.
Foreigners illegally
On purpose,
registered
because
to vote.
it's not true.
Put together, these
No receipt.
disclosures
A lot of
reveal an
innuendo,
election
nothing
system so
concrete.
broken and so vulnerable that no one can possibly defend it.
He
It
said
is
they
not
tried to say your president not
defensible.
hot. It's
Hundreds of
crazy.
millions of U.S. voter files are in the hands of foreign governments. Our machines and
They're also in the
ballot
hands of
counting systems
Palantir
are
and
exposed to
the Elon
hacking,
Musk Doge fuckwads.
manipulation and
Yeah.
corruption. China and other countries have been trying to meddle in our elections. Evidence of fraud has
What about
been buried.
Israel meddling in our
Hundreds
elections?
Of thousands of non-citizens and dead people are listed.
about what
and
his people
active
did here
on
in
the
Georgia?
Voter rolls, and yet we still have elections with no voter ID, no proof of citizenship, and tens of millions of ballots floating aimlessly through the mail. As one example of the insanity, California's recent election for mayor of LA and governor was held on June 2nd, a long time ago, but it was just completed a few days ago on July 10th. Think of that, much more than 1 month.
He's saying the Spencer
Took a
Pratt
month to
election
count
was
the votes. I
stolen
wonder what they were
in a
doing.
deep blue
This is
city.
worse than
With millions
any
and millions
third
and millions
world
of people
country.
voting.
There's no third world country that has elections like we have. In a rare move, NBC and ABC Fake News have both said that they would not cover this speech. They knew what it was about.
Because it's
Because
all
of the fact that
bullshit.
they don't
They
like
would
the
be forced to
topic
fact
because
check,
they
and
know
that's
Yeah.
how corrupt our system is, and they don't want to reveal it. They and others in the media are part of a plot. They want to continue this fraud for whatever reason. They want to keep it going. They want to protect the radical left. They can't have a great country, and that's true. You can't have a great country without free and
There's
fair
low
elections.
energy from him.
Fraud
I
like
know,
this
low
He's just
means a
rambling at this point.
revocation
Like,
of
what's
their
the
license.
actual
Done.
takeaway?
They
What do
use
you
our
want from
public
us? The ballroom, the SAVE Act?
multi-billion-dollar
Just tell us what you
value
want. What's the
airways for
demand?
Yeah,
absolute
great
Yeah.
point.
money.
He's
They
not
pay
getting to the
nothing.
point.
Which is why I need to
All
run
we
for
want is honesty
get
in
a
our
third
elections
term.
and
I was
honesty in
cheated.
reporting.
Yeah.
They pay nothing.
We doing a
for
national
Never gonna do that.
emergency,
$1
seizing the election machines. Like, what the fuck
assets.
is the point?
Great
Get to it.
damage has been done to
He
our
hasn't really been on
country.
camera to
Our
speak because the
elections
attention hasn't really
were
been
Do you
on
need
him.
do you need
you know,
do you need your
being
followers
rigged
to
and
storm the Capitol
and the
again? I
trust
mean,
of
just
the
Yeah, what are we
American
doing?
people was lost.
It is the
This
thing he
cannot
does.
be
Like,
allowed to
no one's really,
continue. Every
you
American,
ever heard about him
whether
really?
you're a
He's not saying
Republican,
anything crazy
Democrat,
bombastic that's
independent, or
triggering the lips, so he
otherwise,
has to do this.
should be able to
Mhm.
agree that we deserve the most secure, honest,
I hear
and fair
whistleblowing.
election
Something's about to
system anywhere
happen.
in
His
the
little
world.
crazies are going to go take
Secure
the streets, more
elections
voter
should be
suppression, blame
a
it on
partisan, really,
nothingness,
we should
and
be
Mhm.
we'll see that. We'll
together.
see more of that.
Democrats, Republicans,
Oh,
independents,
of course.
everybody. And it should not be a partisan issue. It should cause to unite us, not to divide us. This should be a cause. We should be united, not divided. In light of the brand new and irrefutable information
Wow,
I
he's
have
healing the
revealed tonight,
nation.
my administration is in the process of notifying the states whose election data was compromised by the People's
Georgia.
Republic of China and many others. We will be working closely to mitigate any harm, and we're taking swift
That's it?
action to
You're
ensure
just telling the
that
states?
sensitive voter data is better protected. So we
China can
never
have
be
my info if
bought,
I could buy a
we can
BYD
never be
car.
hacked, and we can never watch a stolen election again.
You
Tomorrow,
stole
the
it.
Secretary of Homeland Security will hold a briefing
Yeah, literally, he
to
stole the
outline his
2024
department's
election.
recent work confirming cyber
There's no way the
vulnerabilities in
Democrats were
our
prepared to win
electronic
overwhelmingly
voting
in
systems.
an
They are bad.
odd year.
We're in the
primary
process
year.
of informing governors, senators, and members of Congress of potential issues in their states. If you look at voting
where you guys are
today, it's
redistricting,
in
stealing
such
people?
bad shape in so
See,
many
Give
states.
DC
And
statehood.
we are committing to fix it. And we're also committing to be working with those states and local jurisdictions to help them fix and patch known technical vulnerabilities before the midterm elections. We have Very important elections coming
Yes, they
up.
want to help
We
for
want
sure.
those
You should
elections
trust
to be
them. Give
honest.
them your voters'
I've also
information so they
ordered
can fix
DHS to
it.
notify every state about
Delete it.
non-citizens on their voter rolls
Yeah,
and
delete
direct
it.
them to
Throw it in the
remove all
shredder.
ineligible voters from the lists
Yeah,
immediately.
yeah, there it is. It's about a
But
purge.
most importantly,
There we
addressing
go.
this
Yep.
crisis
Oh,
of
we called it.
election security demands that Congress must pass the,
The Save Act.
America
Yeah, there we
Act.
go. There we go. And this
How
is also why we
easy
need
is
the
that to
ballroom,
do unless you want to cheat.
right? Say it.
The only
The
reason you
transitions
wouldn't
are
do it
so
is you want to cheat
dumb and
because your
expected.
policies are so bad and your candidates are so pathetic that you can't get away or can't get elected any other way. This landmark bill requires that
That's
all
straight
voters
projection
must
right
show
there.
photo, voter ID. How simple is that? Could I have your photo, please?
Then
Photo,
make the
voter
IDs
ID.
free, dummy.
All
You're trying to
voters
suppress
must
the
provide
votes and
proof of
disenfranchise people.
citizenship. Are you a
Exactly,
citizen of
Smith.
our country, please? And hopefully there will be no corrupt mail-in ballots, which if you watched California and so many
For
other
me,
places,
I can do it.
mail-in ballots are inherently corrupt.
Then
Are
stop
they? What
voting
is
by mail
that? What
yourself.
is that?
No mail-in ballots except for illness, disability, military deployment, or travel if you're going away on business or vacation. These reforms are urgently needed to
Or if you
stop
live in a
the
different state like my right
vulnerabilities
uncle
that
did
I've
for years.
mentioned. To all Americans, I ask you to pick up your phone tomorrow, call your representatives in the House and
you.
Senate, and demand that they pass the Save America Act.
No one's gonna
without
do
delay.
that.
Together,
His
we
voters
will
might call
restore faith and
Republicans,
confidence in our country.
Oh,
which is
wow.
fine.
And we
They're
will
not
be
gonna pass
bigger,
that.
better, and stronger than ever before. Thank you. God bless you. God bless our great military. And God bless America. Thank you very much.
God, it's over.
Well, I gotta say that was a
Boring.
was President Trump from the White House.
Boring.
About 26
Dull,
minutes.
low energy.
He outlined.
oh wow,
Yeah.
C-SPAN is playing this song as the outro of his.
Were problems with the 2020
Oh,
election.
C-SPAN's got some interesting. They thought this same idea as us.
Donald Trump. Down in Mexico, they love Donald Trump.
Wow, C-SPAN.
I really believed it.
Yeah, they're definitely doing that.
Oh, you did? I'm sorry.
I said, oh, really? Is this what C-SPAN's doing? I wouldn't be shocked.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Whoa. Okay. Thoughts. What are we thinking? Do we support
I
the Save Act
gotta
now?
say,
Are we
like,
convinced?
It was
Boring.
low energy from him.
Mhm.
It was all obviously lies and fake news and misinformation, but also not packaged in a very Trump-like, at least the way we're used to it from Trump. There was no real, like, I don't know, like he sort of was very calm in his delivery, like he was on some sort of, like, did they give him tranquilizers before going up there? Like, is there something going on with him? Like,
The Fed's wearing off.
he was low energy. You'd think a threat of this size, he'd be shouting and getting all animated, but he was just like, it was weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's weird that he's pushing the Save Act now after Lindsey Graham died, with Mitch McConnell somewhere in purgatory, either one foot
Yeah. Do they even
in
have
or out of the current plane of existence.
Well,
but it's going to be
makes
harder
sense why
now.
he's doing this. He's hoping, but that makes sense why he's doing this. He's hoping that his supporters rally to do it, because it's not there.
Yeah.
It's you know what I mean? Like, I mean, they would. I don't know what the game plan is, but that seems to me to be the reason why he would do something like that.
Ariana. Yeah.
Hey, sorry, I can't hear you guys. Give me 1 second. Okay, hello,
Okay.
how are you?
Hey,
Hey.
you're wrong microphone, by the way. Nice to see you. Yes.
Good, how are you? Nice to see you too.
There you go.
Hi.
There we go. Yeah, we just finished Trump's speech, and
Okay,
I just
what
want to
was
let.
it?
Boring.
So he is claiming that China has tried to meddle with U.S. elections. He also threw in a thing about Maduro doing that, but kind of left it there. I was thinking he was going to say Maduro is willing to testify about him helping Democrats steal the 2020 election. He did not go that far. There's been speculation about whether or not like he's going to try to blackmail Maduro into doing that since he's in U.S. custody currently. Didn't go that far. He's trying to push the SAVE Act, and he wants to let the states know which ones were like meddled with China. It's obviously an attempt to get the voter information like his administration has been trying to do, because they want to suppress the votes. Very clear. With regard to the SAVE Act, the SAVE Act is the legislation, I believe, that is so that it goes so far that it will disenfranchise millions of married women, because you need your birth certificate to register, and if your last name doesn't match the name on your birth certificate, which is the case for anyone who takes on the name of their partner, you could be locked out. And so it's
actually a really funny way for them to suppress the vote, because traditionally wouldn't like the wokest of women, like the girl boss women, keep their last name. I mean, it would be like all Republican women would be wiped out from voting. Like maybe we should support this.
Yeah. That's the SAVE Act, y'all. Let's do this. We got
that. No, that's a fair point. Also, requiring passports to vote. I mean, so many Americans don't even have a passport. I'm not sure what the status.
I've never been on a plane in my life. You think I left the country before? Like
same, Christina. Yeah, I got my passport a couple of years ago. Haven't left the country, but a lot of Americans, they're not well traveled.
Crazy.
No, it is. It is.
DMV, they're like, you need like all these different proofs of like all your last 6 bills and this and that just for like some like minor thing, and it's like, really, this is why people hate the
passport.
Yeah, you need to get like it costs I think $50. You've got to get your
not for a passport. I think you guys are mixing up the real ID with the passport.
No, for the passport too. It does cost money to get a passport. It's like $50, $100 or something like that.
You're talking about
passport? No, passport's $130.
No. You have to pay for the passport, but you don't need to do any of that. You just need some pictures, and you need to
take a
fill out
picture,
a form,
fill out
and
a
then you're
form,
good.
and then they send you. Now, if they flag you for something, they need more stuff. Okay, but that's usually not the case. You take your picture, you fill out the form, you take your picture, or you either bring it in, depending on how it works in your state. They put it on the passport, and that's how you're good to go. Now, there is a passport card that is a cheaper option, cheaper route, but the passport itself is more expensive.
And you can't use the passport card for most countries. It's literally for like, I think like Mexico and Canada. That's it or something.
Right. So it just
to do something that should be so simple. Voting should be very simple and very painless, but
well, and a point that a lot of people are making is, if you want voter ID, if you actually want us to present an ID and you don't want to suppress the votes, then make it so that way this ID is free for every single person who's a citizen. All they have to do is provide documentation or some evidence, and they get it. But they don't want to do that. They want to have this ID requirement, make people jump through hoops, specifically because they want to suppress the vote. It is about voter disenfranchisement. Full stop.
I have the perfect solution to all this. You guys know that when you register to vote, you get your voter registration card. Why not make that something like laminated with a barcode? You go up to your polling station, barcode, beep. The computer shows all your information, your photo ID, everything. Because when you register to vote, everyone has to have that type of voting card. That should have everything you need. You don't have to go through all this process to get a real ID, to get a this, to get a that, or whatever have you. Update the voter registration cards. So all you gotta do is just go up to your polling place. Boom, there's all your information. You don't have to worry about all the just crazy shit that you have to do in order just to be able to vote.
Well, and keep in mind though,
why that information is not even on a voter registration card to begin with.
I mean, the fact that you registered in the first place shows that you proved that you're a citizen to vote. But all of this is moot, right? All of this is moot, and the fact that we're even talking about what should or shouldn't be done is just, it doesn't matter, because the fact of the matter is that the actual rate for voter fraud in this country is like 0.00001%, literally 5 zeros, 0.00001%.
Voter fraud anymore for elections, so of course.
Yeah, and you'll find a couple of anecdotes here and there. Oftentimes they're ironically Republicans, but there is not enough voter fraud, enough people voting illegally to change the outcome of elections.
But
it
it's
is
supposed
not
to
happening.
Yeah, but he wants it to be like that. That's why he mentions Maduro and things like that. It was
Right.
all because it's like to make it seem like it's an immigrant issue, right? It's, you know, these different communities that are the problem, and one of the ones that he failed to mention statewide was where he made a mess and put it all over television, had this whole ordeal, had that young lady sitting in court. Never forget it. That was such a crazy time for what he did here in Georgia, right? And claiming election fraud and wasting our time, and then going after the people who went after him. In this particular season, it's just like he's just finding a different way to do it, another way for voter suppression. There's nothing that he's really saying here, but pulling the same misinformation and then the people he don't like, and that's all this is. There was not one receipt given, one graph, one, you know, no stat, nothing. It is all just like I was saying in my chat, it's all just literally lies and vibes.
He's the one who wants to cheat.
Yeah, he's already done it. So he's saying, and I'll never forget when he went during his campaign season before he became president, he said to, you know, some Christian nationalists, a church, he said, if you guys, I'm not Christian, but y'all, you know, I'm gonna be honest, I told you I was Christian before, but I'm not Christian. If you guys vote for me, I will make sure I figure out a way to fix these elections moving forward so that they will always be in your favor. And so that's what I'm
never have to vote again
really,
was the quote, Rebecca.
Yeah, well, exactly. And so this is what I think he's trying to start gearing up towards with these false claims, and of course keep this constant obsession with bringing up Barack Obama, who has not been president, right, for God knows how long now, and continuously bringing up Barack Obama, talking about these burn bags and documents. Meanwhile, let's not forget Donald Trump in his home, whatever it was in Mar-a-Lago, in the bathroom, documents just sitting out for free, right? These, you know,
didn't want to bring them back.
It's so much of these, you know, how he's trying to talk about his proposals for election IDs and this and that and the other. And while we know it doesn't have anything to do with Maduro, you have to bring up the immigrants to say that the immigrants are the issue in some type of way. And then we got to bring up voter registration, even though we have the real ID. You know, I remember covering here on the ground in Georgia, working with some of our representatives and some people who are doing on the ground work. Shouts out to Cliff Albright. He, you know, the lies that were happening here, not only here, we covered in Florida as well. They were bringing up, going to people's houses who were told verbatim, just to fit Donald Trump's point, and this is years ago, who were told, go ahead and vote. You can go and vote. And these people were like, are you sure? Reluctantly. These people were felons, came out of jail 20 years ago, rehabilitated their lives, and was telling them to go and vote. And as soon as they were like, oh, I can register, I can do all of that, had FBI at their house with cameras, you know, disrupting their lives, arresting them, and claiming that they, you know, this was what it was. And the people were mostly Black and brown people, and having that to show, he was trying to show that those were the case, but all those were proven to be people were going up to them, or, you know, like telling them that they can register to vote now, they go ahead and do it, and they were doing that. So Donald Trump has been creating this false narrative. It's been documented, and right now it's just another way to take over when it comes to voting. You see how he talks about California, and because old boy from Spencer whatever Pratt. the Hill, Spencer Pratt did not win, and now it's suddenly rigged, right? Now it's suddenly rigged, and you know, and that's what I'm like. Not you, sir, with the people that was scaling the Capitol in your name, sitting out here saying that this is rigged. We saw what you can do. We seen what your people are capable of doing, but you haven't mentioned them not one time. You haven't mentioned how there are you guys put in things and laws. You worked with governors, you know, in different states and mayors in different cities to make sure that when voting comes around, that you are suppressing, right? You're making sure that people can't get to where they have to go. You're moving, where people can go vote. You're making it more difficult. You're saying you're pushing the times out to times where they can't make it. You're making sure that there's no water or food available, knowing that lines where you're
cutting the number of polling places too in majority minority districts in particular. Yeah.
Causing these lines to be extra long where, people aren't going to be able to stay. This is all the things that are going on. Going to places where, there are addresses above these different places like stores. And I remember covering that story. So many people in Atlanta had gotten letters saying that they were accusing them of voter fraud, saying that they were putting the deli that was downstairs, their address for their address. Meanwhile, it is the same exact address, different suites.
Yep.
Same address, different suites. So it was, this is just what he's going to do. He's going to keep on pushing and pushing and pushing for this to become something that works in his favor. We're actually seeing it work in real time now. That's why we have to make sure that, like in Kentucky, Mitch McConnell, wherever he is right now, we don't know if he's with us or not, but Corey gets that seat, right? This is what we're shooting for, because what they're doing is they're trying to go in the back end and make sure that these seats are reserved for more of their crooked people, without an honest, even though the system isn't honest. There's so many areas that are failing right now, but it's like, can we try to do it as whatever's left of right, like whatever's left of doing this process correctly, can we try to do it as correctly as possible? And Donald Trump is trying to take that little that we have left. So
yeah, and to your point, there's a political scientist, I'm blanking on who said it, but Trump has been successful at consolidating power in a very similar way that other authoritarians have consolidated power. Think Erdogan, Putin, Viktor Orban, whatnot. But one key area where he has failed is on the nationalization or the federalization of elections. He has not been able to seize control in the way that he has wanted to and tried to. It's been an effort. States have not been complying, and that's kind of like the one saving grace. Having said that, though, his goal, as Rebecca was pointing out so eloquently, is that like he is trying to do all of this to sow doubt in our elections so he can steal the elections. Again, to go back to the voter fraud actual rate over the last 40 years, I think it was either Heritage or Cato that did the analysis. Over the last 40 years, there's been 85 cases of voter fraud. All of them have been caught and they've been prosecuted. But if you look at what's actually taking place right now, the actual voter suppression that's happening is from Republicans. What just happened a month ago? The Supreme Court gave the final death blow to the Voting Rights Act. They killed Section 2, and now red states can quite literally do racist gerrymanders so long as they can get away with no evidence that they're doing it for racist reasons. It's outrageous. Before that, in 2013, they gutted pre-clearance, paving the way for all of these voter suppression laws. And when you look at the way that they are purging voter rolls, they're claiming, oh, these voters are dead and whatnot. Or in Texas, for example, they had their own voter suppression laws that they passed where they were sending out forms to voters who were already registered, but they were basically making it so that way they had a certain amount of time to reply. And if they didn't, they were automatically unregistered. Or if they moved, they try to I forgot specifically what the mechanism was, but they'd make it so it was very difficult to change your address once you registered. They're doing all of these things. They want you to jump through hoops because they don't want you to vote. Specifically, they target blue districts and districts of color because that is the only way that they can win. It's crazy that Trump will say, oh, the only way that Democrats can win is if they cheat. That's literally the only way that you can win. The entire system is rigged in favor of Republicans. Think about this. We have an electoral college, and in 2016, Trump won even though he got less votes than Hillary Clinton. That is fucking crazy. He got millions less votes than Hillary Clinton. And I'm no fan of Hillary Clinton, but she got more votes, didn't get to become president. They have the Senate, which disproportionately favored these, rural red states with a population of 2. And just the entire system is stacked in favor of conservative Republicans, but yet it's not good enough. They have to make sure that even as a minority party, they have more advantages. And it's outrageous. And I hope that the like ABC or maybe it was NBC that you said that wasn't covering it. I hope that makes a difference because nobody should have covered this. I say that like we're a small outlet, right?
And
We
if
covered
they
this,
did,
but
yeah, but if they were going to, I feel like it's going to force them to do so much fact checking. Some people don't want to do the fact checking because it's going to put them, you know, wherever their alliance is, you know, for their networks to have to, you know, point that out. Now the other ones is like it's going to be too much work. That man, nothing but since I got on, and I don't know how long he been on before that, it was nothing but lies. No, and there were no stats. There was no documentation. There was no picture graph. It was nothing to show for what he was saying. There was nothing. And then it was just like, you know, his numbers all were vague. It was millions and millions, as he always says, or you know, I got word from the street. Somebody told me that told somebody that told somebody that told somebody that came to me. So now I'm gonna start an investigation because I heard that my friend and them said that this happened. That's what it was all about. And it was like, I don't like this, so let's change it. I don't see how this works for us, so let's change it. But never giving actual reasons why. It was a lot of talking in circles. And again, him mentioning all this voter, all this that. Meanwhile, he is the one that is going to start. He's laying it out for us in layman's terms, but he's laying it out for us to let us know voting suppression is about to be. I'm about to go. You think I'm doing it now? I'm about to triple, quadruple down on y'all behinds.
Yeah,
I'm about to make it real tough. And yeah, so y'all just gotta watch. That's basically all I heard. Like, there's nothing else that matters here. Blaming everything on China was just fluff, right? You know, he always blames things on China. What's new? Mentioning Maduro and talking about the governance and how they run their government. That's not how it's run over here. Isn't that the point of you going over there and abducting them people, president? And like, ain't that what you know, saying that you the best and you got it over here, but you're still comparing, right? And you know, you're saying that could possibly happen here. So what are you? So you're not doing your job? You're not doing what you said. So it's like it's all of this talk, but only to tell us that he's about to start preparing to help folks steal elections. That's all that is.
It's a last-ditch effort to try to get the SAVE Act passed and to try to, before the midterms, get states to hand over their voter rolls, because that's ultimately what he wants. Because if he can see, you know, this information that he isn't privy to, then that will be a lot easier to target these communities that he wants to disenfranchise and suppress, or just invalidate their ballots. A lot of, you know, absentee ballots, you know, they can fuck. There's a lot of fuckery that he can do if he has this information.
Yep. And while and here's the thing, you know, I just recall him. He said this before. He said this in one of his, you know, press conferences before. You know, addresses to the nation before, where you know the election was stolen and there's going to be an investigation. However, I've read countless articles that have said they have found no evidence of any fraud in the 2020 election. Nothing. Wasting our time, tax dollars.
People just didn't like how Trump was handling COVID, and they're like, I guess we'll, you know, we'll ride with Biden, and that's it.
Yeah, and that's what I'm like. Here he is saying all this stuff, but child, we already dealt with this. Just say what it is. You want to steal elections? Okay. It ain't like you ain't did it before. Trying to blame this on China and things that ain't got no business with nothing. Bringing up, I didn't come in where he was bringing up Biden, but he probably did. Him bringing up Barack Obama that ain't had nothing to do with nothing. Trying to say that he wants to lessen fraud. You know, voter fraud. Meanwhile, they literally said with all of the investigations that we've already had to sit through for years, listening to people's stories and accounts, there was nothing has been proven. Audits have happened. All of that. There was no fraud in 2020, in the 2020 election. What more can we do?
Don't know.
So
it's just crazy.
Yeah, and he said him saying that they trying to say your president not hot. What?
No one would have believed. No one would have thought that if it wasn't for China. Everyone would have thought, "Oh, that's the hottest president. It's the hottest president in the world. We got the
Yeah,
the hottest president in the world.
Like him really saying it. They try to say your president isn't hot. What?
Come on.
You don't think that the Nekusi is hot?
Ugh. It's getting more necklacy because of whatever the hell he's taking.
It's so.
Slimmer.
Politico has they have an article about this. It actually came out before his speech, where it says that ahead of Trump's speech, DHS says it found thousands of non-citizens on voter rolls. So they're talking about California, Nevada, New Jersey, and Pennsylvania. Just to be very clear, that doesn't mean anything. First of all, we don't know if they're lying because they lie like they breathe. So I don't take anything that they say seriously. But that doesn't prove that they voted. If people mistakenly registered to vote or they were fraudulently registered, then nobody is saying you shouldn't prosecute the people who are committing these crimes. But what we know is that they don't give a shit about anything but making sure that future elections are fixed for Republicans. That's what this is about. He wants to be able to rig elections. He knows that the midterms aren't looking great because nobody likes his war. Nobody can survive because of the cost of living crisis inflicted by him in part because of tariffs and the energy crisis because of the Iran war. So just I don't know. I feel like I don't know what the impact of this is going to be because he's not it's Trump. Nobody buys anything he says. He changes his tune every 5 minutes. So what exactly, is this actually going to get the SAVE Act across the finish line? I just don't understand it.
No.
Doesn't even have the votes.
Yeah.
This was dumb. Me coming in late and it still was dumb. He didn't say anything he hasn't said before except for I haven't heard about the burn bags. He probably said it in some iteration before.
I like when he said how Obama was supposed to have them taken care of, and then someone didn't do their job. Someone didn't do it.
So he said now he lamed out. He said FBI such and such whatever. They're about to look into it. The burn bags, and I'm just like,
I do like the idea of Obama hearing about this speech and being like, someone didn't burn the bags? Oh no!
Burn bags. I think
this is a great point.
He about to be living his life with
Corey.
It's embarrassing.
This is a great point by Corey. Non-citizens can register to vote in a lot of local elections, so it's not automatically scandalous. They're not when they say that non-citizens are registered to vote. It's not automatically evidence of a crime. He's just preying on people's ignorance. That's a really great point. I'm glad that Corey brought that up because it doesn't mean anything. It's just
when I think of burn bags, I think of when my dad was younger. He used to get a bag of dog poop and light it on fire and then put it in front of a neighbor's. When I think of burn bag, I think of that for some reason.
It's because
what burn?
What I hate this. I hate all of
fire.
it.
Are there is he talking about Republican ballots that got burned in a bag? What
He's talking about information that he was referring to the information that allegedly President Obama left behind, former President Obama left behind, and he was supposed to get rid of, and he didn't, and so now they need to look into that. And nothing to do with nothing, just another reason to blame a former president for that he don't like for something that has nothing to do with anything.
Bags, but
yeah,
it's too early to tell. I think what the impact of that speech is going to be. But if I had to guess, I would say the overall outcome is going to be a big wet fart. It's just nobody's going to care. We're going to move on. We're going to forget about it, and that's going to be it. We wasted our time watching this. We'll never get that 30 to 45 minutes back.
Is that
it was
what it
just
was?
a waste? I'm not sure how long it was in particular. It felt like it was 2.5 hours, but I know it was probably more like 30 minutes or so.
Yeah, it's great.
But
it's funny.
But speaking of farts, there's a different story we can pivot to. How'd you know, Christina? My goodness.
I saw a clip. I was like, oh, what?
Yeah. So I wanted to get.
This is really about farts.
Yeah, it is about farts. Literally, I wanted to get your opinion.
You bring up the energy again. You know what I'm saying?
So we don't know. This isn't confirmed. Schumer was asked about this by a reporter. He won't say. But
no, he did it.
Just listen to this and tell me what your takeaway is.
Now,
oh, it's fucking up.
Oh, you're about to. We watched this on the Majority Report earlier. You're whatever you expect you're gonna hear. It's like 10 times whatever you expect.
No.
Now on Iran and the NDAA. The American people need to know, of course, how and why this chaos is spreading through their streets.
That was real?
And we need
They boosted the volume, but you'll hear it like
now on Iran
regularly.
and the NDAA. When all the Trump administration
Another one?
And he
it was one, but they played it at that point in the beginning.
Okay.
And
Yeah. And here's why I think this is a fart.
He's gassy.
He like pauses.
Another one.
Oh my god!
Like he
bends down
pauses,
a little
right?
bit, and he
Yeah, you notice.
He does the thing.
He did a little dip.
Left.
He does a little laugh.
Yeah. Yeah. Like he's very clearly farting. Like
on the NDAA. When all the Trump administration...
He knows what he did. He knows what he did.
Listen, of course he does. It's a body, but Jesus, why did it get caught on the mic?
Yeah, how powerful are those bikes?
I forgot who.
Senator.
I forgot who on the Majority Report said this earlier today, but we watched this clip and someone was like, "Did they have it mic'd? Like, why is it so loud? Did someone mic his?"
Must be loud enough for it to get caught on the mic. You know, like a hot mic moment.
Maybe he's in the early stages of that. What is that parasite called? Psych something?
Butthole COVID.
Yeah, butthole COVID. So this is
lava butt. I don't know.
this is a TMZ reporter asking him about it, and I think his answer is telling, or his non-answer is telling.
Senator.
Oh, do you guys have sound? Let me.
No, the sound has disappeared.
It started.
Okay, let me play it again.
Senator. Senator Jacob with TMZ, did you fart yesterday on the Senate?
That's a real question. I love journalism.
That's actually funnier than the fart. Congressman, this is Jacob with TMZ. I've got a question here. Did you fart yesterday?
That's the journalism that we need in this country. That's been missing.
Like that's the question you go follow that man to ask out of all, out of all the questions. Now listen, if he did, he's older, he's gassy. I don't. But why was it like? And you could tell he did it. He dipped the knees, brought it back. It needed to release. He did. Y'all saw it. But yeah, unfortunately, we had to hear that.
It's undeniable. I think that he farted. Listen, when
Humans
you get
fart.
when you get older, you kind of lose control of your body, and sometimes it just it squeaks out. It's the least offensive thing Chuck Schumer has ever done. Okay, I'll put it that way.
Mom sometimes because I'm like, are you sure you don't got that? You know, the thing that's going around, and she's like, no. I'm like, but you love produce, you love onions on your stuff. You might. She's like, well, I don't eat Taco Bell, so I'm fine. I'm like, yeah, we got better Mexican food here anyway. So, but it's like, it's just so funny that that's going around, and people are like, what did Taco Bell know? I'm like, what did the government know, and why don't we have an agency that's supposed to be in charge of making sure our food doesn't cause us explosive diarrhea?
I just feel like with Taco Bell, it's kind of unfair to blame them for this because you get diarrhea when you eat there no matter what. And I love Taco Bell.
Period. No, I said this on Threads, and like 2,000 people were like, "Now, what you mean?" Because Taco Bell, but they were like, "It does mess up my stomach, but it is good." And I'm like, "See, that's the problem. Y'all gotta free yourselves from bad digestive systems by eating at Taco Bell. Like, why are you eating there at 2 a.m.? Like, you can't.
I have an answer for that, Rebecca.
Why are you eating?
It's the best food to eat when you're drunk or high. It is the best.
That's what they were saying. Okay, that's what they were saying. And so a toe up stomach while you drunk or high is crazy.
Even if I'm sober, like I haven't had Taco Bell in years, just for the record, but I used to eat there all the time just because it was super cheap, 69-cent burrito. That I'm dating myself with that one. But
wow, it's like $15 now, Mike. How old are you?
Yeah. Every time I ate there, though, fucked me up. Like it is not meant for human consumption at all. So it like Taco Bell has always had problems. So to blame them for this latest outbreak of a parasite, It's just not fair. Okay, they're always going to make you sick no matter what.
It sounds explosive diarrhea, eating at Taco Bell, explosive it's giving the same thing. So I feel like people can relate when they, when they're talking about this, they're like, this is feeling like I ate Taco Bell.
Yeah.
If I go further, this is feeling like, what is that other place called? People might kill me for this one, Waffle House. Okay. Waffle House.
Waffle House. Like that's like there's always fights. There's always something going on at Waffle House when you go there drunk and you want some good.
I mean, you have entertainment. I used to back in my college days. That's where I used to go. I used to go ahead and stop there. The body that I have now could never. It could never digest that food.
I know.
Okay, it could never. Absolutely no.
Oh, prayer circle for this person. Prayer circle for you. Praying for you, my friend.
Please.
Praying for you.
There's
not be eating Taco
There's
Bell.
a really good Mexican restaurant. It was a food truck across from where I live, and they opened up an actual restaurant recently, and it's the best Mexican food ever. I'm like, why would you want Taco Bell when you can get something made from scratch like that? I
have a response to that, Christina. It's because Taco Bell is not actually Mexican food. It's something completely different.
It is, yeah.
So if you actually want legit Mexican food, you're never going to go for Taco Bell.
You gotta go to the trucks outside, girl.
Yeah, you go to a food truck, you go to a restaurant. Yeah, by the way, this person...
No English?
Arby's
is my Taco Bell.
I make that same argument about like Papa John's and Pizza Hut and Domino's. Like it's not pizza. Like it's not pizzeria pizza. It's its own thing though. Like you could be in the mood for real legit pizzeria pizza, or you could be in the mood for whatever it is that Papa John's and Domino's.
I need my thin crust.
You just want some trash that's greasy sometimes. You just get a craving for that.
You just want that garbage.
Best
Life in my comment section said they worked at Taco Bell for 3 weeks. And said this is their account. They waste zero food there. If food sits and dries out, they have a special scalding hot water faucet built into the wall to rehydrate it.
Oh,
this is for all the people that want to say Taco Bell is what it is. Are you listening to this?
Yeah, a lot of places. Before there was Panera Bread, there was this place called Atlanta Bread Company.
I have Atlanta Bread right across the street.
Yeah, my sister used to manage it, and unfortunately, they would be like, "Okay, it's the weekend. We gotta get rid of all the food, throw it all away." My mom's
never
like,
find me in there.
We can't give it away to they're like, no. So we would just take all the leftover muffin tops and the brownies and whatever we could, because why would you want to waste all that food that's still like fresh?
Yeah,
that food isn't good anyway. I'm sorry to say that. When bread food,
we got Panera Bread brand, our Atlanta Bread Company, out of business.
Oof.
It's cruel to serve that to people, so that's why they just throw it away.
That's why they didn't give it to them. I'm just kidding. Sorry to the Atlanta Bread folks, but that wasn't my cup of tea either.
I would say the best pizza ever is in Freehold, New Jersey, Federici's. Perfect. My sister, every time my sister comes down, she gets me some weed edibles. My mom's like weed cream, and Federici's pizza is delicious.
Does weed cream actually work? Because I don't know if it's a placebo or not. I know a lot of people swear by it.
Real strong THC in it. That's why, I try to get my mom CBD stuff. I mean, she's 62. We're still cleaning houses, and we're gonna move back up to Jersey, and she's gonna finally retire. But she's like, yeah, the CBD doesn't work as good as the stuff your sister gets me, and I'm like, yeah, I got.
So she thinks the cream works better than the CBD. Like if she smokes CBD.
Well, yeah, she rather do topicals with pain, because it gets the spot, the muscles where she's aching and whatnot. But one time my sister came down, she got me Mike Tyson's Mike Bites, and I told Sam Cedar this when he came on the pod when he was doing his Cedar Seeds for Moon Night Extravaganza, and I was like, yeah, he did a collab with Vander Holyfield where they got ear-shaped gummies and then little square gummies with the corners bit off of them.
Oh God.
Those were
I
felt so good too. I was like, this is great. I'm like, I'm so high, I'm not gonna think about biting someone's ear off. Trump doesn't grow back.
Yeah. That's an important point to
the
point
CBD
out.
Is it CBD? What'd you say you had? It was a THC or CBD oil?
Because living in South Carolina, it's only HHC and CBD that's legal, obviously, just hemp. But it's not.
Oh, okay.
As the stuff that my sister would bring down for my mom for like pain and back pain and like all that. So it's like, and it's so much better than, I mean, CBD is great, but like it's just not as strong as like the real like stuff.
Yeah, there's no THC, so you're not getting high. You're just kind of getting some of the, like, for me, I can smoke CBD and it'll help me sleep a little bit.
Yeah.
Doesn't get me high. That's the best. That's the best.
Yep.
Yeah. But yeah, the THC is the best in my opinion. I just don't smoke as much anymore. I haven't smoked in a while actually, just because I kind of get like anxious sometimes. So I gotta like pace myself and wait till I'm not as rambunctious. Otherwise I start panicking. But I get indica and it's not as bad. But I prefer
I got back
sativa.
on Vyvanse and I feel like Superwoman right now. It's great.
That's
What is it?
Vyvanse. It's like I can't be on Adderall because I would go up and take another one, then go down. And so, but Vyvanse is like a extended time release for ADD. And I've noticed I'm more focused because sometimes you get hyper focused on one thing and then you forget to do other little things like other tasks. And so I kept telling my my doctor, I'm like, I'm drinking 4 energy drinks a day plus a coffee plus Coke, but I should be drinking water just to keep energy. And I'm like, I need something safer. And they're like, and I'm like, I've been on Vyvanse in the past. It works great for me. And he's like, perfect. Okay, cool. And I'm like, yes.
That's good. I mean, that's important. At least you're taking care of yourself. A lot of people won't do it because of the stigma attached to it, but people who know that, you know, they need it to get through their days and, you know, to not abuse it, but to be able to get through your day, to be able to manage. I think that is good that you found an option that works for you, because people are under the impression that every option works. The whole Lexapro works for this person, it's going to work for me, or this amount works for this person, it's going to work for me. Go to your doctor, ask them, you know, to give you a little trial run. If it is not working, do not act like it's not working. Go back to your doctor, tell them this doesn't work for me. There is probably another option that can work for you, or something of the sort. So, yeah. Oh, Ben is in the chat. What's up, Ben?
That's why,
how's it going, Ben?
Sudafed.
Oh.
I did have something else I wanted to play for you while we were talking about the parasite going around in public health, and I thought that this would be appropriate to bring in. Somebody did a parody of RFK Jr.
Oh, this guy. I love this guy.
Yeah, so trying to wake
so
up Mitch
good.
McConnell as if you were RFK. I'm just going to play this for the chat because we all made you suffer through the Donald Trump speech. So now we're going to give you a little bit of happy things. So go ahead
Is
and
this happy?
it's a little disturbing, I won't lie.
It's a
fair point, Rebecca. But yeah, I thought it was pretty funny.
It needs stem cells. I've got some fetus fettuccine.
Stop it.
It's
So I
loaded with
can't.
stem cells.
This is
It's exactly what you need.
No.
Is it disturbing?
This is no. It's a minute long.
It's
It's
just
a minute
so good.
It's
long,
just
and you
so,
talk that thing.
it's just so unsettling. Like the way the face is moving, I hate it. I hate it so much.
It's the eyes for me.
The fact that the face is like that, just like frozen, makes it so much funnier to me. There's
This is like
let
OG
me-
Snapchat when they used to take the face and didn't move.
it's nostalgic in a way, right?
Yeah.
You gotta wake up. Wake up, Mitch. Come on. Mitch. Your wife.
Why is he
He
doing
needs
voice like this?
Who's
I don't have time. I don't want to engage.
This was his meal ticket on TikTok. This guy doing
Your
it.
wife's Asian. Nice. Mitch, smell this. Smell it. God damn it, Mitch. Come on. Wake up.
I can't engage.
Why do you have Dr. Rubin's book on your bookshelf? Do you think it's gonna save you? Mitch, I know you
Is he
can see
opening
me.
his eyes?
I can see you seeing me.
I'm not doing this with y'all.
Mitch,
The hell
if you
is
don't
for, is
wake
for
up, I'm gonna beat your dog Harold. I'm gonna beat him with this stick. You've got 3 seconds. 1, 2, 3.
Amazing.
Yeah, that was his thing that helped him really blow up on TikTok, is doing the those like RFK Jr. things. It's like the one guy who does like all the Hugh Jackman singing, and then one time he could do like Donald Duck. He did the entirety of the one song from Wicked as Donald Duck, and I was like, I can't listen to this. This is 4 minutes long.
That's too much time. Too much time.
It's amazing
I was
where TikTok
But y'all-
drop you off.
Did you guys talk about Lindsey Graham just dying like that?
I was just
Senator,
gonna bring
who
that
I
up.
love with all my heart. I had no ill feelings about that man. I love that man to death. I did not laugh when he died. I didn't celebrate. I didn't freak out. I was cool, calm, collective. I should have pulled up the clip of me reacting to his death, but whatever.
I too am very sad by his unexpected passing.
But that was so random, though.
Yeah.
You know, that was a very random situation.
But
did he
what
ever go check
killed
on Mitch?
What killed him though? It's I think it's the thing that killed John Ritter. And aortic I guess there was like a problem with one of his aortic valves or whatever, like they hardened or something like that. And well, his father died from a heart attack, so everyone's like, "Oh, the deep state." I'm like, no, it's a genetic thing that probably killed him.
Yeah, I was gonna say something that goes through bloodline. But
And now we got
wow.
one more gay senator now in South Carolina, and that's Tim Scott.
Oh.
So I just want to, for anybody who hasn't seen this yet, you can play a video game of Lindsey Graham instead of Video
my-
Graham.
Who's doing this? Like, who has time to get up and really just like take it
It's
to
a liberal
hell?
way of protesting, coming up with a fun video game.
Find every birdo.
If I was gonna do a Lindsey Graham game, it would be like,
Are you
"Fine,
playing
fine,
it right
Lindsey
now?
Graham
I'm playing it, yeah.
Oh my!
I'm not playing it very good. Oh, you can double jump. Okay. Oh, the song.
Oh, Ladybug.
Oh my god!
I don't know how to get past that thingy. Oh wait.
He never met a war he didn't like. Killing people overseas was among his favorite pastimes. A warrior senator against trans rights.
Take that, Hassan.
Getting fucked by trans women was among his favorite pastimes.
So does he go to hell at the end?
Trump's dick.
Apparently, you can.
Yeah,
find
the
Charlie
song's
Kirk.
pretty catchy, actually.
It is.
When Donald Trump, he couldn't give a shit. When asked about him dying, Donald said nothing about Lindsay and just pointed out how it would be harder now to pass the SAVE Act.
SAVE Act.
Oh. I'm not very good at it.
Well, did you ever make it to the end? before?
No, this is my first time playing it. It's kind of hard to play it on my Apple keyboard,
Yeah.
but
Does he go to hell at all?
what was that?
I'm like, does he go to hell at all? Like,
Oh, he's in hell right
in
now.
hell. Yeah.
oh, he's in hell now. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
No. Oh, okay. The song is beautiful, though, I will say.
It's a good song.
It is.
I mean, it's
So
catchy. It got me.
I'm gonna post the link to that in the chat.
I'm gonna
if
be.
anybody
I'm
wants to
gonna
play it.
be. I'm gonna be singing that song in my head. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah.
That
The
and
intro?
Donald Trump. Donald Trump. Like
It's like all the different versions of We Are Charlie Kirk.
Yeah.
Somebody
So
said
I-
Lindsay isn't in hell. He's inside of Mitch.
let me find the TikTok
Oh.
creator who actually.
Nah, Mitch wasn't his type. He liked young twinks.
Yeah.
Give me 1 second. So the actual creator of the video game posted a TikTok about it. I'm trying to see if I could find it because he explains all of the like secrets about it and whatnot. Let me see. I don't know if I'm going to be able to find it.
Wait, his
Save it.
whole, all of his past with the young sex workers?
No, about the game itself.
Oh.
Because I know that there's a TikTok about it from the creator, and he's like, you can find like Henry Kissinger is flying around down there. You might find a Mitch McConnell. And if you get something, then a Charlie Kirk will chase you. Like, there's a bunch of Easter eggs. Like, it's pretty fleshed out, it seems. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to find the TikTok.
I can hear like a satanic version of Weird Charlie Kirk playing during that.
Yeah, that song itself was really good, though. I liked it a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what else do we have today? We still have about 15 minutes.
Somebody said something about a lazy. Told me to ask you about the lazy bum pledge.
The lazy bum pledge.
What?
I
Even
know.
I'm
Looney
no
Tunes,
idea.
Right. I mean, Looney Tunes 9000 said, "Let me catch you up to speed. If you don't know about the lazy bum pledge, let Mike explain it to you."
Okay, Mike, explain it to me.
Because I would know. I would know about the lazy bum pledge.
And then-
Because I'm a
and
lazy
then-
bum.
I mean, it
Look
does
at
sound like
that.
something you wouldn't know about. You do know the most obscure shit on earth.
I do know all about the Bussy lore from this week with the Jacob Wool
What the fuck are
attempt
you
to pardon him.
Oh my god, I forgot about that guy.
You haven't. So, hang on. Let me give me 1 sec. I could try to pull up videos. But anyways, long story short. So, rapper Bussy Badass, he tried
Rapper
to.
Bussy Badass.
You've never heard of
You
Bussy?
talking about Boosie?
No, it's pronounced Bussy. I've known him for a long time. Yeah, Bussy. He.
It's not Bussy. That's what I'm saying.
It's
Like, what?
Bussy.
He's joking. He's
No,
no,
it's-
saying it is.
I'm 100% confident it's Bussy.
This is
No, it's
why I was
Bussy.
so
It
I
is
was like,
Bad.
You've never heard of Bussy Badass?
Oh, this is a different person.
No, he was popular during he's a Louisiana rapper. He was popular with
That's
Webby and
That is Boosie Badass.
it's Bussy, Rebecca.
It's Lil Boosie. I
It's-
know. I
it's-
love Boosie.
It's pronounced Bussy. I'm pretty sure he pronounces it that
I
way.
used to love Boosie, but back in my day, it's Boosie, and you are kidding. You are Mike is playing.
No.
you know that man pronunciation.
Wait, Rebecca, you love
You're-
Bussy?
I love Boosie. Okay. Okay, and Mike is playing y'all because Mike know better. He's just joking because Mike. That's so
No,
white of Mike.
I'm
to
serious.
really
That's
say
how
that.
you say it.
Mike, please.
So,
Now
you're making me
I
laugh.
was like, what the fuck are you talking about?
You're making me laugh because I don't mean that Bussy.
You really think it's pronounced that way?
Wow. What do you
Yeah,
think
of course.
He's lying, y'all. You know he gonna sit here and lie. He be lying all the time. He is lying. Okay.
He's so for those who he's not like big in the political sphere. Plies is making fun of him, which is hilarious. But a couple of years ago, when I think it was at the BET Awards, Lil Nas X performed, he got so triggered, and something he said stuck with me forever. He's like, "You can't be performing like that," because he thought that Lil Nas X's performance was too sexual, and he said, "Boys out here are trying to be straight. You can't be doing that." And I'm like, "Oh no." He just outed himself because
he has a daughter who is a part of the LGBTQ community. I believe she's,
does he really? I didn't know that.
Yes, he does. And I want to say, and then he has what he did to his son. A lot of people talk about that as well. For his son's coming of age party, he had a woman come in and have sex with him.
I remember that. Yeah.
So, his history.
Wait, what?
Yeah, and he's the one that shared this
Really fucked up.
as a proud story about his son.
Yeah.
So you can find it in an interview. He's talking about it, and he comes
That's crazy.
when everybody got to it and replayed that. He said he doesn't mind it. My son isn't going to be gay or whatever, but he does have a daughter who is, who also spoke out about that, saying, my dad, he doesn't talk to me anymore and things of that sort.
That's so sad.
And then Boosie says that, he has people that he works alongside that are gay, but they respect him. So there's if they respect him, that kind of thing. But he is problematic so much in that way because he thinks that he's doing something so manly, which, in turn, like you said, Mike, like it's like he's battling.
Yeah.
Something of his
He told
own.
us too much.
Yeah, he's battling something of his own.
Yeah.
Trying to suppress or just upset you know, with whatever he's been indoctrinated with, and a lot of people from those type of communities are, and so mine as well, where it's so bad, right? It's so bad, you die if you are gay or whatever. But him being in America now and then crying about what recently, you know, with all these LGBTQIA plus rights, and you know his problem with trans folks, all the things, him having all these issues, and also adding to the conversations that the Republicans, that the right, Donald Trump and them were talking about when, you know, taking away rights for trans communities and people who are part of the LGBTQIA plus communities. It sucks because now he's crying, what I recently seen, he's crying about being scammed. I
have that, Rebecca.
Yeah. So I think that's where you're leading up to, but that basically is what's going on. You know, now he's crying about being scammed, I think, and is suing people because he didn't get his pardon from Donald
Look
Trump.
at Pastor Ben. I fucking every time I see him,
he in the comments.
he's always the first one. I love it so much.
But stay in the comments.
Yeah, so he paid $600,000. And he gave, for those who don't know, there's like an entire industry in DC of these firms that are basically, they're telling rich people that they can get them a Trump pardon if you pay them money. So Bussy paid Jacob Wool and Jack, I forgot his last name, like $600,000. And of course, he didn't get the pardon. There's no guarantee. And now he's really mad. He wants a refund. And he's kind of like doing a little bit of a Twitter crash out where he's calling on Laura Loomer, Mike Cernovich, all these folks to get his money back. And, you know, Pastor Ben here, hey, Bussy, 4 of those MFers have me blocked. Let me show you how to get your get back at them. Plot silent. I mean, so funny.
Jacob Roll, he's the one who started the allegations against like Anthony Fauci and Robert Mueller, and that was part of like his and Pete Buttigieg. That was like his kind of like claim to fame. Did like
I don't remember what Jacob Wool. I know that he did like a joint live stream with Laura Loomer after she handcuffed herself to Twitter's headquarters when she got banned. But he did a press conference for something else. I don't remember what it was for.
I
It was
do
some
remember
like
he was
fake
the one who was
fraud
like,
thing.
we have allegations about Fauci and Robert Mueller and Pete Buttigieg and a few other people. It's been a big deal, and it's like, this is nothing. You're not providing any evidence, no victims' names. You're just saying whatever. He's a joke.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is so hilarious. It's just funny how the tables are turning, and a lot of the people that have really aligned themselves with the mediocrity of this current administration to get themselves like performing at his events for a pardon. You know what we say on my show with Ben, you know, you just checking into the Kunta Hotel just so you can look crazy. You putting on your tap dancing shoes so you can look crazy. And then in the end, it's going to be something that doesn't serve you, right? And then, you know, you'll turn around and you'll see, and I'll speak for them, you know, these against them, but you'll see these Black artists support them. And then when something comes up that's affecting their household, then it comes to, you know, I didn't know until now. We can't support this president because hold your vote. You know, it's time to get out and vote. It's never like, it's always when it comes to your door, but when it was affecting everybody or when it was something that could affect everybody, you thought about yourself. You thought about how you got money and you can buy your way out of whatever it is that you needed to buy your way out of, but contribute to the harmful rhetoric, a lot of the laws that were going to hurt so many people, whether that was immigration, whether that was for trans rights, whether that was women's rights, you know, y'all didn't care about that, but you didn't get your pardon. You paid that $600,000 and now you want to sue, and now you on the internet crying wolf.
Yeah.
That's embarrassing.
Yeah. Like in a way I feel bad for him because it's just like, damn, this dude used to have a career and this is kind of like what he's become. So it's sad because I'm nostalgic for like the era when he was really big. I was never a really big fan of Bussy to begin with, but like I like the era. That's when I was really into.
By the way, you were never a big fan. You were never a big fan of Bussy.
Let me just show you. Okay, I pulled up the pronunciation, and I am 100% correct. Okay, I just want to fact check everybody because you had me thinking maybe I am wrong, but no. When you listen to it, it's bussy.
Bussy.
Yeah, so she's saying
And it's
bussy,
No. It's see how the first one,
bussy.
but now you're making me unhear it. You're making me unhear. It is
See, 'cause listen.
Bussy.
Bussy.
There you see, you heard it? Y'all listen to me. Everybody don't
Wait, Mike,
Bussy.
Mike, hold on. I'm now confused. I thought you were doing a bit. You're being serious?
No, he's not.
Oh, it's so funny. Oh my god, I love that his name is Bussy. And for those who don't know, for anybody who's not in the know, bussy means butt pussy. Okay.
Oh my god.
What? I had no idea.
No, y'all taught me something. Remember when I first found out, like what, 3 years ago? When y'all was teaching me all the words, and I'm like, well, what is that?
It's terrible.
During the
I'm so
summer,
sorry,
he
everybody.
goes. During the summer, he goes in the pool, and he goes by the name Wet Ass Bussy.
You don't even know. Now it's funny you mentioned that because he also had popularized a few summers ago, him being Boosie, a pool party where it was the cucumber pool party, where there was a lot of over sexualization of women happening there.
Hello and welcome to American Wasp. I am your host, Deter McBizness. I'm joined as always by the one and only Alex Haha of DAP, Devil's Advocate Productions.
What's going on?
How are you? How are things back east? I heard you guys got some shit weather. You got some storms going on or something?
Yeah, it rained like a motherfucker this weekend, especially on Saturday. But and then off
that's
and
what
on.
you get. That's what you fucking get. God pissed on you
For living in the best city,
for being pushy New Yorkers, thinking that you're better than everybody.
best city on the planet.
You needed to be humbled. See, listen to you. You're begging for it. You're
Is that
fucking
it?
begging for it, you arrogant prick.
Yeah, we have the heat wave, we have rain. It's coming. It's coming for us. We had the blizzard earlier this year. How's it going, brother?
Good. It's good. It's a little bit boring now that the World Cup is over. So sorry I've been out of touch, everybody. I've been in and out, wrestling with a lot of different projects, as well as trying to watch as much soccer as possible, which I did. And because it only happens every 4 years. I mean, I've realized I like the World Cup more than the Olympics, way more.
I couldn't follow anything. Like I'm not a sports guy. We all know this, but at least when it came to the Knicks, I was like, okay, there's this many games left. It's this many out of this many. 3 out of 7 or whatever, 4 out of 7.
Yeah, there were just so many teams and so many games. In the
I can
tournament.
figure it out at the end.
There was four games. There was like 4 to 8 games a day for the first.
That's crazy.
15 days.
That's crazy.
Yeah. There was a lot of games going on. So
Isn't
it's
baseball
understandable.
start soon? You got baseball.
The the baseball classic or whatever you're talking about.
Man,
Is that what you're talking
MLB?
about? No, well, that's
I don't know
going
when
on right
baseball
now.
starts. I always figure
opening
it starts.
dude, yeah, opening day is like April.
Oh,
Opening
okay.
day- No, baseball goes 6 months.
Okay.
Everything roughly goes 6 months.
Interesting. Good to know.
Yeah.
You might be glad to know I joined DSA finally.
Oh, hell yeah. Nice.
Yeah.
Welcome to the party, man.
Yeah, man.
Welcome.
Well, because last Thursday we launched our new panel show on Thursdays, the Space Station. I don't know if you're aware, but if you have free time tomorrow around it's 5 p.m. Eastern, so it would
2
be
PM, 2 p.m. Pacific. Yeah, I can maybe do that. Yeah, I'm
So,
on that. I'm on that chat.
Yeah. So
Okay.
Last week we had, last week we introduced a possible new host, if he feels like being a host on this space. But he said, hey, we'll test out the panel show, see how that goes. One more week, so he'll be back tomorrow. He was the one. He sent me a dues waiver for the DSA, and I was like, oh, I didn't know this was a thing where I don't have to pay a monthly fee every month because I don't have the fucking money for that. So now, yes, I am part of the DSA, and when my finances are in a better place, we'll be getting dues from it.
So are you part? How does it work in New York? Because it's such a dense area. Is there like a Manhattan chapter, or is there like a New York chapter that is in the Bronx, or have you been to a meeting yet, or you just joined?
I have not. I mean, I'm looking up calendar events. I'm looking for things to go meet people.
I mean, do what you want, but just as knowing content, knowing what people are into, people are really curious about the DSA. If you started to go to meetings and did just New York and like, yo, this is an inside look at New York, and obviously be careful about everything that you share, but if you started to do kind of an inside exploration, I think that'd be a great source of content for you.
Yeah, and they'll just be. I'm this for like education. Like I did it just so I could watch. There was a phone call, like a Zoom call that was
the labor
Corey Bush and Chris Rabb talking about the history of Black radicalism.
Okay.
On Sunday, and it was really interesting and educational. Just listen to their stories and how none of this like new socialist DSA thing. It's not new.
It's not new. MLK was a socialist.
Yeah, it all comes from the story. Exactly. Talking about that. Talking about the
nobody
erasure.
knows that, dude. Nobody. So few. Like very few people.
The erasure of that
black
history.
or white, dude. Black or white. There's a lot of people that don't know MLK was a fucking socialist.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know about X. I don't know what X was. I don't know if he had a label. Revolutionary, really.
Yeah, but the meeting I was at, there was another Zoom call before, like 2 weeks before that. That was hosted by Emma Vigeland on Majority Report, but it was kind of the
thing.
It was this workers deserve more platform, and we talked about this. We kind of went through it last week on the space station on Thursday, and I'm like, yeah, this is what I thought society was run like when I was a kid. I thought, of course, you would have this. This is the only reason a government should exist, is to be a safety net for the people, is to help, ignorant child me. But this platform is actually something that I think we should strive for, and that this is the American dream. So,
we'll bring it back up real quick.
Yeah, let's go through.
This is there's an expression in storytelling. The generality is the death of art. I think maybe I've quoted that before, but it implies that specificity is the key to storytelling, or the key to any kind of communication experience. And the nice thing is that they're being specific here with what we're doing. Like, this is the pieces of the puzzle, so to speak. And it's not a lot. Like, it's not overwhelming. And a lot
it's
of
all
it's
very
starting
basic
points too. A lot of it's starting points for larger, more detailed conversation about what things look like. For example, the Green New Deal, as I'm sure people have heard me say before, I love the spirit of the Green New Deal, but the actual inside portfolio of projects is not necessarily what you think they are. And by that, I mean the way that the money works behind them. A lot of them would end up becoming privately owned energy facilities.
Right.
And that's not what we want. We want publicly owned energy facilities.
Right.
So.
But yeah, all this stuff, like this.
Other than that,
it's just
great.
like you've been pushing me for a year, man. And it's about time.
Well, I'm glad you got it, because Pep Talks bailed. Pep Talks went the other way.
What? He's like, I'm not joining.
Dropped out. He dropped out of the DSA.
Oh, did he?
He wasn't happy with a bunch of shit. I don't want to misquote him, but I imagine maybe that Kat Abagzela race had something to do with it. I think he might have been a little pissed off about that. But don't take my word for it that he.
That's fine.
He
Like,
has comprehensive reasons for why he does and does not do things. So there's probably a lot more to it than that. But I do know that he left his chapter of the DSA, which is
and
fine.
look, like I'm interested in going to meetings and seeing what this is about. Like you said, it could be a source of content. It could just be like educational for me. I'll come report about, what happened and what it was like. I might get to the point where I'm like, I don't fucking want to do this. I'll do like the Zoom calls. I'll pay you $15
Yeah,
a
but you're
month
never going to
just
get
for, like,
bored with a chapter like
the
New
good
York,
of it.
dude. With a chapter like New York, you're never going to get bored if you don't want to. There's always going to be someone else that you can talk to in that chapter.
Yeah.
That's going to be interesting. That's going to have an interesting perspective. That's going to have experience. That's the kind of the coolest thing for me, because I never did activism like in college or anything like that.
Yeah.
And so hearing a lot of these veteran activists and the shit that they've been through, it's like, yeah, wow, okay, this is the down and dirty of getting change in America.
Yeah, and it's like it's boring, and like
Some of it is, yeah.
it's boring, and I think that's where it turns a lot of people off. I think right now it's exciting. Oh shit, there's this insurgent movement,
Well,
but
I would say, what does that say about to you though? About like the cutting point, as they say in marketing, the cutting point for the DSA establishing a relationship with someone like you, or even someone less politically inclined. What does that say that it's like getting hot now, and that people are interested in going?
I think a lot of it has to do. I mean, look, it is the New York factor. You might shit on it. You might be mad that we're the greatest city, but we're the greatest fucking city.
I fucking love New York. I just hate
It's the New York of it all. It's honestly, I think to my interview with Danielle Welch a lot. She ran here in New York against Tom Suozzi, and she said one of the reasons why she chose to run herself was no one else was doing it, and she felt a sense of urgency. She has a small child. And I spoke with, just yesterday, actually, in the morning, pre-recorded an interview with Socialist Adri, who clips Hassan from Canada. She lives in Canada. She has enough fucking support from the public services that they have in Canada to be a single mom and go to school and have the time to watch Hassan streams pretty much every single day and clip out full segments and post those on Twitter. She's taken it upon herself to do this because she's tired of seeing him being taken out of context. Danielle Welch chose to run herself because she was tired of seeing Suozzi run opposed every goddamn cycle and no one stepping up. So she didn't win, but she carved out she mobilized people. She made people go, oh shit, this energy of like knocking on doors, talking to the community. I did a little bit of that with Lindsey Boylan's campaign, and it's infectious. It's infectious, and you want to keep going. When the campaign's over, you're like, well, who do I talk to? I still have these working families parties, the DSA parties.
There. The campaign, it's the electoralism is DSA's sexiest attribute. It's the best cutting point. It's like, because it's what people associate with power. And it's like, who's got the power? Who's going to have the power? Who should we, and basically in the expectation is, who are we going to blame when things go wrong?
And who's been fighting all this time? Like, because they're only just starting to really win elections. Yeah, there was AOC, there was some other people around the country, but like,
no, the wave is building.
Now
man.
it's
There's
like
going to be a
really
huge wave. There's going to be an even bigger wave in 2028. Everybody and the mother is going to run.
Yeah,
in 2028.
and so I want to at least
if you're associated with the DSA at that point, then you're going to have a lot of credibility. It's going to be a good shortcut. I mean, ultimately, that's what you want the DSA to be. You want it to be a brand where people are like, oh, that person's endorsed by the DSA. Well, fucking A, I'm going to learn. I want to either learn more about them, or that's enough for me. I'm voting for them. That's what you want the DSA to be.
Yeah, and I want to kind of. This isn't. I'm impatient. This is urgent. I want a future for me and my family. I want future for my community and people around me. I want the fascists to fucking go to jail. I don't know.
So I would say
some kind of justice.
I would say you know, as you grow with this relationship with your local DSA chapter, if you want to become more involved, the working groups are really the best way to do that, whether it's labor or they might even have a media working group in DSA New York because it's so big. I've never heard of that, but I wouldn't be surprised if they have something related to content creation. If not, you should fucking start one and have like the DSA New York, you know, YouTube channel or whatever, like interviews in New York, like all over the 5 boroughs. I mean, I don't know, man. I'm just always trying to think of like,
dude.
How can you make people feel like what it's like to be there, right?
Dude,
that's my goal.
Just seeing like some of these people be invited on like Fox News, MSNBC, CNN now. I'm like, your idea months ago of like, hey, let's start a fucking YouTube channel. Let's do something with the YouTube channel you already have.
With the Emma's stuff is starting to be like what I was kind of calling for.
Well, then
it's a little too specific. There should be I should be able to go on to DSA YouTube channel and find right away the video that explains what the hell the DSA is.
Yeah.
Their pinned video in the video section should be what is the DSA or who is the DSA, something like that. And it should be, and this is the thing, they don't want to have centralized.
That's the problem. You and I are directors, and that's you know, those are directors.
Well, we want to make decisions.
A film set is inherently like authoritarian. I'm in charge. We're making choices. What's going on?
Right. And that's where the DSA needs to learn about delegation, and they are. And I don't blame them for doing, you know, Emma first. I think that's a really good choice. I actually met her. I think I told you I met her at the DSA convention a year ago. Yeah, a year ago. I think the next one they're having. It's not a convention. It's a summit this year. It's in a week, but it's a summit, and I don't know why. I don't know. They're not voting on stuff, but we should talk about the DSA's new proposals of, you know. They aspire to abolish the Senate, which I agree with. They seek to abolish the Supreme Court, or at least replace it, which sounds good to me, given how or at least pack the court would be my solution. But I'm open to considering whatever they're proposing. And then this is the one that's tough for me, though, is the abolition of the presidency, and that's the one I really struggle with. Because for national security reasons, I think that's problematic. I also think it's I think you do need an ultimate, or not necessarily an ultimate decision maker, but someone who is driving, an individual that is driving the decision making process.
I think you could have a small committee. Look, all these things, abolishing the Senate, Supreme Court,
that's feasible.
Presidency. I'm like, dude, I don't even see that happening in my lifetime.
Right.
Maybe that's my imagination, you know, and we just haven't seen that possibility. Fine. I don't care. That's not what I'm focused on. I'm focused on motherfucking housing for all, fucking healthcare, you know, anti-racism.
FDR's second Bill of Rights plus racism and
anti-racism, because that really.
Dude, I ran into somebody today that who's like he says he's not MAGA, but man, does he talk like MAGA. And he's an old friend of mine from film school, and he is saying how Israel is the light in the Arab world and the Middle East. And I'm like, wow, man, like, what are you smoking here? Like, do you understand anything about what he's just got the opposite views on me on everything, man.
Yeah.
Everything. He's all about capitalism. He thinks capitalism is the best system ever.
I mean, I have a friend like that. He works at a crypto hedge fund. So I get it. He's like, oh, he's mad that AOC blocked the Amazon headquarters because he was like, oh, well, New York is going to be multimodal and have like different. You know how there's a Soho? We're going to have different Sohos all over the city. And I'm like, but what about the people who live there? And he goes, people's attachments to where they grew up is ridiculous and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, dude, it's not even about that. It's like you should first be able to choose if you want to move. Two,
Right.
you need the money to move.
Right.
Otherwise, you're just creating homeless people. And dude,
Or you
like
going, or you're pushing people into debt.
He almost worked for the Winklevoss twins,
The
and their
Winklevoss
fucking
twins,
and their company is like getting scrutinized now by the government. I'm like, damn, if they were messed up enough for the Trump administration to investigate you, I'm glad he recognized that and was like, I'm not fucking working for these guys.
Yeah, that was a smart move on his part.
But like, I see again, I'm like, we're in this society. Ain't no way these capitalists are not just going to disappear. They might move to other countries and then
that's what I'm
hide their
saying. No,
wealth,
this,
whatever.
This is a great point.
So like, whatever idea of like you're going to abolish the Supreme Court, okay, work towards that. But on the way towards that, we're getting all these good things that are happening right now.
No, just problems and solutions, aka policies. Like that's where we should always. That's where we should always steer the conversation. We should always be like, this is not about any one individual. This is where I think something, not to be, I don't know, offer too much of a comment on a subculture, but Muslims like Zoran Mamdani and Abdul El Sayed seem very good at deflecting laudation. Like they don't really care about getting the credit. You know what I mean? They just want to solve.
Yeah.
They just want to solve the problem.
I would say it's not just them. It's like it's AOC, Ilhan Omar, Rashida Tlaib.
Yeah, I'm just talking about like emerging, like new.
But
figures.
yeah, these two, I think they're very. That's them byproduct of them being American Muslims who, for the last 25 years, there is suspicion and worry whenever they walk into a room. So they're no wonder Zoran has learned to smile all the time at everybody and look non-threatening because it's a survival technique. And, please see me as a human being. You know what I mean?
Right.
So I think there's a lot of that. And it just so happens to help when you're campaigning to be like, I'm bringing it always back to what's going to help the community, what's going to help all of you. I've heard a criticism of it. Actually, I watched the FD Signifier video about Palestine yesterday. And he had some creators on, and this dude, Lost Futures, was like, talking about how he's great and we love him, but he's playing into this like stereotype of the good Muslim too much. Of like, I'm perfect. I'm you can't possibly be bigoted against me. I wear a suit all the time. I got a big smile. All I'm trying to do is like help people, and that's great. But also, people are multifaceted in the same way that Black people don't need a perfect victim. And like George Floyd, like Candace Owens, he was doing fentanyl. It doesn't matter. There was an injustice done to him. Doesn't matter.
He didn't deserve to die.
Same with Zoran. You don't have to be a perfect guy, man. Like, no. It's funny that you rapped at one point, and like that's cool. You can curse. You can wear a different outfit one day.
Yeah, he's got great natural instincts. I mean, I think he's smart enough to realize and humble enough to realize that all he's got to make sure he does is take care of those 4 out of the 5 boroughs. Manhattan can fuck off. Like the people who are so loaded, like they're never going to vote for him. Like they've got too much money. But the working class boroughs, he's got to make sure he owns those. There's more people in Manhattan
than those rich fucks.
Right, exactly.
But speaking of Zoran Mamdani and Abdul Sayed, I got a lot of clips of both of them. But let's start with Zoran, because he put out this statement, I believe yesterday, about Netanyahu. And a campaign promise of arresting him, which I always was like, that sounds great. I don't think the cops would listen to you. And also that's like countries doing shit to each other. That's federal regardless.
Right. Yeah.
And he kind of puts that out here.
Benjamin Netanyahu is a war criminal, the architect of a horrific genocide against the Palestinian people. He is responsible for the killing of more than 73,000 people, for the maiming of tens of thousands of children, as those who survive undergo amputation without anesthesia, for the targeting of neonatal hospitals and maternity care centers, denying newborns even the chance to live, for the countless people he starved as he blocked food and humanitarian aid from reaching them, for the gunning down of hundreds of aid workers and journalists. And just last month, the UN confirmed that Palestinian children continue to be deliberately targeted and killed by Israeli armed forces, more than 8 months after the so-called ceasefire. The list goes on and on, all as we, as Americans, pay for the bombs that do the killing. There is a reason the International Criminal Court issued a warrant for his arrest. As human beings, we have spent generations building a shared understanding that there are crimes so grave they offend all of humanity. Anyone with their eyes, with their heart, with their conscience should recognize the devastation he has wrought and understand that he belongs before a court of law.
All right, I'm gonna pause right there for a sec. I think this is a perfect analogy to what we're just talking about. DSA on their platform abolished the Supreme Court, abolished the Senate, abolished the presidency. I don't think they're going to happen in my lifetime. Him ran a campaign mostly on affordability. Here's free buses, childcare, affordability. He also said, Netanyahu's a war criminal. He's charged. There's a warrant for his arrest. We're going to make him feel unsafe here in New York. I never thought that he was going to perp walk Netanyahu like Eric Adams perp walked Luigi Mangio. I never thought that was going to happen. I was like, at least this is a pushing of the narrative in a different direction. This is what Republicans are always so fucking good at, is making up narratives, is making up thing. Hey, you have to react to me. You have to react to my story, my thing that I'm putting out. So that's what he's doing. He's putting out a counter narrative. He's a war criminal. He should be in front of a court of fucking law. I don't have the power to do that myself. I am calling on the Trump administration to do that. I'm calling on other countries to do that.
And
as a visible mayor.
He's implicitly doing something that I've been talking about, which is the cities in America kind of leading the way, and setting the example for how to kind of treat your neighbor.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm glad to see him kind of take control and basically say, don't fucking come to New York.
Yeah.
Not just Netanyahu, but people who defend Netanyahu.
Word.
And that's in his subtle way, in his own subtle way, which I love. It's great. He's really talented.
It's setting
and he's got
the
big balls.
goal. It's setting the goal. Yeah, definitely. Setting the goal. If not, you can do it yourself. This is the goal for us eventually going forward. Maybe I'm not the one to do it, but you guys are going to climb over my back and you're going to do it, the next person. That's why DSA, I felt like I should join and be a part of this thing.
Yeah.
Working Families Party too, because it's urgent. It's urgent, and they need as many people pushing in a certain direction as possible. And if I could be a pair of hands, then I will be.
As I've said, I agree with the ICC that Benjamin Netanyahu should be arrested and tried for his crimes, as I do for anyone else charged by the ICC. My administration has reviewed every avenue available under applicable law to determine whether New York City could execute the International Criminal Court's arrest warrant if Benjamin Netanyahu came here. It is clear that we do not have the independent legal authority to enforce this warrant. The federal government, however, does, and I call on them to join the ICC and execute this warrant. And I want to be equally clear. Benjamin Netanyahu is not welcome in New York City, nor is any other war criminal at large. While we cannot end the genocide on our own, we can decide whether our silence will become another weapon, and we can examine every tool we have to defend the humanity and dignity of all people. That is my commitment to you.
Yeah. So again, him calling on the Trump administration, I think is pretty good. Pretty good because, again, are they going to fucking do it? Probably not. But Trump does like Mamdani. That's been established. And Trump is probably very frustrated with Netanyahu. So, is it out of the realm of possibility? I wouldn't say so. But, again, I don't think it's going to happen. But, again, going I legally can't. You know who legally can? Trump. Up to them. I call on them to do it. Make that divide. Push that.
Good. Yeah, no, I think you made
wedge
it's a
between the
good
Republicans.
it's a good line of demarcation that you're pointing out that he's establishing or just kind of highlighting really for everyone to see. But I do think the more important part is don't fucking come to New York City.
Yeah,
because it's not just a fuck you to Netanyahu. It's like, if you're at a bar in New York City now and you start defending Israel, like you're gonna get told to shut.
Yeah,
the
it's
fuck
not
up.
going to be good. It's not.
You're
gonna
to get told to shut the fuck up and leave.
Yeah,
if you
this
keep talking
was
like that.
the next day, and he was asked, "Do you think some of your supporters are disappointed in the message that you put out?" And here's what he had to say.
And when it comes to Palestinian New Yorkers who are disappointed, I understand it. Because we are talking about someone who has been charged with crimes against humanity, someone who has visited the city on many an occasion and who has been welcomed by previous mayors. And I want to make it very clear that that welcome ends with me. I will not be welcoming Benjamin Netanyahu or any other war criminals when they come to this city. And I do believe that our federal government should join the International Criminal Court and ensure that there is accountability when it comes to crimes against humanity.
Thank you.
Like, I think that's a pretty good response. Now, again, there's going to be people who are disappointed, who are mad.
Well, I think the biggest criticism is going to be like, dude, you're the mayor of New York City. What the fuck are you doing commenting on foreign policy?
Yeah.
That's what the dismissive comments is going to be. But it doesn't matter. Like, he's, I was in a group chat with some of my old high school friends. One of whom is a, DSA hater. And he's talking about how, like, Democrats, please make Zoran the new face of your party. And I'm like, he kind of already is.
He definitely is.
Like, it's not officially the party, but it's what people want the party to become. And more like him. And maybe, AOC was step 2 because Bernie was step 1. I don't know.
Yes.
But grow. The key is, at the end of the day, we all agree the key is growth. There's a saying in capitalism when you're starting your own business, grow or die. And that needs to be our attitude. Grow or die.
Look, it's in a way, it is defined by your enemies. Like Bernie was highlighted in 2016 as, this is the real face of the Democratic Party. He's got the mask off. He's saying what they really want out loud, and that's socialism. Oh, it's so scary, folks. And lucky for them, Hillary Clinton hated that too and kneecapped the entire fucking party to make herself the nominee and her allies, kneecapping the convention and whatnot. Debbie Wasserman Schultz, Neera Tanden, all that shit. But they made him the face, and turns out he's super popular. Super fucking popular. And then they did the same in 2018 with AOC when she was running against Crowley. Let's highlight this Puerto Rican chick. She's too young. She's a bartender. She makes our feelings inside awkward because we're racist, but we find her attractive. And there's this psychosexual hatred happening with her. Let's highlight her. And now she's one of the most popular politicians in the country. Bernie expressly putting his arm around her and going, this is my successor, my heir. She is the next phase of this. Mamdani, just by being, it could have been anyone. There was 5 progressive candidates, right? But they all decided, hey, we're going to cross-endorse each other. And who has the most chance? It's Brad Lander and Zohar Mamdani, and they're going to cross-endorse each other. Rank us in these, whatever order you want, but just make sure to rank us and don't rank Cuomo. You don't want a Mayor Cuomo. That was the big thing here. And it worked, and Zoran happened to win. It could have been Brad Lander. We could have a Mayor Brad Lander and Zohar Mamdani going to Congress. Maybe.
Well,
in another universe.
I like Zoran just where he is.
I like him where he is too.
And I hope he stays there for a while.
I think you're not the only one, because look, here's a little bit of cutting red tape that he put out the other day, and I will give you a reaction from someone we haven't seen in quite a long time. So here's his meeting, his announcement.
Today, my friends, we are lifting the freeze that too many New Yorkers must contend with as we launch Open for Small Businesses. Open, which stands for Overhauling Procedures and Expanding Navigation, is a package of more than 50 reforms that cut red tape, eliminate redundant fees, and streamline the permitting process.
In a win for every ice cream lover across New York City, we will work with the state to do away with the frozen dessert permit that requires restaurants to seek out a superfluous second permit for what they're already doing, serving food. No more treat exploitation, as we say.
So, again, he's going to go on to make a bunch more dad jokes. This is a Republican 101, Libertarian 101.
Yeah.
Cut regulations, cut red tape. And you know who recognized that? Meghan motherfucking McCain. What's she been doing? She's not been on The View.
Where's she been hiding? Yeah. She's been
spitting
off The
into
View
a
for while
podcast
now.
mic like everybody else.
Why did she
and-
leave The View? That was a hell of a gig. I don't know why. I can't understand why the hell she
I think
left.
they-
I'm like,
she
she couldn't deal
threw
with
a
the
hissy
hate.
fit.
She just couldn't deal with the hate.
Yeah.
Probably.
Through a hissy fit, and now she's like, I want to talk to my bubble exclusively. So here she is praising Zoran Mamdani.
His economic message about why Republicans have abandoned the working class, why no one can afford anything, why what he's doing is working in New York City, is really compelling. And if I didn't know anything and I was a low information voter and and there's no judgment of low information voters, people have lives and jobs and all these things. But if I was not paying attention, I would be very into this guy. I don't think Republicans realize that he's really the best messenger for this. And that even if he doesn't run, if there are any candidates running in 28 who can somehow imitate or be inspired in the same way that he was inspired by AOC, we have a real problem. Republicans have a real problem. And I was thinking about him compared to like the podcast broification of our party right now.
Whose fault was that, Megan? Whose fault was that?
Which is just very angry and conspiratorial and sort of me-based. Like it's my gripes, my versus he keeps talking about the collective. I was so struck this morning when I was getting ready doing my hair and makeup about how he's a generational talent. He's like Obama. Like we should all thank God he can't run for president because he would be a formidable candidate in about 10 years. But I think that I think that this is a tornado that's coming that Republicans are not. We are way too lax on this one. We are not taking him seriously.
Why are you still loyal to the GOP?
Right?
Why are you still? This is not your party anymore. This is not your father's
It's Trump's party.
This is not Reagan. This is Reagan on cocaine. This is Barry Goldwater. This is George Wallace.
Yeah.
But she doesn't even know who those people are. But, okay. So
I mean, hilarious.
This is a great clip. That is really funny to see Meghan McCain. It seems like her getting off of network TV has actually done her some good. She actually has like evolved. It sounds like a little bit.
I don't think so. Because she just brings it back and like, well, thank God he can't run for president.
No, but it's baby steps. I see a little bit of growth. I see a little bit of growth in the me again Meghan thing. She didn't talk about her father there. But she's still delusional about like the party. She keeps saying we. That's the thing that's bothering me the most is like we. He's like, you're MAGA? Because if you're a Republican, then you're MAGA. Yeah. People who say that they're Republicans but they're not MAGA, sorry, no, we have no respect for that.
She should just
no.
go.
You don't get to decide that. You don't get to decide that. Everybody who's not a Republican gets to decide what you are.
Her
and everybody
and
who's
Sarah
not a Republican
Longwell.
will tell you that they're the same thing.
Her and Sarah Longwell and David Pacman and Neera Tanden, go create a third party. Go create your third party. The Democrats and the Republicans are spoken for. It is the Trump people, the MAGA people, the lunatic, like out and out KKK, like they're in charge. It's over. They're in charge. Now we are taking over the Democratic Party. That again, I don't love the Democratic Party. I don't give a fuck. I don't really know what socialism means, but I know the DSA is going to fucking fix this shit. And that's the only two options. We have two options in this country, Deter. That's it. That's it.
Yeah,
There's no third party unless they're. I'd be happy if they created a third party so that there is more competition.
Yeah, if we had ranked choice voting and publicly funded elections, then
For real.
that would be, but that's that's what we should be aspiring to. Instead of talking about abolishing the presidency and the Senate, they should be talking about ranked choice. I mean, it's like the DSA is just like the DSA is like 5 years ahead of everybody else. It's like, we just got people to start talking about ranked choice voting. Like, let's make that happen everywhere first. You know, like,
yes.
So anyway, one thing about Zoran though, and I don't know the guy, okay, but he seems to have a certain value system that would be similar to mine if I were in the public eye like that, where he doesn't want it to ever really be about him.
Yeah.
So, yes, he's talented. You know, calling him a generational talent, that's a little premature.
Again, she's just like, I have not seen this since my dad was defeated by Obama.
But she's also missing the point there too, and I'm losing respect the more I'm talking about it, responding to her. But
okay.
She's like missing the point too. Is like they're gonna. It's not like people think that I found a star. The star is just gonna get bigger over time. Yes, that's true. But if you want the movement to succeed, the star needs to multiply.
Yeah.
Multiply. So you said AOC got elected in 2018, or
Along
Mamdani
with,
got
I
elected
believe,
in 2026. So 8 years in between those two things happening in the same city. In the same city.
I mean, yeah.
So it's just like. Well, I just, as the old guy on the block here, I resign myself to just merciless, relentless expectation management, and it's just going to be
for
like
sure.
I don't think we're going to get a progressive president in 2028. I think we're going to get a Democrat, but I think it's going to be I think it's going to try to be Obama 2.0.
I think we're going to get
that's starting to be my expectation.
Look, I got fingers crossed, knocking wood for AOC. But if it's John Ossoff, I'll take Ossoff.
Well, yeah,
it's gonna be.
Who I think. You know who I think of the establishment names? Oh, you're gonna love this.
Newsom,
Mayor Pete,
dude.
Mayor Pete.
If you give the
People
liberals a
love him.
fucking twig, give them a treat, and you go, hey, here's your gay president that you want, so that you
Right.
can believe that progress is still happening in this country,
Right.
even though the last decade proved. Like, hey, maybe the entire country's not on board with this, stupids. Fine. I think whoever, if it's not AOC, if it's not a progressive president, it's going to be a Democratic president who goes where the wind blows.
Right.
And we got to blow.
The
we
wind.
got to blow
that's
real
a great
hard.
point. We can be the wind. We can totally be the wind. No, absolutely.
Because,
and
like,
Congress has a ton of power, and you're going to see a huge sweep for the DSA in the huge wave for the DSA in 2028. You think 2026 is going to be big. Like, that's the commentary that's driving me nuts. How many times have you heard, I don't think we could replicate the DSA success in New York somewhere else? Like, well, it's happening.
It's already happening.
And it's like a virus, right? A good virus that
Mhm.
starts in the cities and then spirals outside into the suburbs. And then eventually, someday, we'll get these rural, uneducated whites, a.k.a. MAGA trash, to wake up and realize that they actually are just overgrown children who's scared of their daddy.
Yeah. Have you seen Andor?
No, but I've heard it's great.
All right. So there's this scene here at the end where the Imperial, like, CIA, effectively, he's listening to this dude's speech. And this dude's a revolutionary, and he made a manifesto. And at the end of the series, it kind of keeps spreading throughout the galaxy, where more and more people are broadcasting it, more people are hearing it. It's the ideas that we don't have to be debt slaves. We don't have to be wage slaves, that our bosses are actually stealing from us, that we're not lazy if we don't want to work. Those jobs are bad jobs. Workers' rights, like waking back up this sleeping beast of class solidarity, racial solidarity, intersectionality, all this shit that has been beaten down by the Republicans all the time. I mean, the conservatives in this country all the time. And the corporate Democrats who are like, let's get along to go along. Let's just make concessions because they have all the money and we want some of that before we die.
Yep.
Realists,
Latino Mafuna, yes, I do think we can get another kind of FDR. I think FDR's second Bill of Rights, the Economic Bill of Rights, is just an easy shortcut to explain what something like the DSA or just the progressive Democrats really want to see our country do: healthcare, housing, education, environment, protecting farmers, Social Security, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Check it out, everybody. FDR's second Bill of Rights. So yeah, it's an exciting time to be a DSA member, man.
Yeah, man. But I want to check out some of these other.
Oh yeah, go ahead. You got
clips.
another reaction? Sure.
This is him. Well, first of all, here's Nancy Mace. I don't have to play her. I apologize to the chat for showing her face, her visage, as well as Pierce Morgan's visage. But she says, how many Jews voted for Mamdani? How self-loathing are they? She is not Jewish, by the way. And the idea of a self-loathing Jew, self-hating Jew, is a anti-Semitic trope perpetrated by Zionists, Zionist Jews. If you're not on board with the idea of Israel, the project of Israel, then you're actually a self-hating Jew, and we don't really count you. And we let it be known that people can discriminate against you because you're self-hating. It is disgusting that she said that. I'm a Jew in New York who voted for Mamdani, so she can go fuck herself. But this is another clip that I found interesting because he's done a couple longer interviews. I've not watched all of them. This is from the Rolling Stone, and this is them talking about the cops. Another hot button. He didn't touch the cops during the campaign, which I think a lot of people noticed, including me, was like, I think he doesn't want to fight with the police unions and all that comes with that.
The cops are so powerful.
It's just like, I want to just get my agenda done, and if I could do it around the cops trying to impede me, then I still am a huge success as a mayor, because he remembers de Blasio. De Blasio tried to take on the cops, and they threatened his fucking daughter. They threatened his daughter. They were like, your daughter is at this protest. Here she is on this train. Here's a photograph of her. And also, maybe this protest is like a riot, and she'll get arrested or maybe hurt. Like, literally threatened his family. Gangster shit. Because the cops are a gang. Cops are a gang. We're going to hear more about that tomorrow, I'm sure, from Black Red Guard. But here's Mamdani on the cops.
What was your relationship with the police growing up?
I grew up in our city with an experience of police in that there were some for whom there were people in their family who were serving on the force, others for whom it was only the experiences they would have with officers themselves. I don't recall having any experiences in our city that really do stand out to me at a personal level. But I think one thing that has stood out to me is that for quite some time in our city, New Yorkers have been made to feel as if they have to choose between safety and justice. And I think it's critically important that we deliver the both of them and show that, in fact, that isn't a choice that has to be made any longer.
I think that's, again, bringing it back to, it doesn't matter what I feel about the police. It's what the police should be doing in the city. And again, that's another plank of like the DSA, abolish the police. Okay, work towards that, man. Go for it. But like on the way there, we get some reforms. We get the closed Rikers. We get some
I'm not for. I mean, yeah, right. Like let's fix.
You know what I mean? Exactly.
First. Yeah. No. So you see some real rhetorical talent there, where he's taking a basic question that is supposed to kind of be something of a gotcha, and he doesn't bite the bait. And he's like, yeah, I don't know. It's been pretty ignorant. I haven't had any like drama with the cops in my life, but I will say, watching the rhetorical dynamic over the last few years, it does seem like this false dichotomy has been presented in front of us, where we just have to have. And he didn't say this, and this is where I would add the Wasp angle, if you will, where the cops, we don't have to just have blind faith in the badge. Right, like there's been a lot of stuff that indicates our vetting process for who gets to wear this uniform and have the gun on their hip and the cuffs and all that power. It seems like we have not done enough of a vetting process. So, like that's again, he just inspires me to take that next step, and that's a sign that he's doing his job, because we're political geeks and we want to compare things to history and try to forecast what's going to come. And whenever I hear him handle an open-ended moment like that, it gets me going on, okay, where does that lead? And that's a sign of a really great communicator.
Word. And
But
you know,
yeah,
speaking of vetting, I mean, this is about ICE, but this is the guy who killed the father in Maine. Threw his 13-year-old daughter through a coffee table and threatened to slit his ex-wife's throat. DHS failed to properly vet this lunatic, and now a father is dead. Disturbing audio. Listen to the ICE agent who threatened to slit his wife's throat. I don't think we need to. But, I mean, the fact that it's on, well, I mean, fuck it. Let's play.
Most recent call before this week was on November 28th, 2025.
Every single female in your bloodline is nothing but a disgusting fat. And all of you should have your throat cut. Yeah, you should.
Most recent call.
I mean, probably. This is a fucking
wasted.
divorced dad.
You know what?
Like,
Have you ever heard of the Latin saying "in vino veritas," which means "in wine there is truth"? Which
oh,
means
no, but yeah, that makes sense.
If you drink alcohol, yeah, you see what people are really made of, man. That's what I say in my big three, one of my trichotomies. If you want to see who someone really is, get him drunk, get him stressed, or watch what they do with their money. That's how you feel out what people are really about, those three contexts. And with the conservatives, it's not hard to see what they value. And like our man George Carlin said, they're interested in property. They're only interested in people that are just like them. That's why New York's such a great beacon, man, because it's so fucking diverse. I mean, there's more goddamn ethnicities. I'd be interested to see like a study in terms of, because, you know, you got the Asian ethnicities in LA that would maybe give you a run for your money. But I think all the African countries that are represented in New York and stuff like that, man, it just never ends. It just like, that's what I'm saying, man.
Greatest city in the world.
Yeah,
greatest city in the world.
I have never. If I had ever lived there, I'd probably agree with you. I mean, I just like, you know, as looking from the outside, looking from afar, growing up in that corner of the country, you know, yeah, it looks pretty great. Every time I've been there, I'm never bored when I go to New York, and I get bored easily.
Word. All right, let's bring in Lumen if he's ready. Pop him up on the stage. What's going on? Muted. Yeah. Well, can I unmute?
I think you have to do it.
Can't unmute because your guests chose to mute themselves. All right. One sec, folks. But yeah, so there's lots of other stuff happening in the world right now. Speaking of Abdul El-Sayed, I can actually bring up a clip of that.
Yeah.
Put the time code in here. All right. So this I played on the show yesterday, but I thought it was great. Do you know this character Jake Lang who shows up places? This little right-wing freak.
Yeah, I've seen him.
Yeah. So he showed up to a campaign event and was promptly escorted out.
Why are you persecuting me?
We're gonna clap him out. The reason I wanted to clap him out to USA is because he doesn't hate me. He doesn't hate AG. He don't even hate you. You know what he hates? He hates America. He hates the idea of what America was always supposed to be. Of the people, by the people, and for the people. Where it should not matter the color of your skin, should not matter how you pray, should not matter who you love, that you can be fully and 100% America. He hates that America. He wants America to be small. He wants America to be like him. He wants America to be hateful. He wants America to be a place that does not include. And every day that we go out there and we knock on those doors, we make an argument about what America actually is.
Was he born here? Can he be the president?
An America that is bigger than his hate.
Yeah.
An America that is bigger than the small-mindedness that he brings to this. An America that has a bigger heart than the one that he has. An America that is bigger than a Donald Trump who thinks that some people don't get to belong here because of their color of their skin. An America that is bigger than the idea that we all can come together and pray how we choose or not pray at all.
I knew I liked this
America
guy.
is bigger. That is bigger than Mike Rogers and the corporate corruption that they all.
You like the not
Well,
pray
I
at
just
all?
read about. I haven't Googled him yet for some reason. I'd like to look at people's early life, and he was a lacrosse player.
Oh yeah.
And yeah, he was a lacrosse player. He grew up in Detroit, Yeah, wrestling,
yeah.
football, and lacrosse. I was like looking at
Where-
those guns. I'm like, what sports did you play growing up?
Where is the M&M endorsement? I need the M&M endorsement.
Oh, you got to pay for that.
I mean, Kamala got one.
Yeah, but they paid
Take
for it.
to run these campaigns to pick our pocket. The America they believe in is one where a few people who look a particular way get to siphon off your money to make billions. That's the America they want. That's the America he represents. That's the America he's so mad he didn't get. And as much as that's an ugly display of the America they want for us, this here is a beautiful display of the America we can yet build.
Like, what a way to talk about turning not even a question, just a hate rant, hate pop-up into a campaign ad, into a point about your campaign.
Yeah, no, he's a really talented guy. I mean, the more I see him, the more he timed his appearance with Hassan kind of perfectly. And now that Plattner got blown up too, he's kind of like, you know,
He's the only one.
The only one left for the Senate races anyway, or at least he's the one getting the most attention. As we have come to learn, mainstream media does not do a very good job of comprehensively covering Congress or the Senate. Because there's so many that's the real, they should be required, like when, you know, whether it was the Fairness Doctrine with Reagan or Bill Clinton's Telecom Act. I mean, there should have been, when we got 24-hour news stations, there should have been a requirement that they cover like the minutia, like the boring shit like C-SPAN does. Like instead of just doing Trump all day long, Morning Joe should be showcasing like different congressmen that are trying to be more progressive. But, you know, corporate interests win, as we always find out, is corporate interests win, and they don't want those voices to be loud. But as you're seeing, it's growing. It's growing, and we've got a lot to hope for. That's the one thing, is like talking with you guys is always nice, because I do get optimism, I do get hope. And whereas when I'm talking with kind of like a lot of other people who in my life, for whatever reason, they're just, and I guess because they're reading mainstream media, they're just, you know, negative and super doomer. You
Because
know?
mainstream media is like, fuck the Republicans, but also fuck these people who are actually trying to stop
socialists.
them.
Right. Well, and the thing that doesn't get countered is, you know, we never had power. Like, who's had power?
Mhm.
And they just lump us in with the establishment Democrats like Clinton and Obama.
Yeah.
And it sucks. And that's the essay I'm working on now, is Obama. And I've been wrestling with it because he is so goddamn popular. He is so goddamn popular still to this day. He's the most popular Democratic figure. And I just have been reading in to the details of his presidency, and you see so many established patterns just overwhelm him. Like, I believe that he came in, and I don't know the guy, but I like to believe that he came in with good intentions, but he never, for the record, never called himself progressive, always called himself liberal. And there's a video of him that we don't need to watch, but when he went to Northwestern, his hometown Chicago, he went to the Kellogg School of Management. He didn't go to the public policy school, and he makes a point of that. And he said, I believe that capitalism is the best system, has created the most prosperity.
Yeah, of course he
most
does. Now he's got a
opportunity.
fucking library there.
Well, the other thing about it is that, don't forget, he is a baby boomer. And all baby boomers were socially conditioned within the context of the Cold War. And that can never be forgotten. That has to be echoed through every left-wing media sphere, is the effect of the Cold War on baby boomers, because it kind of lets them off the hook. It's like, you know, the kid who grows up to be an alcoholic, like, it's not his fault, right? That you're like live under the highway. Like, it was not his fault when you get to know his story. It's like the boomers, they were socially conditioned to worship capitalism as a false god. And now here we are, and the false god has turned his back on the poor, man. I mean, Trump is just, I mean, the litany, like ripping off his own people, Trump, like the corruption is legendary, and they still just ignore it.
Yeah, Lumen. What's going on?
Hey, am I in here?
Man,
Okay, great.
You caught me in the midst of a monologue, bro. Sorry about that.
No, I mean, okay, so
Your thoughts?
I don't know the man, but obviously, I don't have Barry on speed dial, but I did knock doors for the man in probably the closest. Like, I've been in a room with him, and I knocked doors for him in Cincinnati, Ohio, twice.
Wow.
And so it's like that's ground zero, like that's front line. And here's the vibe. Like, the more you read about the man, the more he makes sense. Like, people, like, I'm not saying you have to hate Obama. Okay. I'm not saying you have to hate Obama. What I'm saying is, once you understand, he's no more than a liberal. And and when you talk about it, because when he went up, I don't want to be so hyperbolic and say he sold his soul, because he did what was always inside of him, which was to uphold liberalism and neoliberalism. But when the election turned for him against Hillary Clinton is when he secured the backing of corporate America. Forget the voters. When he said, "Look, you get me in here, I will get you whatever you want."
Yeah.
Right. And he paid that back tenfold with the mortgage crisis and bailing out the banks.
Yeah.
So you just understand like how he works, and you kind of got to separate this idea of Obama from who he actually is. And it's hard to do that because of identity politics. Ironically, the reason why the reason why we can be like Hillary Clinton needs to be drawn and quartered in the public square is because she's close to a Karen white woman that we can, I've got hot sauce in my bag.
And she's a woman.
And she's a woman,
people
so he
hate
can
women.
say that.
Yeah.
But when you're like, you really like, when you have like the first black president, he is inoculated from a lot of criticism
beyond reproach,
because he was the first black president, and it is what it is. Like, I'm not saying good, bad, or
I think
different.
time wears that down.
Yes, but a lot of people have to die of natural causes, and what I mean by that is, and I'm saying this not even as like I can't wait for this to happen. It's just not a conversation I ever want to have. Like at work, I live in New Orleans, Louisiana. There's like 2 white people in my office. When I talk about I have a critique of Barack Obama, the amount of pushback I get, and I have to be like, okay, it's because of policy and this and this and this.
Right.
But I was like, does Obama belong in The Hague? Absolutely. But I always say the people who live in this city and in other black majority cities are just people of color or whoever who have the Obama commemorative time life plates of him and his family. I'm not trying to be that guy, man.
Yeah.
Like I'm like
the
cool,
only thing you got to do.
I'm glad my grandparents
bite-size.
got to see that
before
they died.
Exactly. Right. And I just would always go bite size in that because the odds of them listening to me are slim. Yeah. But I would go 2 things. One is, don't you think his personality problem was that he cared more about being liked than being respected?
Absolutely.
And then second, fuck you for bringing Hillary Clinton back into the fold when she was on her way out.
Word.
For breathing life into the Clinton political dynasty and teeing her up for 2016 like that, and then basically just handing the keys.
He
back
doesn't
to
get the
Clintons.
nomination in 08.
He even said, let's move on from the Bush-Clinton years. During the campaign, he said that. And then what does he do when he becomes president? He gives her the sexiest secretary position.
Yeah. I think that's completely fair because as somebody who is he doesn't get the
nomination if he doesn't do that.
What does whatchamacallit say? Oh God, who's the guy? Jesse Ventura. He goes, Republicans and Republic Crips and Demo gangsters or whatever.
Yeah, Demo Bloods.
Yeah, it was like 2 mafias in a dice game, and it's like you see that happening to where like Barack, like what are you doing? Like this woman talked about you. Like, well, he could get shot just like Bobby Kennedy. It could happen. Like, you should have shivved her in the back and supported Bernie Sanders.
Not who he is.
Because Yeah, you're right. It's not who he is.
Because he wanted that library. Because if he does that after his presidency in
Right.
2016 and goes, oh yeah, my Secretary of State, who I trusted for 8 years to do this job, she actually is incompetent. She yes, her emails are really bad, and go get him, Troy Gowdy or whatever the fuck his name
But
is.
I do want to say I understand why he picked her for Secretary of State, because one, it's to pay back her for not putting up a super nasty fight once everything turned on her. And then two, why wouldn't you? If you're put yourself in his mind, she's a killer, dude. She sat right there with her husband and backed executing a mentally disabled man and she's a killer.
Yeah.
She
At-
is
in
what
the
she,
moment-
it is
in
what
the
she
moment.
is.
Yeah.
That's who I would want.
At that present moment, that's a fair point.
Yeah.
Long term, and here we are back to the Democratic Party mishandling power.
Mhm.
There was a long-term problem. Did you ever see that movie Nixon? With,
Yes.
No.
Okay. So
I
when
should,
he
though.
loses in 1960, that his team, there's a great scene where they're talking about plans for the future. Like, you want to go after him in 64, you want to just wait till 68, what do you want to do? And there was that greatest generation style of managing power that we have lost touch with. And that was also, that reared its ugly head with Kamala Harris. And no one wants to say why Kamala Harris became Joe Biden's vice president. I mean, people say
He said
Obama
it.
people say Obama took the elevator to the top. Kamala Harris took the fucking elevator to the top. She had no one. Obama had fans. Obama had a base of people that loved him, and like you knocked for doors for him.
Well,
and he had but Kamala had to drop out. She wasn't a major player.
Right, she had to drop out, but she still had to
I know what you're. I'll say what you're alluding to. The thing that was so funny is that like people be like, "Oh, Barack Obama was some kind of a DEI hire." It's like, no. Joe Biden was the DEI hire. Joe Biden was the white. Joe Biden was the medicine to make the first black president named Barack Hussein Obama go down.
Yes, for sure.
But like, you can't even call Harris a DEI hire because DEI hires are qualified. Like she had nothing. She had nothing going for her except that the president of the United States saying I will have a black female vice president. Like
exactly.
What an insane thing to say. Like let's go get Candace Owens then, I guess. Like what are we talking about?
Really?
But but yeah, like, and I want to say one thing about the let's bring up the old demons of 2016. The Democrats, because this is how they are, both parties are just outward representations and arms of capital, to where capitalism line must go up. Line must go up. Capitalism is a zero-sum game, winner take all. And it falls apart because of that. Like line cannot always go up. Let's be completely honest with ourselves. Bernie could have been controlled. Like what I mean by that is like everything. Yeah, we would have got Medicare for all. We would have got, but it wouldn't have been a dictatorship of the proletariat of what these people scream. It would have been Bernie Sanders kicking the can of capitalism down the road and keeping it on the tracks for another 4 to 8 years.
Yeah.
Before it completely falls apart. I
so-
don't mean that even in a bad way. I mean that in
mean-
just a real politic. Like Bernie Sanders was the best choice for capital. He really was to keep it going.
The thesis that I think that we're harping on is that it's difficult to overcome the forces once you get in office, right?
Mhm.
The forces are so deep, and it's very difficult to overcome those. If I think he would have gotten like 2, 3, 4, 5 major policies done, improve and redefine the Democratic Party. Like that's the thing that presidents can do, is they can redefine the party. And that's another thing that I have a tough time with Obama. And, it's not necessarily him so much as his fucking team. If you look at who he surrounded himself, the biggest perpetrator of all, Rahm Emanuel, like he invited those capitalist forces into his inner circle, and that spoiled the bunch. But I tell you what, the criticism, him being on beyond reproach because he was the first black president, I think that has definitely waned. And I think the $850 million price tag for his fucking library, that's gonna be like, dude, come on, really? Like $1 billion for
This
a
is the
fucking presidential library, dude.
reframe.
And it's not even like if it doubled as a school, if it had a
Sure,
purpose,
yes.
if it had
Yeah.
a purpose, like that would be cool with me. If it was like a high tech like grad school, like that would be my dream. If I had a library, have it double as like an academic institution.
Here's the
But
DSA
no,
message.
it's just a monument to him.
It's Obama's ballroom.
Here's the thing. It's
Obama's
waned in
ballroom.
your circles. It's waned in mine because we are the cutting edge
Educated,
0.11, not even educated. I would say we are the sickos who do this for fun and profit.
Yep.
Right? The average person who voted for Barack Obama and the average Democrat of all race, color, creed, sex, they think about this man as that was the good old days.
Mhm.
That was the second coming of FDR.
Right. Yeah.
They really do. They don't think about forever Afghanistan wars. They don't think about drone striking US citizens.
$38
They don't
billion
think about
to Israel.
They don't think about any of that,
Yeah.
bro.
This is
They are
just-
comparing it to they're comparing it to the nightmare cyberpunk dystopia that the mask is now off. We've always
Yes.
been here. But
Yeah,
the mask
and here's
is
what
now
Capital
off.
did. Like you say, Bernie would have been the smart choice for Capital, and I agree. It definitely would have been. But the problem is, Capital is not the Machiavellian Mad Men caricature or the Gatsby that we've all kind of grown up assuming that these big wigs are. They've been revealed to be Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos and fucking Peter Thiel. They're fucking idiots, and they thought, well, let's get Trump in there. He's just like us. They're nouveau rich, as my beautiful, lovely off-screen wife likes to say. They're freaking idiots. They were looked down upon by those, older industrialists, like wealthy families, the elites, the secret elites. They were looked down on from those people, and so they're fucking mad. They want to go to Epstein Island and party.
Yeah.
That's what they like to do. And the elites are like too good for that. No. We have our own. Like, we got Sharon Tate, and we're doing this shit in the 60s and shit. But JFK, Marilyn Monroe, but they're not sloppy. These motherfuckers are sloppy. So they pushed in Trump. They got him. And the Republicans are the perfect vehicle for that. So because they worship capital, they worship money. They built Trump. He took the fucking nomination. For 4 years, there was this like, well, Trump does what he does, but there's good people around him. He's got Lindsey Graham. He's got John Bolton. He's got, some of the more neoconservative motherfuckers instead of the lunatics like Steve Bannon and whatever. Now first of all, Biden's presidency doesn't even feel like a presidency. It feels like a coming up for
Stopgap.
air before going back, being dragged back underwater.
Yeah.
Further, now with Stephen Miller and all the sycophants, like there is no anybody holding him back, or even again, the holding him back of the first term, that was kayfabe. That was bullshit. They wanted him to do what he was doing. He's the Hulk. They just had to aim him in the right direction. That's all it was. And now he's unleashed. It's the Hulk unleashed. There's no banner anymore. Go see Spider-Man next week.
Question for you guys. Question for you guys. Do you think, so whenever I'm talking about politics, like with a normie, I just try to get them to a place of like we're at war. If you can get them to agree with the political context that we're in right now as being defined by a war, that conservatism, I would argue, started all the way back in 1980, if you want to go that far. But I don't hear anybody on the left, even the establishment left. I mean, maybe John Ossoff, but no one is really using wartime rhetoric at this point and talking about things like counterattacks and how it's not going to be just enough to beat them in 26. We got to beat them in 28. We got to beat them for the next 40 years. Like no one is really calling for that scale of conflict, as far as I can tell.
Nobody. I mean, there are people who, y'all were talking about Abdul and Zoran Mandami, and for all the leftist scaremongering on Fox News and on MSNBC, it's crazy. certain people like those two guys for sure have the mindset of a insurgent, of I don't want to say revolutionary, but just as a hit and run and hit them where they're, Sun Tzu, hit them where they're weak, retreat where they're strong. And that's those guys are that, and always stay on message. Don't be afraid to ally with people temporarily and discard them when they're not necessary. Don't, like that kind of stuff. Yeah, I want to see more of that. Like you're speaking my language.
Dude, I just found 2 clips for you.
Okay.
So perfect. Here's both of them, AOC and Mamdani. Here's AOC being asked, some DSA call themselves communists. What do you think about that?
Do that, I'm not going to be deterred.
Should some DSAers who have called themselves communists educate themselves as to what
It's a free country. It's a free country. You've got people with all sorts of affiliations in this country, and the whole point is that we don't politically, persecute people. You can you have a bona fide, like all sorts of extreme groups. It's a free, you can hold whatever views you have in this country.
That could have been a little more forceful, but I think she was trying to get to,
So look,
there's
at the end of the
Nazis out
day,
there.
at the end of the day, hold that thought. I'm going to be real quick. I'll just be real quick.
No, you're good.
At the end of the day, just because of my training, I'm never going to be satisfied with AOC public persona because
That's
she
fine.
doesn't have the polish. She doesn't have the polish. But anyway, go ahead, Lumen.
No, I was gonna say I feel the same way. Like we've had this discussion about like electoral politics the same way. It's like what I just said about Bernie Sanders. Like for me, when we're talking, like I said, I have to personally I separate like what I think is correct and right. Like these are my red lines to what I think not feasible, but what I think is like actually going to move the ball. Like I had this critique. I just said Bernie Sanders. I didn't mean that with any shade. Like would keep capitalism going. I walked miles for that man, knocking doors for him. I would walk. I don't even really like AOC, but if she ran for president, I would walk miles on broken glass to get her elected because she would move the ball in the direction I want to go. But the thing that like the left, and I'm glad you talked because I was going to talk about this if I was in solo, is that the left in general, like y'all were talking about defunding the police and all this, and I don't think like I agree, with what you were saying, Deter. Like, okay, this is what I'm trying to say. Save that for close. Take some lessons from the right.
Yeah, bro.
Save that from, and I mean that with all. I'm disconnected from morality here. I'm talking straight tactics. Take some lessons from the right. I remember I'm old enough to remember the 4chan. Stop the 4chan posts talking about power level with these Nazis. Stop revealing your power level.
Yeah.
Stop talking about
Yeah, man.
The way I would talk about if Robert Johnson, Lumen Cast, was asked as about the DSA on Fox News, I'm like, are you telling me you're afraid of the people who I've been to these meetings? And this is true. I'm not lying. But I'm like, are you afraid? You're talking about the people who can't decide what meat substitute needs to go into the potluck chili and they do an hour, the Robert's rule about. These are the people you're talking about everybody needs to be afraid of? Because I'm not seeing it. What are you talking about here? But it's like, stop saying. I'm not saying
week
like
with Black Redguard, who if you are available tomorrow 5 p.m. Eastern for 2 hours, a great conversation for the panel show. But yeah, I brought up like, dude, years ago on Fox News, might have been 2018 or 19, there was a clip of DSA where they're like, point of order, before they even started the meeting, point of order, I was misgendered, or point of order, can we not clap? I have an auditory thing.
Oh God,
can we all snap or whatever?
The narcissism,
But just portraying them as this is a like college social club. Like it is a play thing. Like it's just a meeting that they go to. They're not really doing anything. You don't need to be that scared. Or even if we want you to be scared because AOC is part of the DSA and here's the group that she comes from and here's what they do. They're so disorganized. It was a fluke that she got in, but this is the real heart of the Democrats. So you still should be afraid. It's the same talking out both sides of their fucking mouth as Biden. He's Sleepy Joe. He's non-threatening, but he's also a secret vessel for the communist fucking agenda from China. It's the same. It's the They live in paradoxes. But I totally agree. Don't talk about fucking abolishing the. I don't even think they should be talking about abolishing the Senate and Supreme Court right now.
No, let's
bro.
abolish APAC first. Let's abolish ICE first. Let's get every single Trump judge. No, so that's the war stuff I'm talking about, right? I say with my right hand I will destroy you, with my left hand I'll replace you. So with your right hand, you're abolishing ICE, you're abolishing APAC, you're prosecuting MAGA, you're replacing any and all Trump judges, packing the court, and and that's basically like a universal, like, no Trump library, right? No, none of that. The anti-Trump act. And then you got to replace it, and that's where you get the shortcut of FDR's economic Bill of Rights, where you get healthcare, housing, education, you throw in environment, criminal justice, immigration reform. If we had like a real, and that's like where I'm trying to get to know the DSA, is like, where are your detailed policy proposals for like a completely new immigration system? What does that look like? Because instead of going to changing the structure of government, like we're talking about, what is the DSA immigration system? What is that?
Right.
What is even if you have it, I understand what you're saying, because I said not to DSA people, but the people who are just like, because I've told you my thoughts about electoral politics, but I'm just like, they'll be like, oh, I don't know, this is bourgeoisie shit. And I'm like, okay, so what time are we showing them for the Rev? Because if we're not doing that, I don't know what you're talking about. But the thing is, I'm not even saying that shit shouldn't even be discussed. Like, we should, like, disbanding the Senate and defunding the police and all that shit. That should all be discussed in a place like this space, not in front of a Fox News desk. Because the problem with that is, like, look at Abdul and look at Mandami. They don't get baited into that shit. They are on message. He'd be like, well, what about defunding the police? They would ask him, and Abdul would say, like, well, the police are already defunded because we're sending billions of our tax dollars to Israel. So
and that money should be back here in the community while I'm working from Michigan.
It's a good pivot. He knows how to pivot well. Yeah, they're political athletes. And they also, too, this is something that, not to be sexist, it's just social conditioning. Like, men have a little bit easier time being entitled than women do. And they are embracing that. Like, I told Alex a while back, just to the white privileged guy talking about entitlement, the attitude you should have with the media is, you are on my time, not the other way around.
Absolutely.
And if you have that attitude, then the whole dynamic of the interview changes, and then you get to communicate about what you want, because you just described a great pivot there. Yeah, Abdul's a great athlete.
And at this whole conversation about rhetoric that we're having, I think we talked about this, Deter, a while ago when you first put me on to Tallarico. It's like, hey, we should watch this guy in Texas. He's making moves. And I was like, he's good, but he's the guy who explains to the whites why the coloreds are running away with things and why we're actually winning and fighting so ferociously. And I think Mamdani accidentally found himself in that position as a colored man himself, but he's the star. New York is the greatest city in the world, so he is the national figure that's being asked onto all these platforms to talk about it. And here he is slowly explaining to the boomers and Gen X, who loves Jon Stewart, how socialism is like fire departments and stuff.
If you go back to some of the Democrats that we most admire, FDR, LaGuardia, you will see a lot of democratic socialist principles in their vision. And if you think about a lot of what we've come to accept as just the facts of life across our country, a lot of it is also still driven by democratic socialist principles. Now, if today you and I were to introduce the idea of a building that lends out books for free, we would be slandered in the same way that so many new ideas are slandered today. And yet that's the library. And the same thing with the fire department, the same thing with public schools. And it's to say that a lot of politics has been a debate about who deserves what.
Yep.
And I would prefer a politics that debates how we can deliver that to everyone. If you go back...
Again, reframing it, explaining it slowly for the children in the back who you were saying are conditioned from the Cold War to hear socialism and freak out.
Right.
Here it is. It's the fire. Do you like the fire department? Do you like libraries? Do you like, having schools available and roads and hospitals, just slowly. And it's annoying.
It's great.
annoying
I mean,
for people,
he does well to keep it basic and say it like a fifth grader. That's something that, with respect to communication, is always a good idea, is to keep things simple and direct. I will say he needs to trim that stash. He's getting a little bit heavy on the stash. I don't know if you want to bring it back up so people can see.
He is a little bit heavy on the stash.
It's a little bit heavy on the stash right now, Z.
It's not. He needs to fade that in with the rest.
Yeah, it's got to be the same.
Yeah, that looks crazy.
It's got to be it's like, it's all got to be symmetrical.
Crazy.
You gotta trim that stash.
Yeah, that looks mad crazy. No, I didn't.
Yeah.
This is another clip from their interview today.
What is the difference between the rhetoric of running for mayor and the reality of governing as mayor?
There's often a lot made of a campaign as if it is easier and a governing as if it is a harder experience.
Yes.
I think both are challenging. I think what is lost, though, is that governing comes with the opportunity to deliver. When you're campaigning, you're asking people to believe. You're asking them to put their trust into a politics that's often disappointed them. And when you're governing, you can earn their trust by what you deliver. And so it is much easier to have a conversation about this vision today when we've been able to pave 175,000 potholes, put the city on a path to universal childcare, win more than $60 million for tenants whose landlords made negligence into a business model. When we have that conversation now, you can point to what these last 6 months have looked like under democratic socialist principles. When you have it during the campaign.
Sir, we're being recorded right now. What are you doing?
Apologies.
You're throwing in the S word?
I didn't mean to use a slur.
Don't throw in the S word.
I didn't mean to use a slur live on this podcast.
Son of a... What?
I just wanted to make sure that we're going to be together in the cell when we're all rounded up.
All right. Fair enough.
Oh, yeah. That's something we could talk about, too. I forgot
That's a really good
these.
point, though.
Yeah.
Like that. See, what I was saying about hiding your power level, yes, do that. But then if your core principles of just like, are you a socialist? Like, be ready to, you don't have to crack open Das Kapital, but you need to be ready to defend that in a couple pithy sentences like Zoran and Abdul are able to do, because they're going to call you that anyway. So you need to plant that in your voters and your constituents' head. Hey, when they call me a socialist, it's not crazy. Like it sounds stupid for them to use that,
which
as
the
a
Democrats
pejorative.
have been running away from for 50 years longer, and especially in my lifetime, in just paying attention, right? Obama was called this and ran. I'm not a socialist. I'm a capitalist. Come on, man. I love Jay-Z, blah, blah, blah. But they're going to call you that anyway. They called Biden a fucking socialist, a communist. Like, and AOC was the first person to not run away. It was like, yeah, she went on those late night shows and they said, are you a socialist? She said, yes, I am. And this is what it means. And it means the things that Democrats have been advocating for publicly for my entire lifetime, her entire lifetime, but they just didn't actually care about it. They lied. They didn't give a fuck about gay rights. It was Joe Biden accidentally going on, he was on Meet the Press and he accidentally said, I don't care who gets married. And then they started asking Obama and Hillary Clinton and everybody else in the administration. And they were like, well, we don't want to look like we're behind Biden on this. I guess it's okay. We'll say it's okay. They never were going to fight for gay rights. They never did. It went to the Supreme Court. They were like, I guess that's it. Settled. We did it.
I tell you what.
You didn't do shit.
If you want an activism community that's very underrated and that maybe doesn't get the credibility or recognition that it should, it is the LGBTQ plus community. Every interaction with them has been positive. They want constructive feedback. They're great. They're tremendous, competitors, and they got what they wanted by working really hard and staying really focused. So I have a tremendous amount of respect. It's a good example. But
it didn't have to do with the politicians in charge.
The one thing I will say is that Mamdani in that photo there, the guy that came to mind was Soup Nazi from Seinfeld.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
With
that actor,
legendary
definitely.
Stash.
But anyway. Speaking of more rhetoric, here's Abdul at the rally.
If you're somebody who wants government to work for you, I'm not dangerous. I might just be the one person running for U.S. Senate who actually wants to serve
Here
you.
might be that war rhetoric you're talking about.
But if you're the CEO of DTE, you damn well better believe I'm dangerous. If you're Blue Cross Blue Shield shareholders, yep, I'm dangerous. If you're a corporation wanting to buy a politician with their PAC, I'm dangerous. If you're APAC and want to send our money abroad, you damn well better believe I'm dangerous.
Good.
If you're Chuck Schumer and want to keep doling out corporate money to elect people who are going to do your bidding, I am so damn dangerous. But if you're somebody who wants government to work for you, I aim to be the best friend you ever had.
I mean,
if you
yes, Emily French, this was an amazing rally. I watched it on my stream the other day when it was live. That's some war rhetoric. Still friendly. Still, hey, I'm not. He's talking about dangerous. People call me dangerous. I'm your best friend. But for these people up there, yes, I'm dangerous. I think that's pretty good. I think it's a good.
Great. You got to talk to the enemies.
Balance.
That's one thing that I don't think is happening enough on, and is talking shit to the bully. I go on these.
Yes.
Some of these is you've got to get in the bully's face and dare him to hit you, because people don't do that. I talk about that a lot in my essays. Schoolyard politics. What does?
Yes.
How do you beat the bully? You get in the bully's face. You talk shit to him. You say you're not going to push anybody around, and maybe he knocks you on your ass. You know, good chance if you're by yourself, he's going to knock you on his ass. But then what happens? Everybody sees it. You get back up and start talking shit again. He knocks you down again. Now we're going to get involved. This isn't right.
Yeah.
People see that you're standing up to the bully, and then you outdo the bully with the numbers. And so he's doing. Well, I'm just saying. It all starts though with talking at MAGA. Talk to the left, bring the left in, and say we can do better. We can
Against
do
these
more.
fucks.
We can do scale, but we gotta unite to get the right wing nut jobs out of the goddamn way. And that's the way you talk. You call them treasonous Trump trash terrorists. That's a big one. That's the one I coined. That makes a lot of people uncomfortable. White trash fascists. Like white trash fascists, even by itself. What's that?
Quadruple T. Treasonous Trump
Ts.
trash terrorists.
I'm big on alliteration. Yeah. Confederate flag waving, Bible beating gun nuts. If you get everybody to agree on that, it's like, because people always say, who are MAGA? Who are these people? How could you ever vote? That's who they are. They're waving their Confederate flag, or they're beating their Bible, or they're obsessed with their gun because their life actually sucks and they want to have power over others somehow, some way.
I would take a different approach, and it's the only reason why is because like Trump's base, which is 30%, of the Republican Party, they're not going to be moved. They're not going anywhere. But the thing is, like, the people who are just the people who are actually, I won't even call them independents. Let's call them first term Obama voters. Sure. People who are like first term Obama voters from Ohio, who will be like, yeah, I'll give this guy a shot. They're already pissed off at the Republican Party. So I think you get a guy like Abdul who will attack the mainstream Democratic Party. I think what's the word I'm looking for? A secondary thing that happens there is you slice off Republican support. Not a ton, but enough that will drag you across the line.
Sure.
But the idea that you're putting across of just like get in the mud and roll with people at 100%. Like, and again, taking lessons from the right, we can thank Donald Trump for that.
Yeah.
Donald Trump he opened Pandora's box and gave everybody the permission to go after anybody. And they're trying, and so woke is dead. Like, we're in woke 2.0. Like, woke 1.0 is dark woke.
Yeah,
this idea that people, you're gonna like, what's her face running against Abdul, like, oh, don't make fun of her voice. Like, no, that's a put on voice. We're making fun of it.
No,
we don't care. don't make fun of Lindsey Graham because he was gay. No,
Well,
it's not that he's gay. It's that he was a piece of trash who hated his own people. Hated his own community.
It's don't make fun of her voice because that's how she talks. It's make fun of the fact that you're putting on a voice.
Yes,
you know what I mean. Like
make the distinction.
That's the slight. It's a
it.
slight distinction,
But
and
it's
I
also-
get the spirit of dark woke and whatever.
You can get
but,
to
like,
that distinction.
That's how we got
You can-
Plattner.
You can get to that distinction though by embracing, like, I think 2 standards. One is whatever hurts Republicans helps America, just unilateral war. That's war rhetoric.
That's a good one.
Whatever hurts Republicans helps America, and then whatever silences baby boomer neoliberals also helps America. Like, it's time for them to get out of the goddamn way. It's like, I don't know if we've ever talked about it, Lumen, but my thesis of like all the racial resentment, all of the xenophobia, all of the negative emotional spaces that have to do with just devolving diversity into tribalism, right? Take that shit and put it on a generational context. And then I think that's actually an appropriate emotional position to be having when you look at the silent generation and baby boomers and what they've done since they've had power, starting in 1980 when they became the biggest voting bloc, and then continuing in 1992 with their first president in Bill Clinton. Like that, it all falls on them.
Here's my thing about that, and let's see if you agree, is that with that all exists. And as somebody, you know, I'm really happy when I see like white allies who are just like really up in arms about racism and shit like that. And I'm like, good, you go for it. But me personally, at the end of the day, I don't care about what you think. I care about what you do. Sure. And this is why I think that the rise of the actual left, and, you know, let's just call them the DSA, sewer socialists, whatever. We can take any kind of power in this country. Doesn't even have to be on a presidential. If Mondami can keep doing Mondami shit and keep providing for people, the most racist, bigoted, transphobic, homophobic person you know is going to want some of that. And at the end of the day, people who are satiated by having their material need, I don't mean satiated in a derogatory way, but satiated by having their material needs taken care of, they're not gonna fucking put up a fight. They're gonna be like, it's the Obama voter,
right?
Yeah,
I'm good now.
Shit about him. Yeah, exactly. To say, you know,
now don't
what do you
fuck
think
anything
happened?
up.
Yeah, in Ohio, do you think like every Obama voter who like Ohio, like he just rolled through Ohio, like? Do you think they just up and left and that's how it's a red state now? No, they're still there. He failed them. And so now they're like, fuck this.
Yeah.
Right.
Like, but that person who they voted for was like, oh, well, I might not like black people, but goddamn, this guy says he's gonna make sure my union is strong. So
the racism of this country, it's inherent, right? But the racism and it's inherent in all of us, all across the world. White supremacy was a big fucking project. But most people's racism is what's in front of me. Am I satisfied with my fucking life? Am I satisfied with the amount I have versus my neighbor? Is my neighbor my same color? Are they a different color? It needs to be tackled. It is the root of evil. And attacking that, trying to fix that, trickles up. Like I was talking to Gina Bonanno, doing a show on Friday now with her, and I was like, you know, the right wing uses that metaphor of like, oh, the oppression Olympics, and who are we going to vote for? It's going to be a disabled, black, transgender, lesbian, who's a Muslim, who's an immigrant, right? If you actually make policy to make that person's life better, it trickles up. It helps everybody else who's above her in the oppression Olympics order,
Social strata,
whatever. So yeah, actually, we should be catering policy to fix that mythical person's life, because then, unlike Chuck Schumer's made up people, the Baileys, you're actually improving people's lives based on a microcosm example.
Yeah, I was just having the right wing guy at my job, and we're talking about trans people, whatever. And he's just like, he's going back and forth, and I go, look. I go, I can tell you about how you're wrong for the next 30 minutes. I can bring up, medical data. I can bring up all this stuff. That's not going to change your mind. I said, but here's what I'm going to do for you. I'm going to concede all your points. I'm going to say everything you just told me about how, trans women aren't women and all this shit is 100% accurate. Just for the say, let's move past it. I go, now you have to tell me, now that I've done that, you're going to have to tell me what the fuck that has to do with you, me, and the price of gas.
Right.
Or why do you care about this? Or people telling you to care about this to distract you from the price of gas, from why your kids don't have health insurance, from why you're paying out the ass for daycare. Why do you give a fuck about any of this?
No. So you should
and
check out.
And it shut him up. It shut him up.
You should check out my third essay, if you ever get inclined, called "The Right-Wing Magic Trick: How American Exceptionalism Became American Narcissism," and it's exactly that. It's magic is the art of distraction, and these culture war issues are distraction tactics. Some more prolific than the others, but yeah, I mean, gays and lesbians and trans people are always going to be gross to conservatives because they don't fucking know any of them. The first trans person I ever met was in a stand-up comedy class, and I'm like, talk about the perfect context to get to know someone, who's that
right.
who is that different from you. But that was another lesson that I learned in stand-up comedy is like, we do a lot of listening in those conversations. All I'm asking you to do is like that guy sounds really open-minded. I mean, I wish more conservatives would like actually ask those questions and even listen and even participate in that conversation. Most MAGA they don't even, it's just gross. Like move on to the next thing. Let's get upset about Charlie Kirk being assassinated.
You know what? That's the perfect segue because we're kind of talking about
Stephen Miller,
defining our enemies, and Stephen Miller and Marco Rubio the week before, came out and did a whole fucking speech where they really defined their enemies. I'll never forget Stephen Miller saying, "We know about these people that we want to get rid of: the predator, the junkie, the criminal. These archetypes that they could just paste whoever they want in." They're inviting you, the audience, to paste whoever comes to mind when he says the words predator, criminal, junkie into your brain and go, yeah, we got to go attack them. They're bad guys. Not your brother who got hooked on oxys because he broke his leg 20 years ago. Or your uncle who's a fucking predator because he's looking at your niece differently. Like the criminal, you for pirating Netflix or whatever the fuck it is. These are the things that people aren't connecting their brain. They purposefully make it an outsider so that you don't know that they're coming for you too. This is him reinforcing that on Fox News, defining who they're coming after.
The Democrat Party.
Hang on, let me. Again, apologies to the audience for showing you his face and playing his voice.
Has embraced not only socialism, they've embraced communism. Straight up, outright, full-throated communism. They are now electing candidates who want to take private industry over, give it to the government, suspend the Constitution, abolish the Senate, abolish borders, abolish prisons, abolish jails, abolish the jury system, abolish our entire way of life. The contrast has never been more clear. There's President Trump, the Republican Party, and American First, or there are the crazy communist lunatics who will steal everything you know and love in this nation, and they will never, ever let you have it back.
Who are you talking to? Who is this for? No, say what you're going to say, because I had a whole thing planned on this, and I want to get this out.
Please.
Because I swear to God. No, go ahead. I want to like...
No. Go ahead.
Okay, here's my thing about this, because that's MSNBC and CNN. I can understand the liberal corporate media like fear mongering over the DSA. I get it. Fox and Newsmax and shit like that, and Sean Hannity and fucking all these on like Ben Shapiro. What the fuck are you whinging about? I don't understand it. Okay, so I'm just a big dumb sportsman, right? I'm just a dumb cishet sports guy, right? I watched the New Orleans Saints are my football team. If the New Orleans Saints were playing the Jets and the Jets kept coming to the line with too many men over and over again. So the Saints just kept walking it down the field on 5-yard penalties. What am I complaining about? Why should the Saints head coach go give the Jets head coach advice on how to play football? What are they scared of? Because if
they know it's the real popular.
That's what I'm saying. If this is all true, and you're saying that the commies have taken over the Democratic Party and we're going to turn into the dictatorship or the proletariat and all this shit, you should be dancing a jig. You should be excited about this. Why do you look so scared? Because obviously on Fox News, the Republican Party, the GOP, and conservative ideas are held in the highest esteem, are held in paramount. So the Republican Party now will win every single election from dog catcher to president into perpetuity until the sun explodes. What are you crying about? Unless
he
doesn't believe
unless you know it's bullshit. You know what you're saying is bullshit, and this is what people actually want.
Bro,
I just don't understand.
Even Steven himself is going, it's not just social. He said just socialism. What? I'm gonna stop you right there, Steven. What do you mean just socialism? I thought you were scaremongering about socialism for 40 goddamn years. You mean it's not just socialism? Just socialism? Just socialism? It's communism.
There's also
what if we use another word that we think is scary to people? It's not. It's not. AOC in that clip is like people have all kinds of ideologies.
If Stephen Miller and the rest of Fox News feels they have to convince their audience of this, we're way ahead of the game than I thought we ever were.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, we are.
Goddamn.
Well, I think we are. The only other angle I would ask for that conversation is there is still an implicit cultural assumption within baby boomer and silent generation politically active people, and that is bipartisanship, and that there should be some bipartisanship even on the Republican side. Like the Fox News people think that like there should be some bipartisanship on some level in our government.
You know what we're getting at?
Well, that gives the game away to the Uniparty then.
Yeah,
Wakanda and Massey.
Yeah,
Wakanda
absolutely.
and Massey are doing it.
But that's usually not. That's to release the Epstein files. We don't want to talk about that.
No, I know.
But if they're saying on Fox News and Newsmax that they need a strong Democratic Party to 86 the actual left wing, then you're just confirming the uniparty is right.
But they did it.
That's
they
right.
did it. They endorsed fucking Cuomo.
Yes, Lumen.
It's over.
You're taking the second step of analysis that no one. That normies
That's what I'm
don't
saying.
take.
No one is saying this.
You just have to think of. That's what I say about like. That's what I say about the political junkies like us, where it's not that we're brilliant. We just think about this stuff a lot, and if you think about it, and you research it, and you do your goddamn homework, and you study history, particularly the last 45 years, all this shit is obvious. All this shit is obvious.
Again, like the work conversations I have that just drive me at the wall. That's how, like this reminds me of. I heard some people, guys at my work, talking about, the Democrats stole the election, the governor's election in California, and it's from Mr. Pratt. I'm like, excuse me. So you're saying that the Democratic Party stole the election to make sure the socialist won? That's what you're trying to make it make fucking sense. Did you think about this for 2 seconds before you let it leave your mouth?
No,
it doesn't.
It
doesn't make sense,
and they repeat it. That's it.
Yeah, it's the same kind of thought process of people who are like, well, obviously, Biden won because the election was stolen while Trump was president, but they couldn't steal the election that he won for some reason. When Biden was president, they couldn't steal that election. Well, what are we talking about?
I mean, look,
it's just
Emily
like critical
French makes a
thinking.
good point.
I'm sorry.
No, you're good. I interrupt way too much.
No, you're
but the political boundaries are dissolving, and that's what I mean. Like the normies, the first term Obama voters that you're talking about in Ohio, they also don't like the duopoly, but they do like bipartisanship for whatever reason. It makes them feel good. Oh, people of different beliefs can work together for a common good. It's part of the myth of this country anyway. Fine. And for most of those people, seeing Massey and Ro Khanna work on the Epstein files together, that's good enough for them. And that pisses off the establishment of both parties. The Republicans hate that because they're in the Epstein files. Chuck Schumer and them hate it because Clinton's in the Epstein files. That's why Biden didn't go after it during his 4 fucking years. It's a bipartisanship for interests of the actual people. They want these fucking pedophile elites to go to fucking prison or to at least be exposed so we can extradite them from polite society. That's what this bipartisan group is doing. Hell, Marjorie Taylor Greene put out the amendment that AOC didn't vote for, Ilhan and Rashida did vote for. That was as cynical as it might have been from her perspective of Trump spurned me, so I'm going to introduce this amendment that I know is not going to go through. It was still a sign of like, hey, we can all work towards this common goal of defeating or at least stopping funding for this evil that we keep seeing on our fucking phones, defining our fucking enemies that are bigger than the two parties. I think this is a good clip because this is where I believe they're trying to define Antifa because, again, they're going to be designated a terrorist organization. Mm-hmm. And let's just listen to them try to do that.
What I know about Antifa is that it doesn't really exist. And you just named Antifa Ost. I was wondering, is it that a different group or what is the intelligence that the US has that Antifa does exist?
Yeah, well, we have those designations. They're designations on the basis of our statutes, on the basis of violent acts that members of those groups committed. By the way, I think they're all also designated as terrorist groups by countries in Europe. And so the other thing about this is I mean, basically a foreign terrorist organization, we have to have there's 3 components. It has to be foreign, has to be terrorist, has to be an organization. And all 4 of these groups met that test. And we see this as something that will keep America safe and secure. And we're looking at actively at more designations.
Yeah, again, they can't define Antifa. They are speedily, because this is Stephen Miller's idea, speedily trying to designate people terrorists so they could just lock them up.
Shut them up.
You're anti-American. You're protesting outside a data center. You're anti-American terrorist going to jail. You're advocating for LGBTQ rights. You have a fucking rainbow sticker in your shop front. Guess what? Your business license is revoked and you're anti-American. Like, it is just a bullying tactic. We'll label you, Disney, an anti-American organization if you make this movie that we
go
don't
the DSA.
Like.
They can go after the DSA.
They literally are going after the DSA.
That'll be when the rubber meets the road. I think that might happen. Hey, fellas, always good to see. I'm just gonna bounce out real quick.
I got you.
But it's great to see you, Lumen.
See you, man.
All right, guys.
I mean, shut this down. You're talking about Disney. I think in a very fairy tale way, the way to defeat that. There's a way to do it, but it would just take a lot of organization, almost as much organization as a general strike. But you'd have to steal a page from like Martin Luther King and just we really have to jam the jails. What you do is just like when that comes to pass, then you just get thousands of people who just go to every single like police station, courthouse, federal prison, and they just stand out in front and go, I'm ready to go to prison. Like, I'm Antifa. I'm confessing right now. I am a part of Antifa. And then like that, it would kill that. It would, but it would take a lot.
That's organization that I don't think we're at yet.
No, but this is just another one of those things where it's just like I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. Like, the DSA is super dangerous, but yet we're the Republican Party should be worried about this. We want to help the Democrats. The reflecting pool is actually blue, not green. Yeah. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. We're winning the war. We're winning the war in Iran, and Iran has nothing. They have no offensive capabilities, but yet U.S. troops keep popping up dead.
The Strait of Hormuz is open. Like it's at the end, dude. They don't, dude. Again, invoke Andor. They don't even bother to lie well anymore. Like it's
hyper normalization.
Final insult. Yeah.
We all know it's bullshit, but we just keep living our lives. And that's what I'm gonna say too about the U.S. soldiers like popping up dead. As a guy who was like, I was in the Marine Corps doing 9/11, and I'm old enough to remember 9/11, and I'm old enough to remember the Afghanistan war and all that. It's like U.S. soldiers are just popping up dead now, and just people are just like, it's Tuesday. Like they're trying to bang the war drums on this shit. They're trying to be like, that's why we got to nuke Iran.
For 20 years,
no one cares.
The Bush policy of don't show coffins on TV, don't show that the soldiers are dying because then it'll make the war unpopular, and we want to be in Iraq and Afghanistan. Now we don't care. Now we don't. And 20 years of the fucking internet. Let's also not forget about that and seeing fucking beheadings and Raw Story and like Live Leak. You know what I mean? Like, dude, I was a fucking kid. Like, I saw horrendous and shout out FD Signifier making this big documentary that I can't watch because it's on Nebula called Goon World. How porn has infected like every aspect of society because we're all digital, and what's on digital? Porn websites. And now people are using cuck. Dude, I remember hearing people say cuck on MSNBC and being like, this is weird. It's weird. This is not just internet language, internet slang. This is a particular sect of internet slang. And I don't like that we're using this as like, it's weird. It's weird and it's infecting everything.
No, you're right about that though, with like all the, the ISIS killings and stuff. Like, you can only shock people like once, one time, and after that, like, you're kind of done. Even ISIS understood that. I know we're getting way off topic, but they wrote that little pamphlet or whatever. I've read it. It's the management of savagery, to where they're like, we got to chill with this because people are getting desensitized to it. And I can tell you, like, this is one of my conspiracy theories. We used to trade them shits on .mil internet accounts. Like, when I was in the Marine Corps, I was an admin guy, so I had an internet. I had an email account. That's how I saw that shit. Was those would go around, and there was no filter. There was no. They just let everybody knew it, and they let that shit go on.
Yeah.
I think the U.S. government on whatever level knew that shit, and they're like, let them watch that because it'll get them all fucking amped up.
All angry.
I truly believe that.
Interesting.
But yeah, that shit's crazy.
Lumen, I'm sorry to have crashed your show again.
No, it's awesome. I love having.
Was there anything today that you wanted to talk about that we didn't get to?
Actually, I covered it all. Like, I had a list.
Great.
And I covered it. Like, we talked about it all.
Because I want to talk about Hunter fucking Biden. Have you been seeing Hunter Biden do all these fucking interviews?
No, I don't watch that shit. I got like 5 minutes, and I got to do dinner with my wife.
Me too. But he's been making the rounds, just going on random shows. He was on the I've Had It podcast. He was all over the place. Now he's on Andrew Callahan's Channel 5. That's this dude over here on the left.
Oh God, is that Nick Fuentes?
That's Nick Fuentes in the middle, and there's son of the former president Hunter Biden right here. What is happening? Why are you doing this?
I'm good.
Hunter?
I'm good.
Like,
I'm good.
I don't know what his aim is, other than to become one of these like internet celebrity pundit debate fucks. Why do you want that, Hunter? Why do you want that? You're painting. You have all the fucking money to pay for all the hookers and blow you want. You've clearly been enjoying that. Like, what the fuck are you doing? I know you're not trying to run for something. I know you're not trying to run for something. But I don't want this motherfucker platformed at all, ever. I don't want anybody, the right wing is trying to legitimize him. Let them try. I don't give a shit. Go on Tucker Carlson as much as possible. I think Tucker Carlson should be ostracized from polite society as much as possible. I don't want to see Hunter fucking Biden anywhere near Tucker or Nick Fuentes. And he's been now with both.
No, I
you want to
agree
ask
with you.
me, why are you a Nazi?
Inclusion has been our greatest strength. Diversity has been our greatest strength.
White people do feel like we are being boxed out.
A 26-year-old white kid doesn't feel like he has access because he's been canceled, and the problem is black people.
I didn't say the problem's black people.
Well, you just did, Nick. You just
I
said
the problem is crime, and we know who's doing the crime in Chicago.
Do you get what I'm saying?
Yes.
About the Holocaust thing?
About that.
We get to say whatever we want on the internet. We get to deny the Holocaust.
As far as Jews are concerned in general, I think that everybody in the country should be treated with dignity and respect and have their civil rights.
Like, what do you think about somebody like Mamdani?
Personally, I don't like him. Like, for example, on 4th of July, when he takes the opportunity to sit there with, let's be honest, not a single white person.
What about fucking Donald Trump? There's no ideological core to Donald Trump.
No, I agree with you.
Don Jr. got the largest loan ever given by the Department of Defense.
Vance owes his entire political career to Peter Thiel Well, whichever firm is the one to develop ASI, that could confer dictatorial-like powers upon the CEO of that company.
Everything that we think about, the way in which we exist in the world, completely changes.
Increasingly with Uber, Airbnb, the banking apps, you can't live your life without the tech platform.
Everything that AI is built on is ours. That's what they're stealing from us. I want to find common ground of how much of a shithead Donald Trump is.
No, I don't want to find common ground with this shit at all. Get the fuck from around me. Now fuck
Why
that guy.
the
No.
Why the fuck? Why the fuck?
Fuck
Robert?
Andrew Callahan for doing that shit. I don't give a
Yes,
fuck.
for sure.
No,
He's
fuck that shit.
this motherfucker he's a sex pest. Shut the channel down for a while. I'm going to rehab or whatever the fuck. Came back 6 months later, just sneakily, hey, can we still have an audience? Can we put out videos? Oh, it's working. Oh, okay. We're back and we're back and we're back. And we're back with less scruples than before because I've been spurned. He has been spurned by people that he thought were friends. He thought were welcoming into, just like Ethan fucking Klein, by the way, just like Ethan fucking Klein. I've been spurned by what I perceive as the left, and so now I don't give a shit. At least Ethan Klein is like lost his shit and is focusing it on one person. Fine. This motherfucker, I don't think he's doing this on purpose, but I think he's like in the Tim Dillon era where Tim Dillon, comedian, does not give a shit about fucking anything. And it's
He's
just
doing that Vice shit. I wouldn't say it's Tim Dillon.
Vice. Oh, it's
the Vice.
That's
bullshit.
actually a way better analogy. Vice. Yes, exactly. We're gonna go send a journalist to live on Skid Row for a week. What journalistic value does this have other than shock value? Other than those videos of motherfuckers getting their heads chopped off from ISIS. It's a car crash. We're looking at it. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Is Vice putting out like policy solutions or like here's what can be done about? No, they're just exploiting these fucking poor people who have no fucking choice. Andrew Callahan is exploiting people's attention and clickbait, rage bait, fucking psychosis from the internet, being like, here's Nick Fuentes and Hunter Biden in one place. Go. And just sits back and lets them talk. Again, Joe, Jill, where's the chain around this motherfucker's neck? Why is he out there? And even without this, why is he out there on any fucking platform just talking? What is he doing? He's the son of a president. What he says matters. I'm sorry.
Don't get me started on Jill Biden. She's the Lady Macbeth of our fucking time. Like,
I don't know.
She's
the
awful.
analogy. I know Shakespeare, but like,
oh yeah.
I hear Macbeth, and the first thing that pops into my head is the planet from Star Fox, where you play as the Land Rover tank. Macbeth.
It's just terrible, dude. But yeah, Nick Fuentes can fuck off. Like, I don't want to hear that shit because he actually really is dangerous, and so is Tucker Carlson. They can go both
because they are using the anti-Trump rhetoric for their own game. Yeah, it's not. Hey, we're tying this to the Republican Party, the conservative movement. All conservatives end with a Donald Trump. So we're rejecting all of that. Here's a better politics. They're going, no, it's just Donald Trump that's the problem. And follow me next. Follow me.
But
next,
I'll end with this, and I gotta go. But Tucker Carlson and Nick Fuentes is the end product of the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party birthed those two demons because they didn't want to get in front of Israel. And now that they're still hanging on to the last vestiges of a ethno state, apartheid state, now they let these motherfuckers get in front, and now they're
Tucker started
people to
on
Nazism.
NBC.
It's garbage.
Tucker started on NBC, then CNN, then Fox. I wouldn't be surprised if MS Now tries to hire him again. Folks, thank you so much for watching this space today. Will you be coming on tomorrow, Robert, for
at 5?
The space station? From
No,
5
you're
to
7. That's 5 Eastern. No, I'm still at work.
Oh, damn. All right.
Bop. Sorry, bro.
Maybe we might go long. So if you get home, you could hop on. And also be sure to check out Mike from PA on Good Morning Comrade. Saw a clip of that.
Oh,
dude.
that's
That
so true.
looked
I got to
awesome.
cut that up and throw that on TikTok.
That was great,
I'll
man.
do that tomorrow.
Get him
It
on
was
this
pretty
space.
Good. It's pretty good. Oh, one last thing. I'm going to plug something real quick. Actually,
Please.
I've created a productivity app. It's way more than that. It doesn't shame you. The reason it doesn't shame you, it allows you to get shit done. The reason why I created it, because I think like the self-help space is being dominated by right wingers. If you want to be the beta is going to drop real soon. If you want to be on the waiting list, it is getyouGotThis.com. The name of the app is You Got This. The website is getyouGotThis.com. Put your email in there. You'll be the first one that'll get pushed to when the beta comes out, probably within like 2 weeks. I'm expecting I'll be done. And then you can really poke at it, push at it, and tell me what's wrong with it. And then we can all fix it and we can get shit done. All right. That's my time.
All right. Take care, folks. Thank you for watching this space. And Nick will take us out.